Hello and welcome to the highlight show of round 10 of the FIDE candidates here in Cyprus. I'm Grandmaster Peter Svidler, and we will begin as usual with the open section. And in the open section, the tournament has grown even more one-sided today, with 3 games being drawn. We will mention them separately, but the one decisive game was once again a game played by Javokhir Sindarov. Let's take a look at it in some detail. Javokhir opted for d2, d4. On move 4, Pragg went for this rather fashionable variation with knight bd7. Bishop f4 is, strictly speaking, the main line. Bishop b4, cd5, ed5, e3. And this is now Rogozin territory, where these days black players go for this extremely sharp line with the immediate g7, g5. Bishop e5 here is an interesting option, but Javokhir quite confidently played bishop g3. And about half an hour later, we arrived here, which is shockingly still theory. This position arrives more or less by force after Javokhir's opening choice. As you can see, he had to sacrifice the bishop on e5 because it got captured by the black pawns. But white has very obvious compensation for the piece. He currently has, first of all, 2 pawns for the piece, and also the king on f8 is very unsafe. White eventually probably ends up castling kingside using the f-file to try and get to the black king. There's also consistent threats of the pawns just rushing down the board. And an interesting kind of a subplot here was trying to figure out exactly whose preparation are we following today, because Pragg got here rather quickly. As you can see, at this moment, Javokhir spent half an hour getting here, and Pragg spent maybe 14 minutes, 13 minutes. But here he began thinking, and actually very soon Javokhir was doing well on the clock as well. The choice here for black is king g7 is a very solid move, but Pragg eventually, after spending 20 minutes on it, played h4, h3, which is completely fine as well, probably the second line of the machine, both of them of obviously zeros, as is often the case in these types of positions. Javokhir played rook d1. Queen e8 is playable here, but queen e7 is by no means a mistake. And in this position, you absolutely can play short castles hg2 and rook f2. But black has the immediate draw with queen h7, which you have to wonder if Javokhir already saw this and was trying to avoid lines which he thought would give Pragg an easy way out. Instead, he played g3. Here, black has a bunch of options. Bishop g4 is very playable. Bishop d7 is very playable. But Pragg played g takes f4, which I thought already was a move in a slightly wrong direction, because why are we opening the f-file for white so comfortably? Here, Pragg played rook h6, which is one of the good moves. Rook takes f4. 44 minutes here for the Indian Grandmaster. He spent some time choosing between king g7 and king g8, and chose king g8, which I thought was a bit of a strange choice. I thought king g7 was extremely natural. White probably plays rook df1. And in this position, you defend very comfortably. You can play bishop e6, and after rook f6, you will have the move rook a to h8. Or you can play, even more interestingly, you can play a7, a5 with the idea of meeting rook f6 with rook a to a6. All of this holds, but king g8 doesn't lose either. King g8 is still completely fine. But after rook df1, Pragg committed sort of the one mistake in the entire game, which shockingly immediately leads to him having to play a very difficult, potentially just objectively lost position. The most natural move in the position here is, of course, bishop e6, but it allows rook f6, and in this position you have to figure out that the only way to save it is to play queen h7. And this forces white, there's absolutely nothing else white can do, otherwise white is worse, forces white to win the piece back. And it might look like you're in a lot of trouble, but the moment you spot the move rook d8, you realize you're completely safe. This is, I guess, why we played h4, h3 earlier. As is often the case, the moment black creates ideas of rook d1, d2, and play against the pawn on h2, even the fact that we're 2 pawns down currently is completely irrelevant. Some position like this is just not better for white at all. There is always going to be plenty of counterplay, and black is very, very safe. Instead, Pragg played bishop d7, and you have to wonder what he missed, because there's only one good move here for white. Everything else is just bad. If you play rook f6 now, after takes, and a very simple move rook f8, queen g6, queen g7, there's no bishop on e6 anymore, so white doesn't win any material back. You can resign here with white. So really, the only move white even has in this position is the move rook f7, and it wins. So it's not entirely obvious to me what Pragg must have missed. Maybe he thought rook e6 is okay, sorry, queen e6 is okay here, but after rook 7, f6, maybe it's possible to move this kind of a strange back and forth with the rook. You do get mated here after queen e7. The cleanest is to play queen c4 check, lure the king to g7 so that queen cannot come to this very important defensive square, and now play queen h4 with ideas of queen h6, queen g5, and the black position collapses. Instead, Pragg took on f7, but now, by force, he ends up losing the bishop on d7. And we end up in the final phase of the game where, because of the presence of the pawn on h3, black is maybe not immediately completely lost because the king is still under some pressure. The e-pawn doesn't actually become a queen anytime soon. But it's very difficult to establish any kind of a defensive perimeter here. And from a purely practical standpoint, this is so much easier to play with white because the black king is never safe, and white has all the kinds of small checks and small tactics for black to keep track of. And it really wasn't at all shocking that, I don't know, let's say 7 moves later, the position looks like this. The a-pawn, somehow black played a5 and lost it on the a5 square. White is about to pick up the pawn on h3 as well. And if I show you the final position of the game, you can see how the game progressed from here to there. White is just marching on the king side. And because of how unsafe the black king is, there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. And Pragg finally resigned in this position. There's absolutely no hope left. Elsewhere in the round, the closest pursuer of our leader, Anish Giri, did have a small chance at some point to perhaps exert some pressure in the game against Hikaru Nakamura, but he didn't take it, or maybe didn't believe he had anything there, and the game ended in a quiet draw. There was a quiet-ish Petrov draw between Esipenko and Bluebaum. Esipenko showed a new idea against the Petrov, but it wasn't really very much. And Wei Yi against Fabiano Caruana played a very non-standard French, but then Wei Yi, having gotten a stable small advantage from the opening with a bishop pair, could not really do very much with it, and the game ended before the first time control. In the women's, though, as usual, there's been a lot of excitement. The game between the former leader of the tournament, Anna Muzychuk, and Vaishali, Anna had a bit of a push out of the opening, but the game ended up petering out to a pretty safe draw. Another game that ended in a draw was a game between Kateryna Lagno and Zhongyi, who is not having a good tournament, but played a pretty solid game today. And we had 2 decisive games. And we'll begin by the game between Bibisara and Assaubayeva, who ended up beating one of the tournament leaders prior to this round, Zhu Jiner. They played this Moscow variation of the semi-Slav. Bibisara played a3, black took on c4, and we got a very normal position by move 10, in which the feeling is Bibisara may have mixed something up, because she played knight e5 here, and after c5, knight e4, queen e7, black is instantly, maybe even slightly more comfortable, because you do get an isolani on the king or in the center, and no way for white to launch any kind of an immediate attack, because your center is really not stable enough for that. And then we got to a structure like this, where white managed to control the pawn on d4. White is not really losing the isolani. There is enough play for white, but you would assume it's slightly more pleasant to play for black. And the critical moment came a bit later, where in this position, black, of course, is completely unforced to give up the pawn on a5. He can play rook b5, he can play queen a8. Black is completely fine. There is no way black is worse here if she doesn't decide to do something. But she did change the structure dramatically by playing e5. Queen takes a5, e takes d4, white played b2, b4. And this, I think, is the most important position from this game that I can show you, because structurally, white managed to get rid of their one weakness, took a very healthy pawn on a5. And if you imagine the white queen returning to the game, knight coming back to g3, very nice blockading square, and the white pawn starting to progress, black's position will become critical. And this is actually what happened in the game. So black had 2 opportunities here to change the course of the game. One is kind of very dry. You can play bishop f8, and then rook b5, bishop takes c5, and just equalize by force. And the other is more exciting. You can play g6, g5, using the fact that a lot of white pieces are all on the queen side, and the king side is kind of abandoned. H takes, now you can play h4, rook takes g5, also playable. And after, let's say, g takes h4, queen f4, black has immediate counterplay, which is definitely enough for a draw. Probably not more than a draw, but definitely enough for a draw. Instead, Zhu Jiner played rook b5, and if we look at the position 5 moves later, This is exactly what I was describing. White is now completely in control. There is no immediate counterplay. Knight will come back to d3. c6 is very weak. The a-pawn is pushing down the board. And by move 40, you see the pawn on 6 disappeared. The a-pawn is going to become very, very strong. There were still some chances for Zhu Jiner to perhaps complicate the conversion, and maybe she could have asked slightly more difficult questions. But in the end, Bibisara's technique was perfectly sufficient. And in the final position of the game, as you can see, White actually has the 2 queens on the board. The a-pawn did queen, and the White king. Eventually, Black did give a couple of checks, but that was all. And the other decisive game of the round was a game between Divya playing the white pieces against Goryachkina. They played a very kind of an old school Chigorin adjacent type of Spanish. Divya was slightly better, then perhaps slightly worse, then perhaps slightly better again. And all of this excitement led by move 40 to this very, very dry endgame in which the bishop, as is often the case on a completely empty board, the bishop is supposed to be slightly dominant over the knight, but the material is so reduced that you pretty much never win these types of positions with Black. But Goryachkina still continued looking for chances, and a very important moment came on move 46 where you just take on before here with Black play king f6 and you make a very safe draw, but Goryachkina says, no, I want stuff on the queen side to remain, and goes a5, a4. And in particular, because Divya left herself 4 minutes here, this was a very, very good practical decision. The position is, of course, still completely equal, but the threat of the Black king coming to collect the pawn on a3, I think, threw Divya and kind of disturbed her equilibrium. She defended quite well for a while, and then in this position, where she was still perfectly fine after knight b2, perfectly fine after, let's say, h3, h4, White's task in this position, if you look at it, is to remove as much material as possible from the king side. And then, let's say, if you end up with Black having 1 pawn on the king side, and only these 2 pawns on the queen side left, White always has a way to give up the knight for both of them. So h4 is pretty good, but the move g3, which is logical and kind of tries to achieve the same kind of a setup, is suddenly losing, because after f takes g3, king takes g3, Black can play h6, h5. And now every time you play h4, Black will play g5, g4. And you can no longer minimize the amount of material on the king side, but the pawn on b6 will still fall. But somewhat shockingly, this was not the final turnaround, because Goryachkina did not play h5 here. She played bishop b3. And now if you play knight e5 check, king takes b6 and h4, you hold this very, very comfortably, exactly in the way I was describing. Let's say takes, king c5, we can go knight d3, knight b2, knight takes a4, king h5. And there's really no particular defense against this plan, and White holds very, very easily. But Divya, who actually even amassed some time on the clock, she was down to further than 2 minutes on the clock, made a very, very bad move, knight b2 here, once again giving Aleksandra a chance to find the move h6, h5, which she did. And now Black is back to being completely winning, and in the final position of the game, as you can see, the knight is completely misplaced on b2, and after h takes g4, h4, the a-pawn just queens because the king cannot really come to g2 quickly enough. The e4 square has been taken away by the bishop. A very important victory for Goryachkina, who was one of the 2 players in the women's section until today who had no victories at all. And with this win, we have a situation where Vaishali is now a sole leader on +2. Zhu Jiner, who was her co-lead, lost. So Zhu Jiner is on +1, Anna Muzychuk is also on +1, and then we have a bunch of players on 50% and only 2 players below 50%. That's Zhongyi and Divya. So everything is still very much to play for in the women's group, and I think all of our eyes are slowly becoming more and more focused on that half of the tournament, because in the open section, Javokhir is now well and truly running away with it. Tomorrow is the rest day. We will be back in action day after tomorrow, so do tune into the live show, and thank you for watching this highlight show. Thanks for today.
Enjoy chess, don't work too much.
Just focus on what you are doing and try your best to achieve your dreams.
Just try to enjoy it, try to play a lot, and that's probably the best you can do.
Enjoy chess. I think it's the most important, and don't give up after losing the games.
Не надо.
Just try to enjoy the game and do what you like.
Have fun. It doesn't matter at 8 years what you do.
Well, if you are 8 years old and you are not an international master at this point, it's too late, so you should switch and do something else.
Focus on the joy and learn all the new things that you're going to learn from the game.
Play a lot of chess and solve a lot of puzzles.
Enjoy the process of learning and play a lot of tournaments. Have fun with the game.
Because chess is the most board games in the world.
Just enjoy the game and work hard.
The most important thing is to have fun with the game. You can be great, but if you don't enjoy, then there's no point in playing the game, so you have to enjoy it whenever you're playing.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with him now, yeah. Oh my God, what she's saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing.
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
I'm here with Aleksandra Goryachkina, who just beat Divya Deshmukh in the 10th round of the FIDE Women's Candidates. Aleksandra, your first victory of the event. You understood that. Tell me how you feel.
Да, первая победа, как говорится, лучше поздно, чем никогда. В целом, партия выдалась сложная, и видно, что уже соперницы подустали, поскольку, казалось бы, уже в простой позиции как-то она умудрилась проиграть.
This game was very interesting, looking like it was heading towards a draw, particularly in the end. It was a theoretically drawn endgame. But Divya's time was very low. Did this make you think there were chances to win, to keep pressing?
Да, она задергалась, хотя, как мне казалось, что абсолютно как угодно можно было сделать ничью. Но она допустила мою пешку на А4. И после этого, конечно, не все пешки меняются, и уже ей очень сложно. И к тому же времени у нее оставалось все меньше и меньше, и не смогла она.
And Aleksandra, you have previously in the candidates been a front runner, a leader for most of the event. Things are a little bit different this year. The lead keeps changing hands in the women's candidates. Points keep going up and down when we don't know who's going to win. How is your confidence with this result? How things are a little bit different this year?
Это мой 4-й кандидатский, поэтому в целом бывало лучше, бывало примерно так же. Раз на раз не приходится, когда-то тебе больше везет, когда-то не везет. Бывает, просто борешься и делаешь все, что можешь. Опять же, не могу сказать, что я прям совсем плохо играю, но вот что-то не складывалось.
And with this victory, this gives you some sort of momentum going into the final rounds. Tell us about your mentality or your approach to these this last stretch.
Я уже хотя бы верю, что можно выигрывать, потому что в 9 партиях не было ни одной победы, и я просто не припоминаю сейчас женского турнира, в котором у меня были бы настолько большие трудности.
Спасибо. Enjoy your rest day tomorrow, and we will see you back for the 11th round.
Спасибо.
In a land bathed in light, 2 unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
2019 finally brought an end to the long-standing ambiguity surrounding the Women's World Championship cycle. For much of the previous decade, the title had been decided through a mix of head-to-head matches and large knockout tournaments. The formats kept alternating, leaving the public confused and the cycle without a sense of continuity. That year, FIDE introduced a major reform, aligning the women's cycle with the structure already used in Open Championship. From this point forward, a classical candidates tournament would determine the challenger, who would then face the reigning champion in a match for the title. The first candidates tournament of this new era took place in Kazan, Russia. 8 players, 14 rounds, a double round-robin tournament for the right to face Wenjun. The field brought together the very best. Former world champions Aleksandra, Maria Muzychuk, and Zhongyi were all aiming for another shot at the crown. Alongside them stood former European champions Kateryna Lagno, Nana Jagnitse, and Valentina Gunina, as well as world rapid and blitz champion Anna Muzychuk. And then there was the youngest of them all, 20-year-old prodigy Aleksandra Goryachkina, already firmly established among the world's elite. From the early rounds, all eyes turned to her. Goryachkina scored with calm precision, steering clear of unnecessary risks. By the tournament's midpoint, she had already broken away from the pack. The group chasing her shifted from round to round, but her lead remained intact. Her dominance became undeniable. After round 12, she had secured first place with 2 rounds still to play. Her consistency across the entire event left no mathematical chance for anyone to catch her. No final round drama, no tie breaks. Her final score, 9.5 out of 14, put her a full 1.5 points ahead of the field. That victory earned her the right to challenge the reigning champion, Wenjun, in the 2020 Women's World Championship match. After a tied classical portion, the title was decided in rapid playoffs, where the champion ultimately prevailed. Kazan 2019 marked a turning point for the Women's World Championship cycle. A clearer structure, a decisive winner, and a system built to last.
Welcome to round number 11 of the FIDE candidates, coming to you live from the beautiful Cap St. George's Hotel here in Cyprus. I'm Jan Gustafsson, joined once again by World Cup winner Peter Svidler. Peter, we've gotten some feedback on the rest day yesterday that this show was not appealing to a younger audience. What can we do about it?
Let me dwell on this for a minute. I'm not as fast as I used to be. Do you have any ideas? I'm very much...
I'm not sure this is a good idea, but FIDE gave me a script to read for the intro, so I'll just read it. These are not our opinions. It's saying, Sindarov is absolutely cooking this event. I'm not gonna lie. 8 out of 10, this is fire. Bro is him. Main character energy. The aura is unreal. Everything he does just hits different. Anish Giri, low-key solid. Like not crazy, not mid, just cruising on 6 out of 10, doing his thing. Caruana and Nakamura, respectfully. This is not it. The boomers are high-key cooked. They kind of sold. Historic L. Wei Yi, Bluebaum, Esipenko, bro. NPC run. They really never loaded into the tournament. No impact. And Pragg, yeah, he's just not in his bag right now. The math ain't mathin'. The move's just not hitting. I'm not sure if that's going to work.
Yeah, but on the other hand, we should probably make Anish adopt the phrase Anish Giri, not even mid, as his calling card.
Couldn't agree more. Let's have a look at the highlights from last round. Was a big fight, but of course, everything once again went Sindarov's way on 8 out of 10. Today, he is facing his maybe pre-tournament main favorite rival, Fabiano Caruana.
I think most people's, yeah, that would be a fair description. And we are very much firmly in the we need a hero territory. Anyone who is playing Sindarov on any given day from here on out needs to help out, even if their own tournament is to a very large degree finished in terms of fighting for first.
Very much so. Let's have a look at how this tournament works with 4 rounds to go.
Absolutely. And here is the format, as you can see, 14 rounds. Today is round 11, so only 4 rounds left. Draw first until move 40 are not allowed as per usual these days. And 2 slightly different time controls. For the open, it's 2 hours for 40 moves, and then 30 minutes until the rest of the game. But the increment starts from move 41 only. And for the women's, they play the quote-unquote classical time control these days, which is 90 for 40, plus 30 for the rest, and the 30-second increment from move 1.
Well said, sir. What's the money again? It's like $1 million?
It's €1 million, which is
which is a lot more.
A lot more than $1 million, and it is split thusly. In the open section, the winner gets 70,000, 45 for second, 25 for third, and each half a point nets you a cool €5,000 for a total of 700. And in the women's, the numbers are somewhat lower, but still very, very respectable. €28,000 for first, 17 and 8.6 for second and third, and 2,200 per half a point for 300,000 total. And 3 + 7 does equal €1 million, which is a good prize fund. Better than previous years.
Let's switch to Charlize in the playing hall.
Welcome back to the playing hall. After yesterday, we had a pretty relaxed rest day, so players are refueled for today's game, round 11. Interestingly enough, Hikaru mentioned in one of his interviews that most of these players are already on holiday mode, so important games like Caruana and Sindarov are going to be interesting to watch, just how relaxed they are. We also have lots of fans who've come in, journalists who have come to see this latter half of the tournament. And I'm joined by Dirkjan from New in Chess. Hi. Tell me your impressions. You came a few days ago.
Yeah, I came a few days ago, and the venue is splendid. It's beautiful, and of course we're being treated to very interesting competitions. Sindarov is amazing, and well, things look very well for him. But I think today is a crucial round. He plays black against Fabiano Caruana, who definitely will, well, try his best to beat him, and then his only rival left, Anish Giri, is playing white against Esipenko. So if those games don't go Sindarov's way, then the final 3 rounds might still be very exciting, especially because Anish still is playing against Sindarov in round 13. And in the women's tournament, I mean, it's so close. So many things can happen there.
So you think that it's not a Sindarov sweep just yet? There is hope for some more tension in these final rounds?
Why? It very much looks like a Sindarov sweep. I mean, he has shown very little moments of uncertainty. I mean, he's been very, very convincing, very well prepared, very confident. But you never know. The moment the tension gets to him, then you don't know what will happen. From what we have seen, you will not expect it, but it's sport. Yeah.
And final question, you've been a chess journalist for a long time, you've been in the game, so many of these events. Have you ever witnessed a performance quite like this on a stage like this?
Well, there have been some like Fabiano in St. Louis and Topalov in the St. Louis World Championship tournament. But it's exceptional, of course, because so many things have to go right for a player, and it's impressive to watch. I mean, he's dropped almost nothing. You know, even in some of the games that he drew, he had very promising position. Like the day before yesterday, in fact, he was winning at some point. So it is very special, and it's clear that just everything is going his way. He's young, he's energetic, he's well prepared, and feeling good. So.
Well, let's see if things keep going his way in these final rounds. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Back to the studio.
There you go with the standings. From what I heard, it's going well for Sindarov. Was that the gist?
It is the gist, and on a slightly more serious note, it is always good to hear DJ's opinions on things. He's been around the chess world for donkey's years, and has actually seen and heard most of the things you need to see and hear, and he is very impressed, understandably, by the young man's performance. I saw a tweet yesterday that apparently this is the most games of chess won in the candidates tournament since this current format started, which I guess...
It's the usual if you count the Topalov performance. Yeah. He had the same number of wins, but technically not the candidates, but yeah.
I guess beating Jan in Madrid.
A lot of wins.
Yeah, Jan in Madrid and Gukesh in Toronto both had 5, I assume. Yep.
There we see today's pairings. Giri Esipenko, obviously must win for Anish, but I'm not sure what that really means. He will make chess moves. Andrey will be solid. Hikaru Nakamura against Wei Yi.
Yeah, Hikaru, we'll see just how on point he is with the vacation remark he made during the rest day. People would, I think you can excuse the players for being slightly sort of disillusioned and wanting to enjoy the sun a little bit more than they expected to when they arrived. But this is still the kind of this tournament. People, I think, still are going to be taking it quite seriously.
He's going to play Fabiano Caruana against Sindarov, of course. the big matchup. And then we have Praggnanandhaa versus Bluebaum. Neither. There's a big chance left to win this tournament. I saw some Monte Carlo simulation. Bluebaum does win 7 out of a million, which is better than the lottery.
Yeah, that is a high number actually, considering the standings. And for Prague, this has been an incredibly disappointing tournament so far. And I think, although Bluebaum has been extremely solid, white against Bluebaum is generally a game you try to use to kind of ride the ship a little bit. But people haven't really been very successful. So definitely not a freebie by any stretch.
Maybe another Petrov. Let's look at the women's pairings.
Absolutely, and we did not talk about the standings in the women's section too much, but we can discuss it a bit. We have Kateryna Lagno white against Anna Muzychuk, Zhongyi white against Bibisara, Zhu Jiner white against Divya, and the leader of the tournament, Vaishali, is playing black against Aleksandra Goryachkina, who has just won her first game of the event in the previous round. So. Still extremely tightly packed, still not a lot separating first and, let's say, 7th, maybe not 8th, because Zhongyi is having a very poor tournament.
Yeah, Goryachkina will feel a bit better. Now with the white pieces, she has to put some pressure. Then we have pivotal battle between Lagno and Muzychuk, who, of course, played each other many, many times. And I still believe in the great Zhu Jiner run, but whenever I announce it, it's not coming.
Yeah, but she has stabilized the situation. I mean, the fact that she is only on +1 here feels like she missed a bunch of opportunities. She was I think specifically the 2 games she lost to Bibisara hurting her quite badly, because she was, I guess, winning in the first one and completely fine in the second one.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, losing to Bibisara, I wouldn't define as stabilizing, but she's very much still in it with the victory today against Divya, who lost a tough game last round, which she didn't really have to lose.
Absolutely not, yeah. And Divya went on a bit of a hot run prior to that, but lost the last 2, one to Vaishali and that really painful loss to Goryachkina from opposition. She wouldn't lose very many times out of 100, I would think.
Great. So what do we expect in the opening? Caruana against Sindarov, e4 by Caruana. Sindarov hasn't had to show a lot of cards against e4 yet. Could be interesting.
Yeah, Fabi did play e4 against Anish, but that game was really, really odd. And it kind of made me question whether, whether the loss against Hikaru kind of deflated his mood a little bit, because he played, by his standards, an incredibly poor game.
Yeah, we've talked plenty about this d5 move, which was odd. I don't know. We've seen Fabi, struggle in the second half of tournaments, and sometimes, not really trying anymore, but that's mainly, I think, in rapid events here. He still does have, maybe a theoretical, but does have a theoretical chance to still win the thing. Of course, it starts with winning today.
Absolutely needs to win today, and then results have to go his way in a major way, of course, but no, me referring to the game against Giri was more, you asked me about the openings, and he did play e4 against Anish, but I'm wondering if, he felt as must win against Anish as he must do today, and whether e4 was the choice for specific to this particular situation.
My feel was he started the tournament with his one knight f3 business, where he had an idea or 2 prepared, which he, I guess, mainly didn't get in because no one was biting. And now he's back to his e4 ways. But we will see in a minute. There's the tournament leader, the man everybody's talking about, Javokhir Sindarov, on 8 out of 10, which gives him roughly a 94% chance to win this tournament from here.
Arriving seemingly either the latest to arrive and maybe just straight up the last to arrive, which is, I think, also traditional for players who end up being strong chess players.
It's unpredictable.
Yeah. Gary famously.
And knight f3 is back again.
Back to knight f3. Gary famously would be absolutely the last to arrive in pretty much any tournament he ever played in from from a certain moment onwards. Yeah, Sindarov
Carlsen also likes this. Let's see one more knight f3, d5, c4. Maybe give Fabi a chance to show whatever he wants after d4. Like he's begging for this every day. No, no one's doing it.
No one's biting at all. Yeah, and
back to g3. Sindarov played this knight f6, bishop d6, which I have a hunch will not be repeated against Esipenko. One draw between them so far. Not much to talk about.
Yep. Yeah, knight f6, bishop g2 on the board, and yeah, the bishop
e7, that's a solid one.
Bishop goes to a more restrained square, as expected. The big decision time will be on move 6, where Fabi will have a choice of returning to the Catalan proper or doing whatever. Yeah, and there we go. Yeah.
Yeah, he's already played b3 in this tournament. It's not the type of thing you typically want to repeat. In the Catalan proper, everybody knows there's no big advantage here, but it's also hard to, quote-unquote, kill the game. And maybe he's saying a slowish position after queen c2, assuming a6, a4 happens, which I don't know, and play a long game is possible. But Sindarov so far has been good at surprising early. No, Fabi goes knight e5.
Yeah, I'm beginning to worry about this game.
What?
Unless Fabi has a striking new idea there.
Okay, knight c6 is the recipe. This is a strange-looking move the first time you see it, but it's by far the best after c5. Takes white is supposed to be a little better. Knight c6 looks very funny because you're giving the pawn back, accepting triple pawns, but you're stopping white from comfortably recapturing here. And the main line is bishop takes c6, b takes c. Typically they go knight takes c6, queen e8, take here, and now you try a move of some description. Queen c2, queen a4, b3, knight d2, everything's been tried here, and this is where I would expect Caruana to set the table. b3 has been a bit of a recent fashion, hinting at bishop a3. First of all, it's not such a big threat, because we have b2 still. But after b3, as far as I know, rook d8.
Rook d8 seems logical, yeah. I'm not very booked up on this variation. It's just that, and the reason...
Bishop e3, that comes the surprise.
What I was referring to is that this variation, perhaps somewhat unfairly, at least in the main lines, which do start with queen a4, and I guess queen c2 to a large degree as well, there are a bunch of lines which are supposed to give black good chances for direct equality, and I was wondering where the improvement will come, but it comes very early on, completely giving the lie to my fears.
Yeah, I don't know if improvement, but maybe a move that Sindarov has not studied in great detail. These positions are weird, because white, of course, is structurally better, but his king is slightly loose, and if white manages to get, whatever, f3, bishop f2, and then recapture a pawn, he should be all right. But Sindarov does not allow that, of course. Goes knight to d5, which looks highly logical. And I think they've played this, like, what was it? Allowing this knight takes e3, is it knight c3 here? My memory is low-key cooked. No, this doesn't look great.
This doesn't look great, but then again, having played bishop e3, what are we supposed to play? Like bishop d2 back
doesn't
strike fear into the heart of anyone.
Yeah. Queen c1, covering the bishop.
Yeah, that makes some sense, because yeah, well, I think allowing f takes e3 would have given black a very comfortable position straight away.
Does white want to capture, or does he just want to play whatever? Knight a3 next?
Yeah, knight a3 or
knight c3.
Maybe, yeah. Although I think we are probably trying not to play the opposite color bishop positions. Although let's put something on the board. Bishop a6, which I'm not sure is a best move or even a good move necessarily. Knight c3, and we swap the knights off. This is pleasant for white, right? Knight c3 can
take
c3.
For sure.
Yeah, this is quite, despite seemingly this being a position.
This is what white is dreaming of, recapture either way. f3.
Yeah, but Sindarov quite quickly goes rook b8. Fabi continues to blitz with knight c3. I assume the idea of rook b8 is maybe to take on e3. Although you don't have to force it, white is currently not threatening anything. But the big question is, if you take on e3, I assume white has to recapture with the queen, giving up on b2, and then play 4. But this looks fine for black.
Not into details here, I guess, White. Yeah. Of course, Fabi knows what he's doing.
Of course, yeah.
I guess White has enough if it's an
No,
advantage,
enough for
right?
sure, but Rook b6, I feel like I'm not going to be...
Oh,
okay, I will be troubled then. Yeah, yeah, that is a very nice trap.
Yeah, this could happen. At least it does look like Caruana came with an idea, and it will be Sindarov who has to navigate this. Over the board, he doesn't seem overly surprised by it, blitzing out the first two moves. But we know Caruana's prep runs deep.
Absolutely. And on the topic of classical Catalans, we have one more today in the game between Nakamura and Wei Yi.
It's their head-to-head.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Okay, we can start. 4 draws.
Very solid, and a draw in the first half of the event too. So that probably totals 5 now.
Yeah, same course of events, more or less, over the first couple moves. Nakamura also decides to transpose back to the Catalan. Queen to c2, the main move, a6, the main move, a4, bishop d7. Let's not forget that Wei Yi surprised Anish Giri with pawn to c5 in this position in their game in the first half, which I haven't checked in great detail because I'm lazy, but I'm assuming it's something where if you know this is coming, you can ask a question or two. Has to be a reason why. No one's ever played this for centuries.
And he hasn't repeated it either today, going back to the very normal bishop.
The main move.
Yeah.
White puts the bishop here or here. Knight c3, b5 is one trap to avoid because your rook is hanging. And with the knight on c3, b5, b4 will win more time. So bishop g5. Now b5 doesn't really hit because the queen just goes anywhere. The knight can still go here.
Hits different, yeah. And in this particular case, not in a good way.
Yeah, I think hits different normally has a positive connotation, so it would be wrong here. But it's a process for all of us adjusting to these demands.
Absolutely, and some chasing of the queen ensues, I assume, because
yeah, this is all mainline theory. I mean, there are other moves, knight bd7 and so on, but this forcing the queen either to the slightly awkward c1 square, or if queen to d1, then black can play pawn to c5, freeing his position. As often, the battle is about if black gets in c5 without too much hassle, and if not, what white does to avoid it. Queen goes to c1, and now black switches tracks, goes knight to c6. This is the main move, but of course it looks slightly funny. Bunch of theory here. e3 is one move, another is knight bd2, I believe. Then you takes, and you keep pushing that button, and in the end black equalizes, but it's another legit line.
Yeah, something similar was tried by Prague once, but I think not in the bishop g5 line. I think the bishop was on f4 there. Hikaru does play e3, and Wei Yi so far continuing to blitz, goes h6.
Yeah, this is all mainline. Of course, he knows h6, bishop takes,
knight bd2. Is that?
Yeah.
That seems logical. And interesting. I was about to ask you what you're supposed to do here, but Wei Yi already showed by that time what he thinks he's supposed to do.
As usual, I always confuse everything. Knight c3 was also a move here for sure when you don't go bishop d3, but you go back somewhere. But knight bd2 played, bishop d3. So black has the two bishops, but he hasn't gotten in c5. If white manages to stabilize without being annoyed, he can hope for an advantage here. So you gotta do something more or less directly. Was it knight b4 here?
Yeah, knight b4 seems logical, but then knight e1 is a move.
Yeah, but this pawn we don't really want, and there's bishop e2.
Oh, yeah, no, sorry, knight e1 is not actually a move at all. I got slightly flustered because I was about to suggest knight b3, which also loses the exchange to bishop c2, and then I panicked. What are we doing then? Queen c3?
Yeah. I'm not sure. C5 work here, like A5 is normal, of course.
Yeah, A5 would be okay. I was wondering if we can play C5, but I guess the answer is no, because after Queen C5 I don't have a particularly good tempo continuation.
Yeah, knight b4 already on the board. Of course, he knows this stuff. Let's see how deep Hikaru is in these Catalan waters. A5 is also a move trying to stop A5, but I think it's too slow here. Some C5 was coming, maybe Queen E7.
Queen E7 or Rook C8. Yeah, seems to be inviting that counterplay. And if Black gets C7, C5 here comfortably, I think you're instantly completely fine, right?
Yeah, I mean, Black can be better. Yeah. Mistime this, so we'll find out what Hikaru has in mind, but I'm assuming it's Queen C3, A5, and now you can bring the knight back. I'm still not sure. This pawn needs covering. You could cover it, but I'm not sure how bad. Giving this might be bad here.
Rook B8, Bishop B4. Yeah, I don't know if we need to do
not
this.
Enough.
So yeah, Bishop A6 logical. Then I guess Knight E4 seems. Or Knight B3 actually.
Yeah. No, I have a hunch. Once again, I looked at this line as usual, not into details, but it will also be Wei Yi's style. If you can make C5 work after Queen C3, that he might be looking that direction. No, he plays A5 instantly. And Knight B3 by Nakamura. Both sides. Still in book.
Yeah, here we can have a exciting discussion about this structure in general and whether white is better at all if I just go Bishop B2 takes F3, which is something that they sometimes do. And,
yeah, it's never terrible.
But I guess you retain some pressure in these types of positions, and it was argued to me that white actually is often quite a bit better because black has to wait. E6, E5 is the one active source of counterplay you have, which normally you can somehow diffuse with white, and for white there's a bunch of plans you can try.
Yeah, also, I mean, against a computer you never get anywhere, but it's it's not that easy. And I think another element here, I'm not sure about move-by-move stuff. If black gets G6, he's normally all right, so quite often they go H4, very first chance they get. So after G6 you can throw in H5 at some point. Then you have the long-term plan that in 1,000 moves. Of course, once the piece are somewhere else, your knight is here. Even G4, G5 might be there. No, I think it's all right for black, but it's not considered like daddy quality yet, so we'll see.
And here we have Hikaru's tournament road. These are not obviously in the order they were played necessarily, but he was on -2 at some point, but did win a very important for the tournament game with the white pieces against Fabi. Back to -1, and certainly would like not to finish in the minus, in particular if, as the swirling rumors seem to indicate, this might be his last ever, not just the candidates, but maybe even the last ever classical tournament he plays.
We shall see. Yeah, were you thinking? Knight takes A5 also. Looming B6 is running into
I think
all kinds of
Rook
jumps.
G3, right? Is
Rook G3 is more direct.
stuff is actually hanging. Yeah,
we don't have to attack anything.
Yeah.
So Bishop E2 is there. Bishop E4, I'm assuming, also exists.
Yeah, you have to calculate Knight A5, but there might be a solution just tactically. Although I don't immediately see one. Could be playable.
Let us think this through. Takes. Queen.
I always have Knight E1 if I need a bailout.
Much, huh?
But he does play Bishop E4, so this actually is now very relevant because
C5 doesn't work.
We need to work out why he's giving up on A5 here.
Work it all out.
Yeah, I mean, all of these things are playable, but also kind of speculative, right, from black. So you do need to.
I think he just knows how to get to the position where it says 0-0.
Of course,
but it's not super obvious. Knight D5, the queen can just go
Queen
anywhere.
G2, I guess, or E1, whichever square you like. And
no, this
B7 is also hanging there, so
it does look right. Queen D5 looked obvious. I'm wondering what other moves we have here. B6.
Hikaru is making a "Am I not a
Make
pawn
the
up
face.
here" face. Yeah.
But no, Wei Yi knows this.
No, for sure. Yeah, Wei Yi is blitzing. Maybe it's knight a5 c5 somehow. But yeah, after knight b3, I'm still kind of very unsure why we're not just a healthy pawn down. Knight d5 or I don't b6 and just positional
Maybe
compensation.
B6 and say.
But I mean,
Pieces are awkward now.
we are running significant risks here with black because it's a healthy pawn we gave up. Knight e1, knight takes g2. You will have some piece activity, and my knight on b3 is extremely awkward. I understand black does have compensation, but you'll have to prove it in the next couple of moves, or you will be very much worse.
I don't know. Can we target this? No, it's move by move. I have a feeling he just knows.
Yeah, and I don't think we need to immediately work it out for our viewers. If Hikaru takes on a5, first of all, it's likely we just get shown this on the board because Hikaru probably also understands knight takes a5 is critical here. And since there is no immediate refutation, I think you're kind of tempted to ask the question.
Yeah, we'll find out. Let's maybe check the other games before.
Absolutely.
Going deeper.
And we have two very contrasting games. Let's begin with Giri, I guess, because it's the more relevant one for our tournament. Giri is today white against Andrey Esipenko. He has beaten Andrey with the black pieces in this really crazy Najdorf in the first half, and he
4-2-0 now.
Yeah, very good score against the Russian player. But he is doing things kind of slowly today.
This is not the type of structure you want in a must-win against Andrey. He's already shown us against Hikaru. He's good and comfortable in these.
And quite well booked up as well, yeah, a combo that is generally not very inviting. But Giri clearly has some kind of a small idea.
Yeah, this is all sort of mainstream theory. And this has been the Bluebaum approach. Whenever you run into c5, you can always take go bishop e2, and you're either better or black equalizes one day. I'm sure.
This is still the both games started like this, right? Both the Sindarov Esipenko from round 1, where he played bishop d3, and the Bluebaum where Bluebaum did not, right? Am I right about this? Let me check briefly.
I think you are right.
I think I am, but I am never convinced of anything. Yeah, dc5 bishop e2, and compared to the game against Bluebaum, queen a4 is an improvement. And Sindarov did play bishop d3 in that very same position.
Yeah. What did Bluebaum play? Rook c1.
Rook c1, yeah. Rook c1. So Anish is still repeating a game of Andrey's played in this very tournament, where Andrey had zero problems whatsoever. But queen a4 does seem to be slightly more on point than rook c1. We want the rook on d1 as early as possible to kind of.
Which one? The a rook?
I think the f rook here. To fight against d5, d4, which is how Andrey equalized against Bluebaum. And yeah, it's a bit of a a fresh question, at least. I still don't feel like this presents too many problems against best play, but it's an attempt.
Yeah, it's also the tricky part, how you approach preparing for such a tournament, especially I think as one of the lower rated players, is very often a good and typical approach, which we see from both Esipenko and Bluebaum, to come with a very solid but very set repertoire. Against d4 I'll play whatever, the Queen's Gambit. Against e4 I'll play whatever, the Petrov. And yeah, you guys try to hurt me. But then, of course, the opponents can decide exactly where to ask the question. Andrey repeating here, compared to, okay, it's not been going great for him, but a Pragg or Sindarov, to use somebody for whom it's going better, who are always trying to surprise themselves. Even with
Sindarov hasn't repeated very many things here.
No.
He's been definitely playing one-game ideas, or at least some of the stuff he's done must be one-game ideas, but they have been working out splendidly. But for Andrey, yeah, the approach is clearly, this is my repertoire, show me what you have against it. And so far, really, his problems have been in the wide games. He also lost in this particular variation, this very sharp game against Sindarov in round 1.
Yeah,
but opening was not to blame. He actually got a very pleasant position out of the opening. And one final game of the open section we haven't seen yet is Prague against Bluebaum, another one of those where the repertoire is pretty well set. And
this is another weird scotch. Yeah, one draw, one win for Bluebaum in the, was it the Grand Swiss, where Prague overpushed with the white pieces. And we continue our series of bizarro Petrovs. I think I said Scotch. Where Bluebaum has faced knight c4 twice and now knight d3 twice, knight f3. By far the main move, 0 times.
0 times, yeah. No Petrovs after knight f3 in this tournament so far. But at least today Prague is playing something with the queens on, which
He's copying Fabi's idea, just a different knight position. Once again, you could put the knight here and do this, and your bishops can get out. But they're looking for fresh.
The bishops actually did get out because I guess he was expecting Bluebaum to go knight f6 here. For me, who is very much not a Petrov player, there are many questions here already, like how bad can knight take c3 be, how bad can d6 d5 be, although d6 d5 might be a pawn sacrifice.
Might be tricky. Yeah, knight takes c3, I'm assuming, is the main move. It looks like everybody's decided against Bluebaum we will get a -0-1 position after 7 moves, where hopefully he's out of book.
Yeah, this is the approach that has, apart from that Fabi game where it worked out actually quite nicely, it has not been a resounding success.
Don't know, I think it's been all right. Sindarov got a good position. Andrey also sort of won the theory battle. It wasn't enough, but he got a small edge. Looks like, that's what people have decided. They trust Bluebaum's homework.
So Matthias goes back to f6, which is also, of course, a completely playable move.
Knight is a bit silly.
Knight immediately unsillies itself by playing knight f4, d5, d4.
A weird exchange French with knights on c3 and f4.
For a second there, I really did think, did Bluebaum play 4e6 and Prague play d takes d5 anyway because he was preparing for all the Petrovs? But no, this is a Petrov. Queen f3. If we're sure black is not going to play knight c6 here, I think forcing black to play c6 is useful. I guess knight 6 we go bishop b3 and we try to castle long, question mark, I'm not sure. Anyway. Yeah, bishop b5 also playable, of course. c6 and then bishop d3 castles h3, very much indicating that we would like to play bishop b3 and then castle long. And as Jan is indicating, stopping bishop g4 is very useful. Stopping knight g4 might also be useful. And preparing g2, g4, considering that we're probably castling queenside here, at least in some cases, might also be a theme. And Matthias goes knight b8, a6, which is quite logical, I think. We're hinting at knight b4. We're also not against the idea exactly of knight e7, knight c7, e6. So,
my eternal question here is always, is white really not better when we take this?
In this particular case, after takes knight d3, maybe we are a little bit, yeah?
Yeah, no. Or even here, castle, I'm not sure. But yeah, knight d3, and we just play boringly. I understand bishops are good, but squares are also good.
Squares are also pretty
double a-pawn, we know already, even one a-pawn is not a full pawn. You have 2 of them.
Yeah, let's play a5 castles and look at this position. I think it might actually be quite unpleasant for black. Although, I mean, I have seen bishop a6, bishop takes d3 just hold these types of positions despite the fact that it seems like white is just a pawn up.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you resign, but is this just nothing?
No, I don't think it's nothing, but I think it's maybe manageable. Yeah, might be a very serious idea, actually, because if you don't give up the bishop on c8, if we go back to... There's a bunch of questions move by move there.
You want to do a3. If not a3, the night before, and if a3, first of all, you're no longer castling queenside, and secondly, this is very easy.
Yeah. So let's take a look at this. Bishop takes a6, ba. My problem here is that maybe if I play castles, maybe you can play bishop f5, although knight f takes d5 seems to be working, so maybe I don't have to worry about this. This seems to be good, actually.
Yeah.
Then I'm starting with castles, because if I start with knight d3, as I did in our conversation, I think maybe knight e4 becomes a move which I don't like.
Okay.
So castles, a5, maybe I even include rook e1 here, because if bishop a6, maybe I will, for now...
you're not forced to go here. don't know, what do you do? Bishop d2 or whatever.
b3, knight a4, maybe. There's a bunch of things you can try.
I was worried.
Yeah.
But maybe it's also another thing. No, to me it looks slightly unpleasant, especially with this bishop being either a spectator or being exchanged. It's not like we have active bishops or anything. So I'm not sure about the timing. He did spend some time on knight a6. Yeah, it's not like this was blitzed out, and it also took Pragg out of prep, who's now taking a moment. What's Gompy say? Probably normal stuff here. Rook e8, knight d7, knight f8.
Yeah, you can absolutely also play like this, of course, yeah. And before we progress further, we want to remind our viewers that there's a poll going on right now on our YouTube channel with the question, who are you rooting for in the game between Fabiano and Javokhir Sindarov? And results are, obviously, there's a whole day for more people to vote. But for now, I am honestly kind of stunned because I understand Javokhir won himself many, many new fans during this tournament. But surely people should be voting for the tournament to become more interesting. But no, it's 62-38 in favor of Javokhir so far.
No, I think everybody's just impressed with the way Kid is playing. Maybe they are sold on the idea of seeing him in a World Championship match. And also, I'm never sure. Like, I think it's bad for tournament intrigue, but usually people also enjoy domination, no? Like,
yeah, for sure.
I did watch the Chicago Bulls in the 90s. I would do an IPL reference for you, but I can't come up with any.
Yeah, neither can I, actually. Back to that particular game, Javokhir played very quickly up to rook takes b1 and rook takes b2, rook takes b1, and a7, a6 was still blitzed out. So he clearly is aware of this bishop e3 idea, and none of this surprised him. I guess a6 is being played to maybe stop rook b5, c5.
Yep.
That would be my initial assessment. But then after f3, he finally paused and spent quite a bit of time on bishop d7, which still is seemingly the most natural move.
So Caruana has a pawn down, but does control a bunch of squares, and the argument will be that the extra pawn doesn't matter that much. Still, there's some... Queen a3 always annoys me whenever I think of anything active, so there's some source of counterplay. What does Caruana want here? Just nothing for him?
I actually wanted to play queen e5, but yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Queen a3 is such an uncomfortable thought. Rook b7, a7 just trades a pair of rooks for really not very much, so that can't really be the idea, because with every trade, I think black's life becomes easier and easier.
Can we put the knight on c5? I mean, I'm not sure I want to unleash the c-pawn.
It's not running very far just yet, but it's maybe an idea, yeah, because we solve some of our own problems. We maybe are attacking the pawn on a6, and so let's try bishop c6, I guess, knight c5.
Still doesn't look like white is pushing somehow, I don't know. Is knight a6 a threat?
Maybe. Maybe it is, because if you go rook a8, I don't particularly like knight b4, but maybe I can be convinced knight c5 can be made to work. Rook a8, knight c5, rook takes a2, I will give a check.
Yeah.
And I will...
Don't want that.
Yeah, I don't actually see any particularly impressive follow-up. There's queen g5, but it doesn't seem to do very much. There's d4, d5, but after e6, e5, that also doesn't seem to do very much. But it's a bit unnecessary.
Looks very scary, yeah.
A bit unnecessary. We'll see.
But even all the way here, okay, probably it's way too far, but...
Then I play a2, a3, and I claim, okay, now, you know, material equality. If the a-pawn survives for some time, maybe we are better. Although, yeah, I don't know.
Very much be. I'm not sure. Win time to do anything funky, but okay. Made a lot of random moves.
Yeah, e5. I want to play e5 in every single position here with black, but so far I can't find the one I like it in all that much.
Caruana also starting to take time, so it won't be 58 moves being blitzed out.
No.
And the position doesn't look too scary. It's weird strategically, but it's still hard to believe white is better here, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think this is not being played with the intention of proving an advantage. It's being played with the intention of getting a kind of a strange, unusual position that hopefully the kid hasn't seen, which I think we already can discount. Yeah, discount to a very large degree. The kid has seen this as well, yeah, judging by timings.
Okay, we'll let Caruana figure it out and move over to the women's section. Start with the leader, Vaishali, with the black pieces against Goryachkina. Finally, a London system.
Yeah, finally a brave soul ventured into the main territory. Yeah. Somebody putting the bishop on f4 and supporting it with pawns. There you have it. Vaishali actually ahead in this matchup, which is maybe a little bit surprising because Goryachkina has been the mainstay of the women's game for, I think, far longer. But yeah, good score for the Indian Grandmaster, and she is, of course, leading the tournament with 4 to go, which is where you want to be.
D4, D5, knight F3, knight F6, C3 was the move order, so-called. Neo-London has some points. For example, if you go C6 for whatever reason, Queen C2 is the move people play here.
Okay.
It's true.
I don't doubt anything you say about the openings, but I can express some opinions by facial expressions, right? I mean, it's the most, both the most and the least I can do.
Yeah. Oh, no, of course. Many options here. Bishop F5 exists, Queen B3, Queen C8. But you can also just play E6 like Vaishali did, and now white has nothing better than transposing back to the old school London, bishop to F4, which is an opening many people learn early in their chess career. Nowadays even more, because it's an opening that's tempting to make video series about. But even without a video series, you know, you put the bishop here, you go E3, C3, knight B2, H3, bishop D3, you castle. What's not to like?
Yeah, I mean, you blink an eyelid and it's already move 15 and you haven't had to think about a single decision, which is obviously a dream for...
My experience, they never think the whole game, these London players.
That is also true in some cases. My experience with the London always has been a bit traumatic because the one player who consistently played it against me was Gatakamsky, who's actually pretty good at it, which meant that I would often not equalize with the black pieces and kind of suffer. And still refuse to learn anything, which is the winning combo in those types of situations.
You know, there's two things. There's the old school club players that played the London with this plan. I indicated with the intention of not having to know much. You meet Queen B6 with Queen B3. If not, you do all these moves I said. And there is now. Kamsky was early, but the likes of Magnus Carlsen, and frankly every world-class player, has dabbled in the London over the last couple of years. People have figured out it's logical, just as good as anything else, and have added many very direct ideas. Sometimes you take here, sometimes you play C4. So it's been around, but the problem is it has been around, and since every opening is sort of equal, if people know this, now it's slightly out of fashion because there are also more sophisticated ways for black. So E3, Queen B6 played here.
Yeah, but Vaishali is doing some less than immediately obvious things. Queen B6 is fine, but after Queen B3, I'm not quite sure what Bishop B7, Bishop D7 is supposed to indicate.
Queen B6, Queen B3, Bishop D7. Normally played with the idea of Bishop B5, but I'm not sure that's a thing here.
Not with the Queen on B3, right?
Which also in this move order, without being too nerdy.
Don't think we can manage.
No, because normally you get this position via this move order. White has two main moves, knight BD2 or C3. And the thing is, if they go C3, which is the position they got in the game, here the move is supposed to be Bishop D6, while you play Queen B6 after knight BD2.
Rook B1, Bishop D6, yeah.
Yeah, whatever. White does. Because they had the direct Bishop D6. I mean, it's also legal, but then giving a check. And White can ask some questions, but with the pawn on C3, that's not supposed to be a thing. Or, I don't know, I think this is Ding versus Gukesh, among other things. And okay, some long theory, but it's fine for black. But what I'm trying to say is you're not supposed to play queen b6 here, because now white just goes queen b3. So I don't know if she maybe mixed up something, or maybe she knows stuff. I don't, also possible.
Yeah, so bishop d7, knight bd2, bishop b7 played also quite slowly. Doesn't feel to me like Vaishali is maybe exactly on top of the unexpected London. I don't know whether Goryachkina is a habitual London player. As you mentioned, anybody can these days. So you kind of have to have a repertoire against it, but Goryachkina doesn't strike me as somebody who does it very often.
No, it's not a disaster at all what Vaishali is doing. Well, yeah, I'm not sure if this is smart stuff that she's prepared, or a mix-up, or neither. This particular idea I've never seen. I don't know what white does. 95 comes to mind. I guess bishop d3 you don't want, because...
Yeah, I think here we are playing c4. Yeah, maybe even more than fine.
Yeah.
We will get b5, b4 very quickly. Yeah, maybe there is just a point to what she's doing, because if white wants to preserve the queens, you do have the option of bishop b5 as a response to, for instance, queen c2. 95, I assume we just castle, right? We are going to just allow white to take on d7. If
no, I don't want to take. Just a move.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's nothing special.
It's a game, yeah.
Looks like white should get some chances here.
Yeah, I guess the next game of interest for us is the game between Kateryna Lagno and Anna Muzychuk, where this actually began as a Queen's Indian, which is an opening I thought pretty much completely disappeared from top.
Still allowed?
Top tournament practice, but of course it still exists, still doesn't lose.
Anna with a plus score.
Yeah, lots of games between these two, and a plus score for Anna there. But is now kind of resembling a pretty, I would say, pretty good Catalan for white. If you look
also, is Lagno a habitual d4, c4, knight f3, g3 player? Like
probably not. No, she's been playing e4, I think, pretty consistently here. But she does generally have an idea against pretty much everybody here, and I guess they prepared something against Anna's main lines, which I suspect this isn't. And maybe this is the reason.
Brunfeld last round.
Yeah,
and maybe some d4 attention.
Maybe this is actually the reason for the sudden appearance of the Queen's Indian / Bogo / whatever this is. I don't even know.
It feels like she was surprised by d4 and then decided to freestyle, saying, "I'm not sure you're an expert on all the d4 lines just yet."
Yeah, very possible.
Let's see. g3, bishop b4 check. This is a sideline. Main moves being bishop a6 and bishop b7. Bishop d2, takes, and bishop b7. Very solid, but not really trying to equalize. I thought the funnier line started with bishop a6 here. If I play some move, we play c6 and try to go d5. I'm not claiming this is great, but this is an attempt to make things concrete, like, okay, all kinds of weird stuff here. But bishop b7, I think normally this is just considered to be somewhat pleasant for white. c5, you go d5, and d5, knight e5 looks highly logical, stopping dc4.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Knight bd7 played. I'm assuming we might not have to react to it just yet. We could just castle, yeah, and wait for black to announce her intentions further. Because if you take and play knight d7, there's going to be a bunch of promising-looking things for white. Even taking everything on d5, I suspect, is quite good, but also f2, f4 seems very logical and strong, frankly.
Just cd looks good, no?
Yeah, cd, and then bishop takes, and then queen takes, yeah, I guess. Yeah, this is not a thing, so I guess we castle and we wait for black to make a move. c5 is, I guess, playable?
Yeah, it can't be too bad, but do you equalize here?
No, I think white is a bit better.
cd5 maybe first.
Yeah, let's say we get the position that we should be getting. e5 takes, and
I'm not sure I want knight takes d7, by the way.
No, I thought maybe even some. Although hanging pawns are actually pretty decent here for black.
d4 is fast.
Yeah.
No, but I don't have to take on d7. No.
Yeah, we can go e3.
Any move here, like E3,
E3, rook h1, rook f1, yeah, all of those, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's enjoyable.
In these positions, which might look a little silly, but it's actually not, because we're avoiding the exchange of knights, and we had it here.
Specifically here, I think black probably equalizes by taking on d4 and then on c4, and I have knight c5. Let's maybe show this for a second. Bishop takes b7, and rook b8 will be worse, but I think after knight c5 I'm probably surviving, because I'm forcing you to take on d8, developing my pieces. And
that can't be too much.
Yeah, you still probably pick white, but I feel like I should survive here with black.
Great. So, how do we refine? Can I make some move first?
Yeah, rook f1 is decent. I was partial to e3, but maybe we're just creating threats against the black structure, which are fast enough.
Yeah, it's not equal. Not saying black.
No, it's not.
Won't equalize, but it's not equal.
And another question before we move on. After castles, if we go all the way back to knight bd7 castles, how bad is knight e4?
Don't know.
Because I thought, you know, since we are doing this kind of general, I want to be extremely solid, I want to play something which is leading me closer and closer to equality, maybe we can just start swapping pieces here. It's a bit meh, obviously, but...
It's possible, yeah.
Yeah, I thought maybe it's not great, but I don't see how it's refuted. You can probably force me to play f7, f5, but I, once again, not sure how bad that is. Maybe it's just fine if I play f7, f5 in all these positions.
Yeah, it doesn't look bad. Not sure. Guess a rare position. Another question I was having is why not just take... But anyway, let's see how it develops. Switch to Zhu Jiner with the white pieces against Divya.
Yeah.
Another c5, knight c6 player.
Yeah, we have two of those today.
Yeah, we get some every round. Divya, this is a slightly better version of the Marocci, bad score against Zhu Jiner.
Yeah.
But still a Marocci. Maroccis are bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, did not listen.
Absolutely. But I wonder if you have to, you'll probably know theory much better than me here as well.
I've seen this before.
But I'm wondering why the bishop is on b2. I think it should be on g5 in every single structure here. Like c4, g6, I'm playing knight c3 here. Unless I'm blundering some kind of bishop d7, b3, b5, but I'm not a believer in that. And yeah, I'm just developing the bishop to g5 here. Bishop g7, queen d2. I want this setup. I don't want the bishop on b2 at all.
I'm not going to argue, it looks good.
Yeah. Actually looks very pleasant for white as well, so...
It's my main point. White is just always better here. Why does Divya, who brought two super strong grandmasters to this tournament, why does she keep playing this one structure which doesn't equalize?
Yeah, but she seems to be the way...
She won the game against Anna.
And here as well, I mean, the way Zhu Jiner treated it, b3, bishop knight f6 takes. We're trying to kind of streamline it, but we are simplifying quite fast. And now after knight d5, e6, it really doesn't look that troublesome.
I don't like knight d5. Even here, I would still argue white is better. If you do whatever, queen d2, rook d1, unless we're blundering d5, like I always believe in white's long-term advantage, but knight d5 is
definitely still a bit better. I also dislike knight d5 quite seriously, because I think we're helping black a great deal by...
Of course, the dream structure, which is what she had to endure in the Muzychuk game, is this kind of business where now you're tied to the defense of e7 forever. And normally you lose those. I mean, she did win it against Anna, but that's not what normally happens. But she's not going to go for that.
No.
Deliberately.
Absolutely not. And she very quickly plays e7, e6, which is highly logical. Major piece endgame here is not going to be bad for black at all. I think that's just fine, honestly. You have maybe a little bit of a pull, but I think I'll be able to organize b5.
If I had some tempi, I'd still argue for white, but it's not... Can never be much.
Yeah.
b5 much.
Yeah, and if you have to go back, why have you played knight d5, really?
Yeah, because e6, I mean, sometimes it weakens some squares, but here, to give two tempi, this can't be it.
I feel like that was played a little bit too hastily and improved black's situation quite a bit.
Yeah, normally, no, that's the strategic idea, but you do it. in 6-7 moves or so when black is not ready to play 6.
Yeah, there's so much gardening you can still do. Yeah, queen d2, rook d1, throw in h2, h3, just prepare properly. And
even a4.
Yeah,
it depends.
Absolutely. And for the final game in the women's section, we have the game between Zhongyi, who is having a pretty miserable event so far, -3, no wins. And she's white against Bibisara, who stood well after beating Zhu Jiner in round 3, but then had a run of uninspiring results, but did beat Zhu Jiner again in the previous round.
Yeah, another c5, knight c6. Both Bibisara and Divya are saying, this is what we came with. We'll stick to it. Theory battle here against Zhongyi. Both sides seem to know this stuff. Can't claim I'm an expert. And Bibisara also started taking time. Not sure where she first started thinking. Rook e1, queen c7. I have no idea what's going on here. We've seen this line before, I believe.
It wasn't exactly this position, but we've seen this structure before, for sure. Yeah.
And Divya had this and just gave the pawn back with knight f6. But the knight was on c3, so it was slightly different.
It was from a different line, yeah. And here, interesting things are happening. Like black immediately returns the c-pawn, white does not take it. And now material equality has been restored, and black has the two bishops, and they are not even bad bishops necessarily. The one on g7 looks pretty nice. The other one is probably going to be aimed at the d5 square if nothing dramatic happens. Queen a4, I'm assuming we just ignore the fact that c6 is hanging.
Castle, no?
Yeah, I don't think I'm ever trying to protect that pawn. Yeah, if you want to take it, you can take it.
I think I do want to take it. What else have I been doing?
Yeah, knight d4, maybe. My point, in as much as I have one, is that if you play queen a4, which would have been logical, I think, I want to try in some order bishop takes h3 and bishop takes c5.
I don't want queen a4, but that is very nice.
Yeah, there's still some calculations to be done, but it feels like this probably is the idea. The calculations are not here. The calculations are on the previous move, because just as I said that, I realized bishop h3, rook e4 exists. And I'm not entirely sure how I don't lose all of the material, but maybe queen takes b2 is helpful, attacking a lot of material on the other side for white as well. A very messy position, which I would need to calculate properly to figure out, but at least might be the idea behind Bibisara's play.
It also looks very risky, just take.
Yeah, but if you take on b7, I think I have very decent compensation for the pawn, right?
Yeah.
Rook fd8, rook ac8, I think black is just fine. Which is why I was trying to avoid it. I was trying not to develop the bishop on b7, which helps black a great deal, but yeah, rook fd8, knight e6 is also something you need to kind of worry about in every single position. I think I'm probably fine here with black, is my feeling. And Bibisara has castled by this point, which I think is entirely understandable. Defending the pawn on c6 by bishop d7 or something was really asking for trouble. You don't have that many tempi, like knight e4, and suddenly you have to decide what to do with your pieces. It's just very unattractive.
Yep. Well played by Assaubayeva. Let's check in with Caruana Sindarov one more time. f3, bishop d7, king f2 played.
King f2, and very slow, kind of meditative. I can't speak as usual, but yeah, Fabi really showing that his intention here is not to do anything forcing, but just to play. Somewhat interesting that black is allowing d4, d5 with tempo, right? And then probably just going back to d7. Is this really so completely pointless for white?
I have no clue, frankly. Don't see what you attack. So what's your next move? Just
yeah, I guess it's just useful for black because yeah, trading d4 for a6 makes the black bishop a lot more active. I thought maybe rook b7 does something now, but queen d6.
Still feels like black. Being a pawn up is solid, no?
Yeah, I mean, some endgames might be promising, but I'm not quite sure how I'm getting an endgame here.
Caruana also looks curious what this bishop c6 is doing. Also, if white does nothing, if I get whatever, h6, rook d8, what's his claim to even having a game?
Yeah, and previous results of Fabi in the 5 candidates that he played were on your screen for a moment there. In 3 out of 5, his performance was above 2800, so he generally does well in these tournaments.
His rating has been around 2800 for at least 12 years, 12, 13 years now. So we're surprised not to see him do well, which has happened once in a while recently. There we see. Fabiano Caruana. Yeah, I don't know. If not d5, I don't know. Whatever move. If black gets rook d8 and h6, starting to pick black, no?
Well, definitely not a single problem for black, yeah. And also, like, we need to nominate a plan with white. You can't just play, you know, king of 2, king e1, king of 2 forever. We're pretending to play for a win here. So yeah, if what even exists here, queen e5 constantly runs into queen a3, which I think, well, I mean, we can go back to e3, but once again, how is this helping? And no other moves really even come to mind. Yeah, apart from
maybe it is d5, but then
yeah, but then yeah, you need to find something. Maybe queen d4. But even just d5, knight d5, queen d6, frankly, followed by bishop e6 against any move. We're not losing very many of these with black. Rook d1.
What did I can take? I'm still not winning.
Yeah. Even this, yeah. Although here maybe you'll press, because I have a feeling
maybe the max.
Yeah, the a6 pawn might fall here, and this is unnecessary. But yeah.
No, but c6 wasn't exactly forced either, I'm assuming.
Yeah, of course.
No, it doesn't look like much. Sindarov, well prepared, quick, confident, hard to touch.
Yeah, very much so. Somewhat regrettably for us, talking about the Catalans in the open section today, Hikaru decided not to ask what the plan is after knight takes a5, played rook dc1 instead, and now...
Well, I think that is a sign he wants to play. He believes Wei Yi, knight a5. It's worked out. But is he better now?
No, I don't.
Many moves come to mind, knight d5 and then b6.
Yeah, even queen d5.
Or direct.
Even queen d5, where he will be asked an interesting question. Yeah, knight e1, I guess we just take on g2 and we play maybe e5 or b6, c5 if we can do it. Although knight f4 is annoying me a little bit here.
Yeah, this looks fine. So I guess we should go.
Yeah, knight bg2, but there is knight a2, rook a2, bishop takes f3. So I think knight bg2 is an exchange sacrifice, actually.
Oh. Is your queen happy on a2?
Yeah, that I don't know if this is any good at all, but...
well, I can't trap it, b3.
b3, I have queen a3, but you can take b7 and, I don't know. I guess if you take on b7 after rook a b8, I will get some stuff back. So queen d5 is a very concrete move, actually, and might be decent.
Weird position.
Yeah, pretty strange position. Of course, black is not obliged to do any of this. You can play c6 in the current position or something. Yeah, but now, I mean, having played queen d5, we might be locked into playing knight a2. There might not be a different option.
Wei Yi is thinking about it. We will go for a quick break and then come back to you with all the action. Stay tuned during the break. There's always good stuff to learn about the candidates, some historic facts. See you soon.
What if you could play the Sicilian, like Anish Giri? The King's Indian, like Nakamura? And the Roy Lopez, like Fabiano Caruana? On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
Welcome back to the FIDE candidates round number 11. We're being joined once again by 2 times candidate winner Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan, what caught your attention so far today?
Oh, well, you're repeating that I'm 2 times candidates winner, that I almost started to believe this, yeah?
Aren't you?
Yeah, almost. So, what's happening? You better tell me, because I'm just joining.
Yeah, of course, all eyes are on the Caruana Sindarov game, where we've had small opening surprise by Caruana, maybe this bishop e3, but Sindarov seemed to know the line as well. Some stuff was played quickly.
I think I played this line as black against Michal Sarin in the World Cup. And, I mean, I reacted quite poorly and got into trouble, but yeah, it looks like here, even though like optically white is pressing, I think it's a little bit too little, you know, like too little material left, and I wouldn't say it's like too realistic for white to pose some big problems, but let's say, let's see.
Yeah, bishop d7, king f2, bishop c6, and he did play d5.
Yeah, d5, bishop c6 is a bit strange to me, like provoking d5, because, yeah, maybe it's smart, but, I mean, if he plays bishop c6 plus rook d8, plus then rook d8 later, then it's just very difficult for white to maintain like any advantage, yeah, like no pressure, no progress, and then okay, I do some f6 or h6 move, and I'm completely fine. So that's how like I think he ended up playing d5 after bishop c6.
Yes.
But the problem that white is not quite ready, yeah, for like as ready as he could be, but probably still not enough, yeah, to put some real pressure. So rook b7 was played and queen d6, yeah.
Yeah, I have a feeling that, it's really horrible for both Fabi's tournament situation and the tournament situation in general, but queen f4, queen c5, queen e3 does not appear illogical here.
No, I think you have to play knight e4, so queen e4 you would keep for another occasion.
Yeah.
I guess you should play knight e4, then okay, queen takes d5, and maybe rook takes c7. But here I believe like it would be nice, like if it would be like white's move, I think white would have like very nice position, but the problem is like rook c8 as far as I see. And after rook c8, maybe I'm just lacking exactly one tempo to, improve my position enough to, to get a nice advantage.
I'm going to ask my co-host if he is going to do the thing he always does to me whenever I say things like this.
About one tempo?
Yeah, so you're making the argument that if you can make 2 moves in a row, you'll be better here.
No, but lacking one tempo is correct. You're normally saying white could play this and this move. That's completely different.
Yeah, look better, yeah. I mean, don't try to...
Words matter, Peter.
Exactly.
But yeah, apparently not much there.
I don't know, maybe like queen e7. Okay, queen e7 never works because king on f2 is also exposed. So what else can I do? Well, I mean, queen f4 and after queen c5, maybe I don't play queen e3, maybe I play e3, but then, okay, I expose second rank a little bit too much, and would end up in a perpetual in the best case for white.
Yeah, e5 followed by queen
If I would play g4 already, like queen on d4, rook on c7 would be some nice position with compensation, but no more anyway.
So you're saying white could make 2 moves, he'd be okay?
Yeah, exactly. That was my point, as usual. Better basically won't let me lie on this. All right, so this is a little bit less eventful than I expected, honestly, yeah, because I thought like basically tournament for Fabiano is like 99.9 over. I mean, in terms of completely unrealistic scenario. So here he would probably press for a win, but instead he went for a very calm approach.
Why is no one checking Sindarov in 1e4?
Well, he checked, and he didn't like the outcome, I think.
Yeah, okay, he checked in e4, e5, knight c3.
Yeah, but I mean, either way, he would play some Italian, or I would say, I'm actually not sure, because okay, when I prepared for Sindarov, as it was like in June last year, he had like no repertoire whatsoever after e4, so he played like h6, g6, bishop g7. But suddenly, against me, he played like some very, very topical line in Italian, like instead of g6, bishop g7, as I was really willing to see. Instead, he went for like a bishop c5, a5 line, h6, and then bishop b6, which is, I mean, even without a5, I think bishop b6. I mean, it was an interesting game, but piece opening preparation really improved comparing to what I expected. So probably further improvement is incoming, yeah? whenever someone plays e4. But there is still one more game for him, for black. But Anish is not a person who will likely play e4, yeah?
He can do anything. I'm just a bit surprised, guys. I think it's like you said, he's done a lot of work. He's improved a lot in the opening, but still, e4 is sort of a big territory, which Fabi has been checking all his life.
Yeah.
Anyway, maybe the Anish game didn't make Fabi feel too good about his 1e4 currently.
Well, I mean, you're a little bit low on ideas against Italian and also against Italian with bishop e7, which is even, I think, an easier way to play solid for black, basically because in Petrov you need to study some theory, in bishop c5 you need to study some theory, but in knight f6, knight e6, unless you are very afraid of knight g5, there is basically nothing to study if you're going to play bishop e7. And then literally any move order works for black, would it be h6, knight h7, bishop g5, or a5, bishop e6, queen d7. I mean, whatever you do, you get this, slightly worse by a very, very small margin. But this is, this advantage simply evaporates.
I see. What about bishop b5? Is that a move?
Bishop b5, okay. I think it has been played before. But actually after bishop b5, did you hear about Marshall counterattack?
I have heard about. But
and Petr maybe can tell us a word or two about Zaitsev system?
Zaitsev is also seemingly very much alive currently, but I don't think then again, if you know you're going to see Zaitsev, I think you play e4 in every single game for the rest of eternity.
Of course.
Marshall less so.
But you never expect Zaitsev until you see it.
Yeah.
Or until you face Petr.
Exactly. Yeah. You very much expect Zaitsev against me because I'm too chicken to repeat the Marshall these days.
But what do you mean repeating the Marshall? Because I myself studied Marshall for a couple of days, and I found out there are no forcing lines. That's probably why Magnus likes it so much. I mean, because unless white wins a pawn, it's basically not a big deal, yeah? Whatever you do with black, any order works, h6, rook e8, rook e8, h6, rook b8, bishop b7.
No, I mean straight up Marshall. My
but straight up Marshall is completely...
I know, but I am, reluctant to open my computer before games and check my files, and then people bluff me with hc3.
Isn't Zaitsev even more,
but
sharp line, as it's normally said to be? Is it?
It makes no sense. Don't look for logic in my approaches to things. Anyway, Fabi does not make the draw I was half expecting him to make, does play knight e4.
I think knight e4 is a nice move, but the problem is after rook takes e7, rook c8, what are we going to do? If he finds a way to, keep on pricing here, I think he would have a chance for a long game and a pleasant one, pressing. But if he would be basically forced to exchange everything, I would say I would be mildly interested in the lines takes on c8 and then maybe queen c5. Because if I manage to restrict the bishop and put my king on c4, maybe I can, at least try to play this on. Push a pawn to e5 and so on and so on. Probably still a draw, but this is unlikely. Yeah?
Black isn't even going to take on c5 here, right? You play.
But your bishop is hanging. Better.
Bishop.
Watch out.
Problems incoming. Yeah.
Okay, then I play king e3, let's say, and because the back rank is weak, I'll just coming and then.
You can maybe even in some cases.
And then at some point I can take on d5, play knight c3. Is it
bishop c6?
But then it's probably not that great, because I can never really take on d5, yeah. But I can play e3, king c5, king b6. I don't know,
Yeah, we're getting a bit carried away, but this was at least
just a bit.
This was at least an attempt, maybe.
I like the dedication from Jan. He's completely in a complete silence, enters all the move by move, without show any kind of emotions.
Sounds like serious grandmaster analysis. I didn't want to
and now he's trolling
with all this depth.
Of course, he's trolling.
Eventually,
he needs to get his own back somehow. It seems like an attempt, though. And also after rook c8, you might not have really very much of choice, because if you play rook a7, I think your fight for an advantage is...
Well, rook e7 makes quite a bit of sense to me, because if the first question is how do you protect a6 pawn, So you don't have a move like rook e8. I think it looks like ugly. I mean, maybe still works, by the way, but looks a bit ugly for something like queen b6 would happen, yeah. And then, yeah, take on c5, rook c8, rook e7. I think, so you don't really want to play bishop b5 because you're weakening the 7th rank. So like something like queen, okay, queen e4 doesn't work for a moment.
I want to play for activity as usual.
But which activity? I mean, if I take on a6 and play knight c3, I think I'm just better forever in the same game because c4 pawn never goes anywhere. I don't think this is like as, you know, poison. I mean, as simple as it seems. Yeah, I mean, it could be quite poisonous at some point. But here, like queen e4, I would be. I mean, okay, queen e4, queen d4. Once again, I'm blundering. But I don't know.
Knight c3.
Because black doesn't want anything here. Yeah, like actually. Okay, h6 you do. So let's say I play g4 for now to make sure my king is not getting checked all the time, like h4. Yeah, I mean, okay, you end up playing c3 if you're worried, yeah? c3 takes queen c5 and...
Yeah, now I'll think about queen e5 now after h4.
Yeah, probably f4 provoking, yeah, but I mean, this is a little bit too much, yeah, I totally agree. But maybe if bishop b5 doesn't look too... You know,
yeah, bishop b5, you want to play something else, but I'm not entirely sure what. I was trying to find a way to maybe play c3 and immediately liquidate into something, but I don't...
Yeah, but c3, you're liquidating your own pawn.
Yeah.
Into nothing.
Yeah, all I'm liquidating is exactly my one extra passed pawn, so that doesn't work. I was looking into, like, I wanted to try maybe h6 and rook a6, c3, but doesn't work. Because knight takes, queen c4, you have rook a3, and I cannot really attack any of those pieces, and I will be worse again. Queen c4, rook a3, and then everything connects back, and yeah, I've given up 2 pawns for one double attack, which is very easily parried. Doesn't work at all. Yeah, maybe this is what he's supposed to do, because I think after the rook trade, I mean, we're assuming queen takes d5. Javokhir has not played it yet, which is a bit mystifying to me, because, like, what else is your... Is queen e5 a move at all? What is he thinking about? d6? Bishop c6?
Queen e5, knight c5, yeah, looks... And then queen d6, yeah, perhaps.
No, maybe he thinks queen takes d5 is a little bit stronger
too
for some
smart
reason, but yeah, I don't know.
To my taste.
No, I don't believe in that. Huh. But then what is, like... Surely he's not considering queen e7, or...
No, I mean, queen e5 exists, but...
No, he's going to take now. White will take on c7. I'm pretty sure he'll play rook c8. And I feel like you have to play rook a7. I think if you trade rooks, black will be able to find a draw somewhere.
I wonder if, like, rook c8 is the only move, but maybe it's the most logical one, yeah?
Yeah, it seems very natural. Why?
You can also play e5, maybe, yeah, like e5 and bishop e6.
Rook c5?
Yeah, yeah. Maybe queen d4. Okay, I'm not sure if it's a good idea. Probably not.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, Sindarov taking his time after rook takes c7, blitzed out by Caruana. Let's continue our tour. Does Anish have some pressure?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's quite, satisfied with the position he got, because I would say when I was playing Tarash with like CD5, CDX, D4, which was and probably is very popular, I think this was the position you would never want to appear as black. That you would like, I mean, there's some lines like bishop g5, bishop e7, e3, like castles and so on. I mean, normally whenever you get to this position, queens are exchanged and pawn is blockaded, and you don't have time to play d4. It means like you are going just to suffer for nothing, and that's why I'm a little bit confused with Andrey's opening repertoire, because he always plays this queen's gambit, which he played today again. Which is like basically inviting white into this position, which is quite a friendly offer to my taste.
Yeah, and if we switch back to, let's say, move 12 in particular, it's a kind of I even checked on the screen for a second, because I was wondering if maybe a7, a6 has a direct refutation, But I don't think it does, and then you can play a6, and then you can play queen b6 next move, and.
But I don't think it like solves all the problems immediately. Yeah, I can play something like rook c1 still. Yeah. Like,
no, absolutely, but it's.
I say rook c1, queen b6, queen c2. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because if you, once again, whenever you play d4, you equalize completely. Whenever you don't play d4, it's always a bit of a game. Yeah.
Well understood, but what I'm arguing for is that, for me, a choice. Between a position like this with queens on and queens off would be very easily made in favor of the position with queens on. But Andrey, I think, consistently goes for these very, very dry options where he feels he will just defend these types of slightly worse positions. And objectively, he is not doing that poorly. There is two versions of the same idea. You can play bishop c5, knight c5, knight e5 straight away. I guess rook ac1, we simply take on f3, and we claim that b7 is not really hanging. Eventually, we will find a way to protect it. And yes, it's of course always going to be slightly worse for black, but not supposed to be all that horrible. Or you can maybe even play b7, b5. Knight b6, importantly, knight b6, we have knight e4, so that doesn't work at all. So you have, so you have to take on a7.
Importantly.
Yeah, so you have to take on a7, and we get the kind of a similar position
to... so ugly, I don't know, like
no way, he's playing b5.
Well, we actually...
would never be played by...
Yeah, we get rid of the knight on c5 here.
By a respected player.
Yeah, move by move, this seems to be working, because if you play b4, I will take on f3.
So g takes f3, for example?
And we go knight d7, and I don't think we lose, honestly. I think we are probably okay with
knight b3? But you like suffer till the end of the game, no?
Yes, but...
I mean maybe I'm like missimulating this badly, but I would be like, super excited to get this position as white, because...
I feel like I need some allies here, and I think if Vishy was here, he would just say this is a draw, right? Vishy...
No, of course it's a draw, and I analyzed like quite a bit of this position, especially like with the modern engines. It says like basically it's very, very equalish whenever you get isolated pawn. It's like very equalish, and unless there is like some typical plus equal, whenever there are some pieces or something like rooks, like c file for rooks for black pieces, it's nothing. Yeah, Compis thinks it's nothing, but well, I mean, still I think whenever you come and play, it's a bit of unpleasant. Yeah, like it's not like a big torture, but it's still like. You cannot win, you can only wait until your opponent, is satisfied enough with the game to call it a day.
Yeah, I understand, but it seems like Andrey is basically, that's his idea for black in every single round here, in particular against one d4. He goes for these types of positions, expecting to hold them, and frankly holds them, kind of time and time again, but... yeah, we'll see. B5 is obviously a very committal move, and what both Jans were saying, that creating this very, very important square for the white pieces is generally kind of frowned upon. You would much rather, of course, have your pawns on b6 and a5 with the white bishop being on a light square, but concretely it does appear to be holding. Interesting things are happening in the game between Wei Yi and Nakamura, which I guess by this point I mean there will be a draw incoming very soon, but we could have a much sharper game a moment ago. Because in this position, as we indicated, knight takes a5 exists. I think the reply is, I checked it briefly in the break, I think after queen takes b4 here, Comp indicates this very strange looking move queen a8 with the idea of increasing the pressure. It's better on a8 than on d5 because pawn on a4 is also a target. If we play b6, we play c5.
It's just not even b5, just b6 and
b6, c5 is very strong. And Hikaru decided not to check and went rook dc1. Knight d3, rook d1 back.
Oh, draw?
But instead of knight d3, black could have played rook c8. And
this wasn't planned.
Sorry. Yes, yeah.
I'm sorry, Peter, like, no way it was going to happen.
I'm a bit kind of sorry about this, because if you play knight c5 here, black goes bishop d5, provokes e3, e4, goes bishop c6, then plays b7, b6, and gets a position which I think is normally understood to be quite nice for black. And if you take on a5, this appears to be okay for white, but you have to go willingly into this position, which seems to be fine, but black has a bunch of very interesting options. Queen d5 is playable, d3 followed by queen d5 is playable. There's a lot of jumps here available to Wei Yi. And I was kind of looking forward to this game becoming a lot sharper. But Wei Yi, of course, recognizes that rook dc1 is a little bit of a draw offer. Goes knight d3, rook d1, knight b4, and now the ball is, I think black is in Hikaru's court, because rook dc1 now is legitimately just a draw offer, and he already has not played knight takes a5 once. So we'll see how this goes.
Also, Wei Yi is back in book after knight takes a5, whereas
Yeah.
Where he belongs.
not
Very much so, yeah.
And it looks like Wei Yi like brings another one, and another one, equalizing line to the playing call in the Catalan, because like we didn't have enough, like it's 10 for now, I think, or maybe 15 already. Different ways to equalize with black, but he like keeps on like grinding, yeah?
He didn't repeat c5, which is probably what Hikaru was hoping for. This is what he played against Giri.
Yeah.
But in the main line, because this is the first computer line that Wei Yi is playing, didn't look like Hikaru had much up his sleeve so far.
Maybe Hikaru will play something like just knight c5 calmly. And then like bishop d5, I don't know, some centralizing move like, I don't know, knight e5, whatever. Or knight d3 makes little sense.
Knight d3 apparently you can even play c7, c5 there.
Again? Anyway, take on c5, then it's some initiative, yeah?
Yeah, just, I guess, rook c8, b6 in some order, I don't know.
Well, that's very cool.
Yeah.
Okay, knight on b4 is, whenever he gets there that early, it's, of course, a big dynamical approach for
And
black.
a very big turning point seemingly in the game between Prague and Bluebaum.
Oh, let's go.
Where Bluebaum did all the things we expected and then did not take on d3.
Why did he do this knight a6? I really don't like it.
I think he likes the maneuver. But it seems like But it seems like these days people just play some Fischer random inside the Petrov against him.
Yeah, very much so. Every day.
Yeah, like I mean, and they sort of like found like the the Klondike, the El Dorado here, and like keep on playing. So like starting with Fabiano, making this like knight c4, knight e3, bishop d2.
So what have we seen so far against Bluebaum? We've seen knight c4, knight c3, takes, knight e3. That was Fabi's approach. We've seen Sindarov play knight d3, knight e4. I think that was still more or less standard for queen e2 and knight f4.
And Andrey played
some other weird stuff.
Yeah, he played queen e2 early, I guess, yeah?
Queen e2, d4.
Yeah,
yes.
d4 and then knight e3.
e3.
No, but after the last move, queen d8, b6, Bluebaum is in honestly terrible trouble if Prague goes knight e5. And it feels so logical to play knight e5 as well.
But knight e5, I now see the point. So if it would be white's turn, white would play bishop f6 and knight d7 at some point, yeah?
No,
Probably.
there's immediately a lot of threats, both positional and tactical. You want to double on the e-file and start,
let's say like knight e5.
Start giving mate even.
Let's say like knight e5, I play h6.
Bishop takes h6 wins, apparently.
What? G takes h6?
GH, queen f4. But you have nobody on the king side.
It's not going to happen, yeah?
Yeah. It's not even surprising, honestly. There's a queen on b6 and a bishop on b6.
Like rook e3 is coming, okay, that's a big point.
Yeah, like there's nobody home.
And like queen takes b2, you still play rook e3.
Rook b1 and then rook e3, yeah.
Rook b1 and play take on c2 or take on c3.
Oh, no, it's not here, sorry, yeah. Here, I guess, hang on a second.
No, maybe like then rook e3 and rook g3 check anyway, like sacrificing yet another piece, yeah, like...
Yeah, you can actually go queen b2, rook e3, giving up on h2, yeah. You can also begin with rook e3 instead of queen
take my rook, take a rook with the tempi, and can't I just protect myself from one small sneaky check?
Bishop d8, queen h6, rook takes e5 seems to be the only way to do it, but you are...
Okay, this is a little bit computer territory, yeah, like...
Yeah, sure, but knight e5...
So I wouldn't argue with Petr in that.
But also, okay, even if you don't see bishop takes h6, I think you just never allow the knight to land on e5. Just bishop h4 here is very, very strong. You are now left with the bishop on h6, which is doing absolutely nothing, and your position is very critical.
But let's say h6 if you play bishop h4,
yeah.
I mean... I'm a bit curious. So the problem I can never take on d4, yeah?
Yeah, queen d4 and knight 6 always bad, yeah.
I mean, I really want to play something like bishop c8, bishop e6 to get my solid setup.
I understand, but you're not going to be allowed to.
Okay, if I play bishop c8 instantly, then okay, and just...
this is going to lose.
It feels strong, yeah?
This is going to lose to something. I don't quite know what, but it's going to lose to something. Takes knight g. No, takes. No. Takes.
Yeah, I mean it's lost, but probably to the move you wouldn't expect to be played unless you're playing against Javokhir, who always calculates these lines.
What, knight c4 or something?
Knight f7.
Okay.
King f7, bishop f6, and now with pawn on h6 it works for black because g6 after queen h5 check, but the pawn on h7, I mean it's lost. So that's why h6 is very important to include. Okay, this is some sort of... I mean, okay, knight e5 is logical, but what if he doesn't play knight e5, let's say? Can he just like...
Knight c5 is also pretty good.
Isn't he invited into rook takes e7, bishop takes f6, like humanly? Which looks, I would say, quite tempting.
Also playable, but not as good.
Take, and then some... but bishop d3 is coming.
He's gone knight e5, yeah. He's gone knight e5, and now he's much better now. But if we go back just for a second, instead of queen b6, just take on d3.
Yeah, I don't like anything about this. I didn't like knight a6, but once you do it, yeah, you have to get rid of that bishop, no? Like, especially, at least practically, why let Pragg jump?
Okay, let's see what I mean, if you just trade, you just agree for somewhat worse position, and I don't think he allowed bishop takes a6 into the reverse exchange, yeah, like a couple of moves later.
No,
so his assessment was, okay, I'm getting two bishops to the best structure, but probably he lacks experience, because it looks like some French structure, but this, evil side of French, which never appears, and which never appeared in Matthias games. Because I think he played French with knight f6, not with bishop b4.
Yeah.
But this is like typical bishop b4 structure, e5, bishop d3, yeah?
Yeah, but... So yeah, Bluebaum. It's been a knight f6 player.
Yeah, so like takes bishop d3, like something like...
lines,
yeah, it's a bit different. Okay. So Pragg can, get some compensation, yeah, finally, for their tough tournament.
Yeah.
Beating the unbeatable half-sweep player.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't understand. I understand Pragg prepared this, but if you're not sure, like, why, as the quote-unquote underdog, why provoke the weirder structure? Why not go knight e7, rook e8, knight f8? And
I think it's an interesting moment in psychology, yeah, because Matthias was only aware of not getting mated, so like after bishop d3.
Yeah.
I think the reasoning with playing knight e6 that, okay, at least I'm not getting mate after g4, g5, so that's why, okay, I play knight e6, and then, okay, probably I will hold it if it's not a mate. But somehow if knight on d3, it's super unpleasant positionally, yeah, like, so maybe here he little bit, misevaluated the consequences.
No, so Pragg was bluffing, yeah, I think you're right. He wanted to stop the attack.
He's bluffing every day, like he bluffed in the opening against Wei Yi with bishop g5 after c5. I think it's a very cheap idea if like knows what to do. But he got some better position, and today also, Fischer random inside Petrov works actually, yeah. Petrov players gotta watch out.
Yeah. Bluebaum probably wrongly spent a lot of time looking at knight f3, but
they never played knight d3 against him, yeah?
Knight is to go here or here, which he both faced twice.
I wonder if knight g4 also works, no? No, knight g4 here doesn't work because, okay, knight on 6, bishop on c8. Yeah, I thought like after knight takes e4. But maybe Matthias should have opted for knight takes e4. Limiting the white knight for all the jumps, yeah? Because actually this line is quite good.
No, it's not terrible, but if you want
in terms
of worse endgame
I would say in terms of making like a draw, being ready to play a little bit behind, this line is even better than the regular Petrov.
EV-wise, you could argue, if you consider yourself the weaker player and limiting territory, it's a bit sad, but yeah. I'm sure he's aware of the line.
But I guess whenever you play Petrov, you already consider yourself a weaker player, out of my personal experience.
But you've played Petrov many a game, no?
Yeah. And everyone was stronger than me. That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
No, I mean, he said before the tournament he would play Petrovs, but in order to play for a win. And he did win a game in the Petrov. He didn't lie.
No, this is like another side of the moon, yeah, because I'd say people they always want to refuse the Petrov, and they like sort of motivated to press even harder than usual, and then that's how you give the chances.
But not against Bluebaum. The new sport is how can you get the minus?
Meanwhile, free fold in the game of Hikaru, I guess, no?
Will be soon.
Is it coming? Did he go rook dc1?
He did go rook dc1, yeah.
So Hikaru was serious about holidays.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Actually, today's in the morning, I thought it would be like a rainy day, but now it's like, it's very nice outside, so probably Hikaru has to rush out to the,
I went for a very nice swim in the morning, and it was very enjoyable.
And did you play paddle?
No, I chose the swim.
Okay. So, let's move on to the women's section, I guess.
Which game?
How is my favorite is doing? Well,
Goryachkina built the stone wall with the bishop out, doing great. Although
Staneval.
Not sure how great it is.
I'd say in the opening it was a peculiar moment when she had to play. I mean, I checked briefly with the engine, and the best move was rook g1. I'm not a London player myself, and I don't play this line with black, I think, also. So whenever I see this, I think after bishop e7, in the opening, the first line is rook g1, intending, you know what, guess what, g4. You could probably guess, but sorry for, you know, spoiling.
Rook g1, yeah, and if knight
h4, what do you do?
h5, probably you play h3, I mean, no, you get in this.
h4.
Okay, but this is too much. h4 runs into bishop g5 with big problems defending the pawn on h4. I mean, and bishop g5, like, you know, knight g8, yeah? Which is perfectly fine. No, but I mean, rook g1 was interesting, and you know, one move later also, after bishop b2 castles, it would be like another chance to play rook g1 and g4. I mean, which maybe even makes even more sense whenever, like, king is castled.
The king here?
Yeah, so, but instead we got some very nice collie structure. So, queen's pawns opening, or how do they call it?
What do you mean collie? I played collie my entire life. I never had the bishop on such a wonderful...
No, you play bishop e1, bishop d2, bishop e1, bishop h4, and then bishop g5, and you... that's how you get it.
Never in my entire life did I have such a wonderful position in the collie.
Okay. I would never expect a player who plays for, you know, some cheap tricks inside Greenfield to play something as strategical and as deep as collie opening.
Well, which is why I gave it up. Yeah, I had to switch to simpler openings.
Can't I go for cd4, e4, knight takes d4 here with black? Ah, so cd4, white has to take on b6.
Yeah, I guess we take on b6. Yeah.
Ah, okay, but then, okay, if you take on b6, we probably, if you don't blunder knight takes d4, then we are good, yeah, because this pawn is somewhat weak, yeah, on b6 every time, and yeah.
Sort of pleasant, no?
Yeah, I mean, just very, very, very solid still for black, but probably only white is playing. Okay, so f4 is...
What should black do?
I don't know, maybe... I would say, like, I don't know, like h6 bishop for h4 doesn't make any sense to include. Probably when I see a chance to play h6, I do it. If I'm sure, okay, white is not going to capture on f6. So h6 bishop h4, and then, I don't know, something.
I'm always confused by such positions, because it feels like we outplay black and we're close to winning, like having built this beautiful thing. And computer normally says, yeah, minus 0.2 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
I'm
also kind of shocked, because the machine just goes knight e4 here, and I thought, okay, some tactics. But no, it just goes knight takes e4, d takes e4, and prefers black.
Yeah.
Which is just, like, why? Why exactly?
It understands better than puny humans. We're taught. Stonewall, where you bring a bishop out and then you win. Turns out you don't win.
No, it's like still a long game, I guess. Yeah, like even like if you change everything, it's whenever white keeps like the bishop on e2 and black has the bishop on e8, and the structure probably has to favor white, I guess. Yeah, like a little pawns on the dark squares. So
I'm saying everything looks great for white.
Of course,
it's worse.
Ah, h6 was played actually. Oh, not yet.
No, that's
not yet.
Not yet.
Ah, that's you. Again,
yeah. Lower board is a life board.
But isn't like Vaishali has some you know, tendency to get into time trouble
every day?
I'm not following that closely, but I saw a couple of the games before, and she was sort of like low on time.
Yeah, pretty much every day. Yeah, pretty much.
I mean,
she's leading the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, checking your score probably that's not a problem. Yeah, in her play. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
All right.
So elsewhere in the game between Kateryna Lagno and Anna Muzychuk, the maneuver that Jan was advertising earlier is actually pretty strong now. Knight c4, I think, is the correct move in this position. And black is actually kind of awkward. You play, I guess, rook a8, knight e3, d5 is under severe pressure, so you probably play something like knight f8. d takes c5 gives a little bit, but maybe even more ambitious to play queen b3, which probably provokes c5, c4, and then we go back to c2, and then we try to play, I guess, for the b2, b3 break, or in some extreme cases, maybe some kind of knight f5, e4 play, but...
Well, we spent 2 tempi to add strategic risk? I would never dream of that.
Okay.
No, but b3?
In that case, maybe you can
DC,
go d takes c5, and then knight f5.
Yeah, like d4 never works.
Boring stuff.
Or d4.
Yeah, let's do boring stuff instead. And
but here, okay, we just switch, you know, Esipenko to this board, and he holds it like brilliantly.
Well, this is a worse Esipenko, no? With the bishop on b7 and
that's
g2,
why he plays bishop c8 next move.
Happy.
And then he gets like usually Esipenko.
Yeah.
No, but I also like some line inside bishop before check Catalan. when after knight bd2 we get like to this position. And then sometimes, I think it was a game Fabiano played with black against Anish. So like knight bd2. Let's say castles, bishop g2, yeah, b6 castles, yeah. So here's something like b3.
Wait a second, we still need a diagram on screen.
Okay, the diagram will appear.
Will appear.
Sooner or later. No, I think he played something like bishop, he played queen e7 here. And the trick was that here white can play a3, which Anish brilliantly did, bishop d6, now knight h4, threatening cd5, d5, knight f5, and after g6, you play cd, ed, and knight c4. And that's how your route is flying, basically. And then I said, then I told Fabiano, come on, you shouldn't let this happen. He said, but okay, if after knight d6, cd6 is very solid for black. And then I had no words more to argue with him, because, I mean, if he thinks this is solid, and if he's satisfied with this position, then okay, this is, I mean, like very special evaluation. I think like white has two bishops and better structure, but for me it would be enough. But Fabiano said it's like very nice for black, as far as I remember. But I think Anish actually didn't take on d5. He played some b4 and went on winning lately. Yeah, it was I think the game in the last round of some Bucharest tournament. So this knight c4 idea is always like something I mean, I was very, satisfied in a way when I saw it, like because it's visibly very unexpected. But playing knight h4 into knight c4 is something, I mean, really nice trick. Yeah, in my opinion.
That's correct.
But here, like knight c4, I don't think it's forced. You can also take on d7. I don't know, like play for some doubling rooks on d-file. It's also very nice pressure for white because bishop on g2 is on the right side and bishop on b7 is on the wrong side, and that's how you like prepare e4 or something. Yeah.
No. For me, if you played enough of these boring Queen's Indians with bishops on g2 and b7, I'm always looking for knight c4 because it's such a common theme. I even suggested earlier when it was bad, but here, yeah, I'd be tempted.
So Peter is already moving on to another game.
Peter's ready to move on.
Yeah.
But are we?
We are just humble servants of Peter.
I don't know about that, but just continuing the...
Oh, white is better again.
A little bit, yeah. At least a little bit for sure.
Wasn't quite better after
and there was an interesting moment in this game. We left it after knight d5, e6.
b4.
Yeah, and understandably, Zhu Jiner did not want to trade every single minor piece, so she went knight b4. But in this position, she played queen f3, and then for two moves in a row, black has the option of playing b7, b5, which looks extremely logical and is basically...
But what do we take on b5 simply? Do you have to play queen b6 or queen e5?
No, I think we just go a takes b5.
But normally whenever you get this weak pawn on b5, you're not every time, at least you're so happy. Yeah? Like I rewrote my queen to d3, like queen d3.
Obviously, yeah, let's switch this off, because I'm being helped by...
not news to me, Peter, not news to me.
I'm aware, yeah.
Okay.
But,
so, as would great Sasha say,
I was very spoiled by the information that d6, d5 works here tactically. But, okay, let's see we don't see d6, d5 here. We play, I don't know, queen a5. You just want to play a3, rook a1, I guess. Yeah, and you claim
a3, and of course, like, you don't trade knight to the bishop in a normal way, because, like, bishop g7, and you're weakened your position even further, and d6 is weak. And then I play a rook e1 and going into knight c6.
Yeah, maybe.
Probably I'm a little bit of pressing here. I mean...
Yeah, I still thought that it was very logical to try, at least on the previous move, or here, b5 was also playable. But in the current position, now the bishops have come off. As you can see, there is a fianchettoed knight on g7. And if you give white some time, I guess if b5 doesn't happen very soon and white, I don't know, reroutes the knight over to e3, I guess e3 now is the best square on the board, some knight g4 ideas or some pressure in the center. It's going to be quite unpleasant for black.
Yeah, but also it's very safe to say that whenever you play bishop b5 in Sicilian, either after d6 or after knight c6, and you get this type of position, like some good Marisi without like dark square bishops, you are very happy with white, like generally. I mean, it's something you're aiming for, and normally you don't dream about anything else, yes? So I think it's pretty much the result of the game for now.
And specifically here, once again, I switched it off now, but I did notice that the engine was playing very quickly, was playing a5 and b5.
You just switched it off in order to show us the three engine lines he still remembers.
Of course, yeah, this is the way. This is the way. But we keep on coming back to this. Like if you don't do it immediately, you probably will not be able to do it later at all. So the chance at some point has to be taken, I think. If you just drift, if you go knight e8 here and continue shuffling, 5 moves later you might be significantly worse.
I think you're also like don't want to open up the position whilst Knight is on G7. Yeah, it's arguably the worst square. I mean, maybe comparing with H8, it's still better, but on G7, out of my personal experience,
it's not
like,
great, yeah.
It's probably the second worst place for a knight apart of, because obviously you have this pawn on E4, which is restricting you, yeah, and you don't really have the future for the knight unless you can like reroll it like knight E8, knight F6 back, which costs you a lot of time. So
I think Divya will learn that these standard Maroczy positions are just bad. Maybe winning this game against Anna did her a disservice because she goes for another one, but you can't.
Was it like a straight Maroczy in her game against Anna?
It was even worse. She was more or less.
I saw the position which was in the.
That was, I think.
That was whatever they call this.
This is already a mistake. This is already a mistake. You have.
Okay, G6 or a big mistake.
No. But Bishop G7 is a mistake in Maroczy.
You didn't do that actually.
You have to take on D4 first. You have to provoke Queen takes D4. It's very important. So knight F6 is good. Knight C3, D6 is very good. And if you take on D4, it's pretty nice for black, I believe.
This is what happened, actually, yeah.
Nice.
So then
she played Bishop E3, Queen D3. She didn't castle yet.
The line, Bishop E3, castles Queen D3. No, they got this, which is a theoretical line. You're supposed to go Bishop D7, A6, B5, but she just played
A6,
Knight
B5.
B4.
Don't you play A5, A4, and Bishop C6 here?
No,
and famous H5, King H7, Queen H8 later on?
No, this is
Not
just
here?
a different line with a Queen on D2.
Okay.
Queen on D3, yeah, you're supposed to go A6, B5, but what I'm saying is she played sort of slowly, or she played Knight G4, and happily.
Being publicly ashamed for not knowing the difference between Queen D3 and Queen D2 in Maroczy.
It's all right. And yeah, happily went for this type of structure, which I think is just really bad. She won that game, so whatever works. But once again, she's playing the Maroczy with one set of minor pieces, which is normally suffering. Like
I would say, speaking of like the theory of the game, whenever you have like space disadvantage, you want to trade all the pieces away to have only like only one, let's say, pair of knights pretending for for the key squares.
No, I agree.
So probably, I think here is the problem. I think not in the structure, not in the like pieces are exchanged. Not the problem right now is the knight is on G7, and basically white has two moves until the knight reaches some final destination back to F6 or whatever, C5. Okay, C5 doesn't look affordable for now, but yeah, it's more about like the time instead of.
Yeah, but what I'm arguing, even if
else.
your knight is on F6 and mine is on C3, that black is always worse in these structures. Like unless you solve it directly. I mean, if you go E6, you always have to defend.
I think it's pretty much nothing. Whenever we play knight F6 and knight C3, I can even put something like E5, Queen E6, and just stay. Because you're not going to attack D6 4 times, and I will always have like Rook C6 structure.
3 times. Yeah, no, I'm not saying you're losing any of those, but
meanwhile, something is happening in Tanjuni against Assaubayeva. And it seems like Tan can, improve her score a little bit.
Oh, what's going on?
She won a full pawn.
Rook D8 is fine. She was completely fine for a while.
Suddenly knight E6. How do you play knight E6? Over Bishop E6? I mean, what?
Can we go knight F7? What's happening?
Knight C6 and then Bishop B5, and we get rid of the bishop on G7, which is obviously a huge big deal.
Hang on.
Knight 7, Rook D4, yeah?
No, but again, how do you play knight E6? Like, I mean, over Bishop E6. What's the reasoning?
Queen D5 is also very solid.
Okay, Queen D5 is like a little bit shaky, but it's good. But Bishop E6, like knight C5. Wow, knight C5 is only more for white here.
That's what she didn't like.
So that's probably what she disliked.
Yeah.
And Bishop C4, knight B7 is very, very good for white also. Yeah, like white keeps a pawn and trades away a pair of bishops, which is important. Okay. Yeah. So okay, now I see how do you not play.
Yeah, and objectively after Bishop B6, knight C5, you still have Queen D5 yet again, and you're still fine. Because yes, white picks up the bishop on E6, but you probably will be able to win the pawn on D3 back after knight E6.
Now it's perfectly understandable, at least. Yeah, like.
Yeah. No, but the immediate Queen D5 is also very, very solid, as mentioned, because.
But the problem now is knight C6, which is not so easy, to spot.
But somehow Rook D4 doesn't work. Yeah, there I just lose stuff.
Knight F7. Wow, knight F7 is cool.
Nah, but it doesn't seem to work.
But Rook D4 is only move, yeah, by the way.
Yeah.
But more than enough, yeah.
Good enough.
Very sufficient.
Yeah.
C6.
Yeah, Rook E8 seems to be only move, and now specifically Bishop B5 very strong, getting rid of the the g7 bishop, and if you take on e5 and take on b2, now knight f7 wins. So
finally. But actually, it's not like very strong. It's just a direct refutation, because otherwise it would be quite sensible for black. Because okay, now my next move is bishop d7. I kick your knight away. I connect my rooks, and get a full compensation. But okay, bishop e5 is really precise. But this, I mean, you have to find, yeah, because basically white has a decent choice, and choosing. Let's say I would consider just bishop g3, because knight e6 looks super unnatural to me, but somehow bishop g3 is not as promising as anything else, yeah? So bishop g3, I don't know, maybe just queen b6 into bishop a6 is good enough, yeah?
Yeah. Queen b6 might be a very important move in this position, but it's strong, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have to develop the bishop, yeah, so that's...
Queen b6, and we want...
That's, I think, the key assessment we have to make with black. Okay, so what's happening into leader's game? Like Javokhir? Javokhir got into trouble.
Later.
Meanwhile, yeah? So
he did play e5.
He played e5, as was mentioned. And here he, I think, he chose a little bit of wrong addition on these endgames. I mean, at least according to Compy. But I would say that they were... I mean, the suggestion, queen takes e5, knight c5, bishop h3.
Nobody does that.
Probably is unrealistic to happen in any human's game, yeah? So you're just trying to lose a bishop like the great Fischer did, yeah?
Yeah.
Given, showing the big knowledge of history.
I mean, Fabio already won one bishop in this tournament exactly like this, so you're doing it against Fabio.
So bishop h3, basically you never put a bishop on h3 against Fabio, yeah? Anymore.
Yeah.
Unless you're quite sure, okay, you are going exchanging straight away to g2 or f1 rook. Okay.
Yeah. And now I think what he missed is... No, takes. I think what he missed is after knight c3, bishop b6, white does a little bit of a dance. Yeah, you go rook c5 first.
Can't they just play rook e7? I mean, then... rook e7, you play bishop c8 or what? I mean, can't they just, like, collect, like... because if you have to play, like, bishop c8
yeah,
rook e7...
C8, I'm very happy, yeah.
I think MV White also more or less pleased with the outcome of the opening.
No, I think we probably play something like h5, rook b8. Yeah, I'm not going passive here.
Okay, so for the first time since round 1, Sindarov is actually worse, yeah?
At least a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is quite unpleasant for an active player like him, because here at some point it might turn out that he has to stay.
Yeah.
And he was superior on the, whenever the ball was on his court, when he was like the pressing, and it's interesting to see if he's defending as well as he's attacking, yeah, in these types of endgames. It's really curious for me. But as for Fabi, he has to, somehow take on d5 right now, because and otherwise he lets, into some simplification.
But it's very concrete as well. Right? Rook c5, we provoke f6, and then we go rook c6, and we win a pawn back in a better.
But how do you choose like knight d6 or like knight c5? Okay, knight c3 looks very forcing. It's nice because then you attack e6. This is correct. But if you do some waiting move right now,
Fabi takes.
Okay, Fabi gives.
So far.
But today maybe he takes, yeah?
Fabi taketh.
Could be.
And yeah, Fabi.
Bishop takes.
Giveth away.
And knight c3 also played quickly. No, you've seen this rook c5, rook c6. That's very Fabi-ish. Move by move.
Yep.
And bishop e6 back.
Yeah, I think he goes rook c5 because that position after rook a7.
I think he goes rook e7 actually, no?
No.
But choosing rook c5 over rook e7 is, not obvious to me, to put it mildly. But rook c5, f6, do you really want to provoke f6 that much? Or it's all connected with rook c8? Because no, rook c6 I can still play bishop c8, or it's...
no, I'm playing h5, I'm playing h5 here. I don't want any of this.
Why do you hate that pawn so much?
Well, after rook a7 I kind of wrote it off. So h5 and then rook b8. Am I not? I guess you have king e1 g1 here.
Why like?
Because I thought I'm getting rook b2 c2 and then I should never be worse.
King e1 g1 is very nice. First of all, you will have bishop f5, I guess.
I will have
rocking into e4. But then I can play rook c6, I guess. Yeah, already.
Yeah.
I mean, at least whenever you enter these type of positions, either you're making dual move per move or you just lost.
That is true.
I mean, like, I don't think it's an exaggeration at this point.
No,
yeah,
I think
because
it's true.
getting like this pawn, like, and c4 is never like a passer because of knight on c3. Yeah, it's curious, like,
But just for us weak players, why shouldn't I
brief
keep
into
the
some,
pawn? Like, what's
No,
the
because
big deal?
I kind of counted you, like if you want to attack the pawn on a6, you should play rook a7, right?
Even then I'll go bishop c8, I'll keep that pawn.
Okay.
Not saying I'm thrilled, but to give it and give white the a pawn if I'm not forcing the issue, I'm not...
But can't you play king e3 into king e4 right now, and then you play rook e8? So you basically...
No, I thought...
No, I mean, like, in the line, actually rook c6 into rook c6, rook e8, and then king e3. This was the point.
So you start with rook c6 or rook a8?
Yeah, because actually, I mean, you can play e5. Yeah, that's as simple as it might seem.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying I'm super thrilled.
King e4. I'm starting liking my position all of a sudden.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe Peter was right all along. Can I do better?
I'm not sure. Once I saw king e1, king g1, I became very worried about that position.
Let's go back.
Okay. So if we play rook c7, simply.
I guess back to e6, actually.
You play bishop f5 now, actually.
I don't know, here bishop f5 also.
Can't you just take on c4?
No, I'm not saying anything is pleasant, but if we give up that pawn, I'm so scared. I'm lost.
But I can just take on c4, yeah. I mean, why not to...
What? Here, after rook d8.
Also, like...
Yeah, no.
With this king on e3, I think white has a decent chance to press.
No, it all looks a bit unpleasant.
Yeah, this is some...
Also, I do think that Fabi is just going to go for this rook c5 operation. And here, if bishop c8, how much trouble am I in?
Well, we can even wait for a move, right? I guess we go king e3 for now.
But if I go knight d5 straight away, I mean, trading knight e7 check, because king f7 I have rook c7. And you're sort of in trouble.
Knight e7 check.
This is bad news.
Yeah, this is not great, yeah.
No, this is somehow like some dream scenario for white, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a bite, yeah. And for our viewers, I guess, you know, we should say a word about why white is playing for a win in a position where we're currently a pawn down and black isn't doing that poorly.
Because of the piece activity pattern.
Yeah, the king is much better. The rook is much more active than the black rook. And even the knight on c3, currently blockading the passer, I would argue is a stronger light piece than the bishop on a6.
It's a bit confusing. Black doesn't even have double pawns, pawn up. He's suffering.
Yeah.
But maybe Fabi found, maybe he wasn't playing for an edge, but he thought this type of play will please Javokhir less.
Yeah, but somehow like rook c5 is a tactical approach, which is probably you don't want to try it as white here, because I think white is really satisfied. He got like the maximum out of the opening. Because obviously whenever white would play a free king f2 still in the middle game, he would be aiming to trade queens and get such structure. So right now, after rook c5, I think it's really...
There it is.
Well, Fabiano is back on track.
Yeah.
Until it's too late. Probably it's not too late, yeah? I mean,
no, if he wins this, chances are great, but he does have a mathematical chance for sure.
If he wins, if Anish wins, if everyone wins, and then...
Not even sure he wants Anish to win. He wants Anish to win tomorrow, probably. He wants him to lose today and then beat Sindarov.
Yeah, Anish plays Sindarov in round
13,
6,
was
right?
it?
Yeah, in round 6 of the second half, yeah, because of the yeah, let's not talk about the swap again, but...
Please explain the swap, Peter.
No.
So they play someone in round 6 and 7, and then they swap in round 13, 14?
Yes,
and why is that?
Not to get free colors with this, free games with the same color in a row. So probably those who would get free whites in a row wouldn't, argue too much. But sometimes when you get free blacks in a row, which normally only happens in the team championships.
And story time with Peter. There's supposedly a legend about Linares tournament. When Linares became a double round robin, there was a technical meeting before round 1. And I think the arbiter was that all the gentlemen from, I think somewhere in Latin America, Vargas, I think, was...
Draw agreed in Nakamura, Wei Yi, move repetition. Yeah, Hikaru doesn't like his chances of winning this event anymore.
Not particularly, no. And at some point, Gary, who played some double round robins prior to that event, asked, so we are swapping rounds, whatever they are, 5 and 6, because I don't think it was an 8-player tournament. And the chief arbiter said, but why would we do that? And Gary said, well, somebody will get to play 3 blacks in a row if we don't. And then the chief arbiter said, "Don't worry, Gary, you'll get them back later." Which Gary, according to legend, Gary did not appreciate that response all that much. But yeah, and generally people don't like getting them back later and would prefer not to play 3 blacks in a row.
By the way, all those moves were played. Yeah, rook c5. He played king f7.
Okay, so he is actually he actually is going for the type of a position
going
which
for activity, like Peter.
And I guess rook b8. And now I think king e1 g1 is very, very critical. Because I think if it lands on c2, black is probably fine.
Actually, not as critical.
No,
but
what's stronger?
I mean, actually, for some entertainment, you can play h4 here, rook b2.
Yeah.
King d1, rook c2, and king d1. So rook takes e3, king e3.
Oh, that's nice.
So to entertain Petra and the audience.
The audience more.
Probably you can play rook b3 here, try to make a draw, but the tendency is not so great.
Yeah, Fabi throws in rook a7 check. I think mainly just to ask the question. I guess the king goes to...
No, rook e7 check you play automatically, not without asking the questions, but before is the move of culture. I'm sorry. You just, cut the king, or you provoke it into king g6 under some h4, g4 tricks. So probably black is unhappy with both. So for now, like, this game looks to be like really tough for Javokhir, because this is a little bit of a dull end game, yeah? Because basically he's pretty much pawn down right now, and unless his counterplay works out, there is no realistic way to stop a pawn later on.
Won't be fun against Fabi. So let's look at a line, whatever, king f8.
But whom is going to be fun against? Among the players.
Among the players here?
You may ask, you may name the player of your choice.
Fun is a big word. Let's go through the list. Prague now. No
it
fun
would be the biggest problem to play this against Vladimir
Anish,
Malakhov.
also not fun. Esipenko not
Maybe
fun.
actually
Or Artemiev. I think Artemiev playing this as white would be truly delightful to see.
Hikaru, fun. No, it's...
He would never improve this until he gets enough, satisfaction with his current state of affairs.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm probably the person you want to play this against.
No, better.
Great fun.
I think I am the
problem. Whenever you don't see tricks, you start to play a really good positionally. So here, like, not white.
And we need to switch to this for a second, because this is very, very tricky. Queen takes d4 is the critical response. Black is pretty much lost, but black is lost really only for one specific reason, and I don't know how obvious or even findable that move is. And black's defensive resources are based on the idea of, let's say, I think in a blitz game, the rook on a1 would already be on e1 in this position in most people's games, because it just feels so natural to play rook e1. You create all these threats in the center. Black is about to collapse, right? h6. We know bishop takes h6 pretty much always wins, doesn't it? Queen h4. This is the intention of queen d4. And Bluebaum, who is a very clean calculator and also everything else loses, probably finds h6, queen h4, because otherwise you resign. And the point is, you can actually wait for a move with the move queen f5. And my problem with this move was I couldn't quite understand what we're threatening. But the thing is, black, shockingly, despite being given a move to make something out of this, still has nothing to do at all.
Let's say if you provoke me for g6, like queen f3, and you're very happy with provoking me. But I'm sorry, I wanted to know something that, in my humble opinion, the big point of queen takes d4 is to capture a pawn.
No, the idea is h6, queen h4.
Okay.
Typical queen h4.
Okay, fair enough. But queen f5, yeah, and basically black, seemingly the best move is still h6. We can throw in rook d1. And the engine is extremely panicked about this and actually goes queen takes d1 and h takes g5. And you don't save this position, I don't think. Just you can take
Petr, let's agree on that queen e5 won't be played, because you don't... I mean, whenever you have to move like rook a to e1, you play rook a to e1, no matter what else you have to play, because like queen e5, like for what?
Also, how do you arrive at that move?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's say, if I would calculate, I would say, okay, queen e5, there's like always rook c7, bishop c8. So I'm not doing too much, apart from giving some tempo to black to, maintain. Okay, that's how rook a1 played. I mean,
okay.
Hail. No.
Okay.
My explanation.
But this is what I began with. that white is winning, but I'm not sure how you find queen f5. And Pragg, in fact, did not find queen f5. And now for black, basically, you resign or you play h6, queen h4. Those are your two options. Next best move is -3 for black.
But h6, bishop h6, how is it?
Queen h4.
Obvious? No, I mean, okay, queen h4 you might find, but why do you play bishop takes h6? I mean, blundering obvious queen h4 response, by the way.
Well, I mean, maybe you play queen f4, bishop f4 actually here, but
There's
then...
knight d7 also, a bit promising, yeah?
Bluebaum back at the board. Important to start with h6, not queen h4 here.
Yeah, here queen h4 would be too hasty.
Yeah. But white has other options, no? Knight d7, bishop f6, bishop f4. Only bishop h6 good?
No, bishop f4 is playable, but you've given away much of your advantage because black just goes bishop f4. You can play queen b4. I guess d5, d4 is now being threatened. Queen b7 is a very useful thing for black to do, connecting with everything.
Doesn't look too crazy.
Yeah, and we preserve the option of meeting bishop h6 with queen h4, which is also incredibly annoying.
Hang on, but...
And knight d7, hg is nothing special.
Let me look. Yeah, a bit better for white. You take on e7 twice, black has to play rook d8, but black gets to at least attempt to stabilize there.
Looks like Sindarov now.
Yeah, a little bit.
So they are all playing the same position.
I think you take with the g pawn actually. I think this one probably is lost, but you take g takes f6 and you... The knight on c3 is so far away from the mating squares that you're somehow not dead here with black. It looks very scary, queen h5, rook f8.
I think this position is barely reachable and, of course, is really wanted by black because whenever you see this position, if you imagine that you can trade away majority of the pieces and then, okay, just get some structural problems, you sort of say, shut up and take my money and get into this, yeah?
Oh, he's committed. Knight takes c6 is not a move, yeah?
He doesn't look happy, yeah? Because as for me, I wouldn't be too thrilled about h6 move because, well, h6 is giving another tempo for white, and I would try to find some another prophylaxis. But I mean, knowing the factor, the actual evaluation, there is no, other way to play. Maybe something like queen b4 into queen b7, which looks super unnatural, but at least I protect on e7, and I also prepare d4 move.
Too late.
I didn't see.
Okay, queen b4, put it on the board.
Okay, now, Petr, it's your turn to shine.
No.
Probably knight c6 into knight d5.
No. It's much cuter than that.
Okay.
So you share with us.
Bishop takes f6.
Okay, bishop takes f6 probably.
Queen takes f6.
Oh, that's pretty.
And is it the only way to win, or it's one of the 10 ways to win? Because this, I can believe one can blunder.
Yeah.
Knight d7 also wins on the spot instead of bishop takes f6.
Yeah,
Knight d7
but it's very pretty. I'm happy.
Why is so winning? Imagine I play something like queen d6. You just take twice on so I can't hold on e6. Yeah, I mean on e8. Sorry. No, then just e8 is weak.
Yeah, e8 is just.
This is routinely lost. Yeah.
Yeah, no, everything else I think you find a bunch
Actually,
of
knight g4 also winning, knight x7 also winning, knight g3 also winning. So queen b4, as solid as it might seem initially, is not an optimal choice by black. That's what I say.
No.
So how is h6, bishop h6, gh?
Queen f5. Queen f5 I think is just...
Again, queen f5?
Yeah. Well, the moment the rook appears on g3, you...
Now it's more findable.
Yeah. And I guess queen h4 now...
threatening queen f6.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Queen h4, rook g3, check, king f8. You still lose to the same tactic, I assume.
Not sure how easy that is.
But you don't think you would ever take on h6, yeah?
No. I think if Pragg chooses bishop takes h6, and Pragg has other options, so it's not clear he will play bishop takes h6 even.
But with black, if you see this, you might also quit and look for another move. No,
there's no other move.
I understand. Maybe he's in that circle now.
Which helps. Yeah, I think it helps a great deal actually for black.
I feel like at this point it also reminds me of the game Pragg against Wei Yi, and also he outplayed in the middle game, brilliantly, and got some initiative against the king. And then he was trying to be a little bit too smart during converting instead of grabbing the material. So maybe today he would draw some conclusions and try to grab as much material as possible, but I don't see how does he grab material. That's a problem.
Yeah.
So let's
So
see.
far, Bluebaum is shaking his head, and yeah, this h6, if he spots a bishop h6, to keep calculating then and find queen h4.
Yeah, bishop h6 is
sure
also
that's so easy.
queen h4. Queen h4 is not a move you calculate at the first place. But do you have something besides queen h4?
No.
It's like bishop f8, let's say. Yeah, like
Prefer bishop g5 back, and your problem.
rook e6.
And then something wins.
What wins? Okay, I know something always wins, especially when you're like have such a talented assistance as you do.
Knight takes f7 at least wins a pawn. Like if we don't want
Rook takes e3, just bishop e3, or f takes e3. Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
We understand. Okay.
Yeah, so something like rook takes e5, rook takes e5, knight e4, and then just knight takes e4, yeah? It never works. Yeah.
No.
So, but queen h4 is not an easy, but I mean, eliminating other options, he would play h6 probably, yeah? Because you don't have like a move on like queen b4, doesn't protect you from anything.
Yeah.
And also all sort of knight jumps. At least you get like some space for the king, yeah? Now.
Oh, move about to be made.
In which game?
Bluebaum.
Ah, okay. You think so?
Yep.
I think.
Yeah,
Pragg doesn't look too thrilled.
There he goes, h6 played.
Pragg didn't look too thrilled, yeah, like
I think Pragg realized that he is not as winning as he perhaps assumed he will be.
Yeah. And Bluebaum, okay, you can question some strategic decisions early, but when it comes to defending these ugly positions, he's been on point.
Yeah, very decent throughout the tournament. Very, very.
Peter, as someone who knows Pragg that well, tell me please, if his like emotions right now is the sign of disappointment, or just he's how to say bored with the position, or like how to comment on this?
I wouldn't really want to speculate.
Reveal.
No, I don't know for sure. I don't think even he knows for sure what all of his facial expressions mean day to day. But yeah, he is not as happy as he. I think he thought he was winning, and then at some point he spotted h6, bishop h4, queen h4. I'm sure he saw it prior to h6 appearing on the board, and he was kind of hoping it will not happen. But now he realizes the game is restarting, and I mean, he might still win. Some of the positions we were talking about are quite risky. Bishop f4 is very decent. Knight d7 is very decent.
Yeah.
You still have to play quite well with black, but it looked like he was just going to win in like a 20-move miniature, and that is probably off the table now.
Yeah, because after rook a1, optically it looks like white is
just winning.
The finishing blow arrives like in 1 and 2 moves. But yeah, h6 is the half sweep continues. Yeah, the mysterious half sweep.
We'll see. But now also Pragg has like 5 sensible moves more or less here, so he can spend a lot of time, especially if none of them win cleanly, which
I would offer you to calm down a little bit into watching Anish. Let's say Anish watch party right now, yeah? So he got the position he surely absolutely delighted with.
Yeah.
They're both delighted.
The study like the book like isolated pawn. And I think they're both delighted?
A bit surprising.
Not sure if Andrey is delighted. The thing is, these positions in correspondence, they're a draw. So the question is this a legit...
agreed 5 moves earlier in correspondence.
Yeah, exactly. Is this a legit outcome of the opening for black? Because I think most players still feel you don't want this with black. You want it with white.
I'm sorry.
But maybe it's shifting with...
I'm sorry to say that I also had my engine running right now. And apart, among other moves, like g4, h4, I really like the first line, rook c1 to a1.
Yeah.
That probably gets very typical. Understanding, keeping rooks, c2 is covered, blah, blah.
No, it's not like black is going to trade something, it's just the shows the evaluation, because whatever white does, which is not blunder's material, it's going to be slightly better, even move like rook e1, yes?
Isn't that this Ivanchuk game where black doubles on the c file and someone goes rook a1 or rook b1, which always gets double exclaim for deep understanding, not exchanging rooks.
Yeah, I do want to say that Andrey choosing not to take on f3 a couple of moves ago was a bit surprising, because I always thought, the more you get off the board here, the more
I think
closer you are.
It's more about checking the tactics, and I think he was scared with...
Just takes king f8 next move.
No, but okay, you have to assess correctly that b7 is not hanging. Because it is actually hanging, but calculating the lines, giving up a pawn, and then trying to, rescue yourself with some precise moves. Probably he wants to keep it simple.
Yeah, I understand, but still, once again, he is a very classical player, and leaving.
So now, let's say if White plays H4, G4, like you know, build on something.
I understand your excitement about this position, but our producer just said it's too boring. We have to go on a break. There's more viewers during the break than during this end game. So we'll be back.
That's a fair point. See you.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back to the FIDE candidates, round number 11. We have one draw in the open section. Wei Yi managed to neutralize Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces. So that leaves us with 3 games in the open and all 4 in the women's section. Jan Nepomniachtchi, which game would you like to see?
You know, I think we unexpectedly went for a break, checking the breathtaking, not like heartbreaking, not yet, breathtaking endgame of Anish. But we have one more endgame, which is Fabiano against Javokhir. And I think there is quite a bit of things happening there. And the position we actually discussed with King marching on E1, yeah, it's about to happen.
Yeah, with the rook on
E7.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, with the rook on b6, we can even go king e3, I guess. We don't even have to go king e1. But Fabi for now gains some space on the king side, which is also pretty much always going to be at least a little bit useful.
So you play rook e7 to tie down the rook, yeah, if it has to cover the bishop?
Absolutely, but only drawback of rook e7 move, which would be completely fine, is that now black has f5 and king f6, which is coming with tempi. So maybe rook e7 is being ever cautious.
But he's fighting against f5 with the move g4, right? Because f5 now we take and it wins the pawn.
But actually g4 was played.
Yeah, g4 was played, and yeah, this is the intention. And it seems like black is pretty much obliged now to play h5, g takes h, king h6. Either immediately or you can do it on the next move, but you are supposed to do it now. Because otherwise the engine kind of doesn't like any plan.
G4 is a little bit double-edged because it like allows some simplifications, which is very, very welcomed by black, yeah? So all in all, like h5, I mean, like h5 is the move you probably will play sooner or later, either right now or you wait until h4 and then you play h5. But isn't like the idea of king e1, king d2 too obvious? I mean, not too obvious, or probably because all you want to do with white here, how you want to win, you want to push a pawn. So that's how you get a pawn going, by playing king e1. But
yeah, I don't disagree.
But king d2, I give a check. What have you achieved?
What?
I don't know.
We have king c1, right?
Oh, that's where you want to go, yeah? King c1.
Of course, I want to.
c1 or c2, yeah, we
no, all I want to achieve is that to make sure that you're not going with the rook behind the pawn, at least like too easily, and you're not going to
attack the knight, yeah.
Attack the knight, and especially like win all the pawns on the king side. So by putting my knight on c1, I think it's, sorry, my king on c1, I think it's a bit of an improvement. So. And after h5, I always play h4. Yeah, if I can fix the pawn on the right square,
yeah, and
normally I'm happy.
Javokhir does decide to play h5. We can actually ignore it with h3, but then we have to contend with the idea of h5, h4, and then we can maybe dream of some scenarios where the pawn on h3 could become weak. So this actually introduces some future counterplay, although very, very far in the future, frankly.
If you take king h6,
king h6, yeah.
King h6 is required to make things.
And what's the move? Let's say I go king e1 now. How does black deal with that situation on the king side?
You will have to play something like bishop f5 to prepare rook b2, rook c2, yeah? Because it's like only realistic counterplay.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Sure, like rook e7 might be a step in the wrong direction, yeah.
But rook c7 here.
Back.
But
then maybe I go king g2 and I start seriously thinking about a2, a4.
Do I want to protect it right now? Because I can also play something like rook e6 into rook a3. Because rook takes e4, there is always bishop e6, yeah, and I capture on a2.
G8, king h6 played. And king e1 did happen.
I mean, humanly it's hard to understand what's like the big difference if I play king e1 at once or just improve something, but to my taste, it's slightly, you know, letting the black so much desired, so much, you know, wanted counterplay. Because if I would play king e1 at once, I don't see any objects for black to, not just to attack, but just like to, you know, look in that direction. It's uneasy, yeah, like with, because as for now, let's say, in an unlikely case that our rook from e7 goes somewhere else, okay, black starts marching the king forward, like king h5, king h4, and so on and so on. And also, whenever we remove enough pawns, it will be always a chance like to sack a bishop for something. Well, a little bit unsure about the way Fabiano is handling his advantage, but probably either way, Black would need like quite a precise defense here to.
Yeah, I think
hold.
it's still very unpleasant from a human perspective.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
But here, at least, I see like some future.
A4, yeah.
Almost, yeah. I don't know if we, with the bishop on e6, definitely, but feels like the bishop needs to go somewhere straight away because you need to free up the rook, and you can't keep the rook passive for too long. Progress will start happening on the queen side.
But let's say if after bishop b5 I play like king d1, no matter what, so I want to play king c1.
Rook b2, and now rook c2, rook c7 is strong, yeah?
Yeah, rook b2. But here is, I mean, somehow I still like the position with pawns on g3 and h7 like a lot more.
Yeah, king h5, and then you have rook c2 after rook takes g7. Yeah, we've actually. Although I have knight d5 there in the end, this becomes very concrete, right?
Yeah.
We switch to maybe. Although I have a feeling maybe this holds for black, like rook takes a2, knight f6, king h6, and there's a lot of counterplay. I want c3, but could very easily also be winning for white after rook c7. King g5, knight d5, and if I get to play e2, e4 in a, I don't know. Yeah, no, I think black holds this. All this is obviously not forced and very, very far away, but
they're moved 33 already, both playing quickly.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like they play so quickly, but the opening, opening was very long, yeah, these days.
Yeah, okay. The starter moved 16.
Only 15 moves, yeah, into the opening, they got this position.
I don't know how long they were in book, but I think Sindarov started taking time somewhere around here. Maybe 5 wasn't, but in book a bit longer, not sure.
I mean, it's still uneasy to find something I would call an active counterplay for black, yeah? So even like this bishop b5, we are trying to, understand if it works or not. I mean, it's still unclear if it's humanly understandable, because you're inviting some rook c7, and after rook c7, you probably want to play bishop b6 straight away, and that's how you lost a tempo or two. So why would you even consider bishop b5 here after all?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Even though, like maybe like rook d6, trying to cut down the king, but then after rook d6, you're allowing into a4, which is also a huge question. Like, so rook d6, a4, rook b6, with the idea a5, rook b3. But this is last thing I would,
No, we can now play king d2.
I would consider. But after king d2, I get this counterplay like bishop b5, and my rook goes to a3.
Can I just run a5, rook b3, king d2?
Yeah, bishop f5, I think.
No, but this might actually just be bad. No, a6 and a7.
Rook b2 check.
King d1. And then a7. With the pawn on a7, you're not going to.
Pawn on a7, you feel like you feel good. And if I play bishop c8 instead of bishop f5, let's say being more cautious. I mean, if white's pawn would be on h4, some rook e8 would be good enough, yeah. But luckily, even now, yeah, like rook e8 into rook h8, rook h7. Yeah, I think you're not going to let this happen, yeah, like with black. I mean, with pawn on e2, it looks ugly. With pawn on e5, it looks disastrous. So, yeah.
Sindarov 2 points ahead of the field. So if he were to lose, and Anish were to win this, which is far from a given, will only be 1 point.
Okay, 1 point is a completely different story, of course.
He still has black against Anish.
Especially, yeah. And I think, does he play? Oh, no, not tomorrow. Tomorrow he plays
tomorrow,
Hikaru, I think. White, yeah?
Could be.
Yeah. He has white against Hikaru, then white... No, and then black against Anish, white against Wei Yi.
All right, where are we going? Back to Praggnanandhaa? Still thinking after
Still thinking, yeah.
Still thinking, maybe it's time to visit.
Oh no, he's done something.
Ladies? No?
He just played knight d7.
Okay.
He just played knight d7, and the way to equalize here is, I think, very specifically h takes g5, which, once again, I don't know.
Forced, yeah?
I mean, you don't lose by force after knight takes d7, but it's much worse than h takes g5. So the problem for Bluebaum is correctly assessing this position as completely fine, because it feels like with the bishop on a6 and all the white pieces sort of centered around the black king, it might be dangerous. But once again, this guy is not on e3 or g3, it's on c3. It's very difficult to get it to the king side. And this holds move by move. But all of your other options are worse. And once again, Matthias so far in this tournament has been very, very clean when he had to choose between unpleasant options. If you take on d7 with the knight, white just goes rook takes again, knight e5, and now very importantly, queen e3. And this endgame is very, very annoying for black. You really shouldn't do this to yourself.
Yeah, now bishop on e6 is a big problem.
Yeah, queen b4 is actually much stronger than queen takes e3, but you're still much worse after queen e5, hg, rook takes a7. This is not the version you want. But
I mean, to me, queen b3 looks completely insane, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like.
So you basically, I think you arrive here by the process of elimination as per usual. You just calculate all of your options and you realize this is the best one, and you kind of shake your head and you go here. And it holds because you can't really activate the knight. Black, I guess, wants some kind of bishop c8, e6, or maybe king g7, bishop c8, f5 is a very strong idea. You can throw in queen h6. Bishop c8 is fine. Also, queen f4 is fine. Just keeping kind of a watch over what white is doing. And eventually, you want to start playing bishop c8.
So queen e4 if I play knight e2. Oh, no, knight to bishop e2. Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
finally the bishop.
I guess the point of queen e4 actually we are threatening the
bishop.
We are threatening the perpetual. Is of course the major point of this move is we want queen c1, queen f4, queen c1, queen f4, and rook e3 looks logical to try to put it on f3, but now apparently d4 is even a draw. Queen f5 is also maybe okay. d4 disappeared, so it's no longer a draw. Queen f5 is the best move.
No, d4 is a draw. I think. Yeah.
This is quite tricky because still you have to contend with h3, h4 in every single position. You have to contend with the rook f3. But the position after knight takes d7 is so unpleasant that I think you pretty much always choose whatever else you have.
Is there like another move to play for black, or
after knight
basically maybe knight e4? I don't know. Knight e4 looks fine to me, no?
Knight takes.
D takes e4.
And then queen takes d7 simply. Yeah. So what Jan is suggesting is this position, which is actually still quite unpleasant, I guess, but maybe not completely unplayable.
No, this is I'm happy. I like.
I don't know how happy we are. I mean,
I didn't, it didn't bother my king side pawn structure and indicates
for now
opposite colors also, and I always have this like bishop c4 tricks and so on and so on. I mean, maybe knight e4 looks fine because if you are not, if you're unsure about the position after queen h5, queen h6, and something, then your king is like really exposed and like. I mean, if white could only bring knight on c3, it would be instantly game over. And on the other hand, you can play knight e4, and then you're sort of provoking massive exchanges. Like, I'm not sure because like the computer recommendation to play bishop f4 doesn't strike me as obvious.
No, bishop f4 is not really.
And knight e4 is so good. d4, rook takes e4, queen d7. Wow. But how comes this is so bad? Like if I play bishop.
Well, you just won a game like this against me very recently, right? You just give mate on the king side somehow. c5, queen g3.
Well, in our game I had also pawn on d6 better, not to forget, which would help me with the evaluation just a bit. But without pawn on d6, I'm not so sure. Was it pawn on e7?
At some point it got very far.
It was a good and fat pawn, yeah, I think. But
it got quite far, yeah. No, it's still a bit scary for black, I think.
I think it strikes me like as a lost position, and I wouldn't surely think about it like the computer suggests, like +1 and even more. Wow, I think it's a little bit too harsh. It's still like opposite colors, and if I'm not getting mated, I'll draw like eventually. I think it's quite a nice alternative for.
Maybe, yeah. In practical
Bluebaum
terms.
taking his time here. Also, knight takes d7. Like, I'm not sure you rule it out.
Why?
No, I understand it's bad, but just over the board, even this rook d8 move, I find kind of hard to.
Well, yeah,
make.
but once again, you get there because you have no moves. You need to resolve it. You can't keep this situation.
Just from afar, this looks scary.
It does look very scary. Yeah, I agree. I agree. In the meantime, in our central game of the round, Sindarov did play bishop f5, and it seems like one of the ideas that Jan mentioned is actually very strong. After rook c7 here, you do play rook a6. you want it on a3, and you are going to be claiming that there's no progress.
Okay, you play king d2 after rook e6. I mean, why are you so sure? King d2 into rook e3.
King to the rook a3.
So let's imagine this is forced. And if I let's say go e4, then you have bishop h3, bishop g2. That's how you maintain.
Yeah, e4 we attack from this side. And basically the plan for black now is just to play bishop h7, bishop h4, bishop f5 forever, which is, I mean, it seems a bit strange, but white also doesn't have very many proactive ideas.
But when you play bishop h7, I also with e4.
Exactly,
What do you do next?
So which move do we make, though? The important part there for our viewers, if we take on c4, this allows immediate equality with bishop e6, and we cannot pin the bishop on a2, because the rook cannot get to a1 quickly enough. And this is very comfortably level for black. But we do need a waiting move here. I guess maybe we go bishop e6, bishop f5, not bishop h7, because, like, yeah, I think...
No, after bishop e6, I will play king c2. Hang on.
Provoking e4 here seems maybe unnecessary.
You shouldn't play bishop e6 because I play king c2, no? And then I play king a3. You cannot play bishop e6, I guess.
Yeah, bishop e6, king c2 looks
That's
bad.
how like things get going.
Yeah. No, this is still very tricky. He is sort of back on track in terms of he seems to have found the correct way to approach it, because he needs the f5 square for the bishop, which is why we played h5.
Hang on, if you play rook e6, a4, like rook e7, rook e6, a4, let's stay realistic.
King takes h5.
And then like, okay, let's say rook c5 and d5 as a way to improve it slightly.
Why are we not taking anything at all? g7 is hanging, c4 is hanging.
Because rook g7, probably bishop c2, yeah? It's very unpleasant. Eliminating.
Sorry.
But maybe this is very nice for white, yeah?
Yeah, rook g7, bishop c2 only move, but it makes a draw. And
I'm
why
not
are
sure
we
it's
not
like such an obvious draw, to be honest.
Why are we not taking the other one? It says just bishop d7, and now you can't move, and there will be some counterplay eventually on the king side. Also,
this is like nothing, not really obvious for.
No.
Like, even with an engine running, it's not very really obvious. And speaking about the players, I think we're not going to see a move like rook e6. I think he will go back with bishop e6, and finally his rook is now unhinged. He would go something, yeah, like rook b2 or I don't know, because I mean,
Jan knows his player, by the way.
Who's my player?
Jan
took on d7, yeah, which
he did take on d7.
Is not good, but yeah, it felt natural.
So rook e7. What was the problem? Rook takes e7, knight 95.
Queen e3 specifically.
And queen b4 is.
Queen e3 only.
What about queen c4 now and going into queen f1 check and queen f2? Like Uncle Wei Yi taught us a lesson. Finding for actually I think Wei Yi put his bishop on e6 with the pawn on b5. So here is surely an improved version.
So rook e7, knight e5, queen e3, queen c4.
I mean, why it's like so bad? And now next move was d4 actually. Why should I be so dramatic about the position?
Rook e5 takes no, rook e5 maybe you will actually play
d5. I go d4, yes.
No, but then I have rook
e8, probably trade.
e8 and then queen e4 in the end, but the two pieces are still hanging, yeah. I guess maybe knight e4 wins here, question mark. Previous move.
Question mark if it wins or question mark for the move?
Question mark to my suggestion that knight e4 wins. I don't know.
Take on g5 and knight g5 and king g6.
Maybe it doesn't win, yeah, I don't know.
It's very dangerous, but I mean, I'm not choosing at this point, like for black, I'm not really choosing. Okay, let's see what's happening, because what did he miss actually? Probably he just didn't like other options, yeah? I think he didn't miss anything.
Looked scary and...
Actually, Compi says this is fine.
Too terrible.
Compi says this is completely fine.
The 0-5 is not blundered.
Yeah, queen b4, it goes down to some smaller figures. I'm not sure.
So rook e7 has to take, yeah?
Yeah, he has to take. There are no other moves.
Not allow queen f7. Rook takes, also obvious. Knight e5 is forced, more or less.
Yeah, rook f8, bishop e3 costs you a piece, so you play knight e5. Queen e3, I think, by far the strongest.
And now, yeah, kind of a great queen c4. Bluebaum style, at least, going for some counterplay. And queen b4, how bad was that?
That's the main line, yeah. Queen e5, hg, queen g5. I think it was making those moves and saying it's dangerous, but then again, you can, like, if you don't get mated after queen takes b2, why are we losing with black?
Why are we worse?
Yeah, why are we even worse? Yeah.
Looks fine for black with puny human eyes.
Yeah. Maybe I got a bit blinded by the fact that we've lost centi-pawns with this decision.
Centi-pawns cannot be restrained.
I guess you can take some other pawn now. Rook a7 maybe it looks
Yeah.
a bit more annoying. D4 or what? What do I do?
D4 knight d4 looks horrific.
Yeah, but what do I do? Bishop c4, b3?
I think I can, instead of taking on a7, I can play b3 at once. Just to make sure I'll keeping my structure on the queen side and later on trying to convert it now. I don't know, like b3, because if black has no real counterplay, then I mean, sooner or later something will happen, I guess.
This bishop is such an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bishop is not at its best.
Should have been off the board.
I mean, it's like you slightly do it with your hand, being unseen, and then it's already behind the A file.
Can try. All right, blue, I'm still in some trouble.
What is he?
What's he thinking about?
Yeah, well, once again, it's completely irrelevant, and I shouldn't be asking this every time this pops up, but why is he thinking here? Everything else loses. Very simply as well.
He's thinking because as a grandmaster, he's foreseeing his next moves. And you're only foreseeing the stockfish lines. That's the big difference.
That is very much the difference, yes. It's not like I'm on the record saying make the only move the moment you realize it's the only move.
But how do you know it's the only move? That's the thing. That's why you're thinking. That's why you're thinking.
He's a very strong grandmaster. I'm pretty sure he's already worked out this is the only move.
But maybe he wants to ambush his opponent with a sequence of only moves. How about that? Huh?
It's working. Prag's falling asleep.
Okay. Whichever strategy leads you to a victory, it's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. Today is the day. But he doesn't look happy. Something.
First time since the tournament in India when Vladislav Tkachov fell asleep. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It would be, yeah.
But there he was at the board, yeah? Like
he was at the board.
I think last round Dresden Olympia didn't make it to the board, no?
That is also true, yeah.
No, that's about like not showing up for a game. It's different. But specifically falling asleep at the board is a bit of a different story.
Yeah. Done it many times. These junior tournaments with double rounds, yeah, you need a bit of a nap. But you wake up when they press the clock. Maybe with these new clocks, it's tougher.
Actually, there was like some. I'm not sure if it still exists. Like the Praggnanandhaa tournament is still there. Yeah. There was a 100 blitz marathon, which would last for pretty much like 24 hours or something.
There's also a 24-hour blitz marathon in Germany somewhere in...
I've played many of those in Dresden in the old days. I'm not sure they still exist, but yeah, it's a thing. 24 hours you can do. I think
so he took on e7, wake up everyone.
Oh, look. Rook takes by Praggnanandhaa.
Springe aus e5?
Almost.
What was my mistake in this assessment?
The Aus.
Aus?
Yeah. Skip the Aus. Springer e5. Nach e5, you can say.
Nach e5? Okay.
Or auf e5.
Alles klar.
Genau.
Okay, let's move on to some other games. Maybe ladies section once again.
How's Vaishali doing? Doing fine.
Vaishali is very solid and not really low on time. It's like still 15 minutes.
Yeah. Time management is slightly better today, but it's 15 minutes for 20 moves. So if the position
doesn't look like too complex, but I mean, it's still not completely simplified, yes? So let's say.
I want to say I would be picking white here, but actually it's difficult to imagine how we're making progress, right? Structurally, the bishop on c6 is...
But taking twice on f6 and even 3 times on f6 is probably not playing for a win, here.
Although I'm pretty sure it's completely fine in terms of not being worse.
Yeah, of course it's like, should be all right, but clearly I need some more material to to go here.
Or at least slightly more active pieces. We'll leave that stew for a second, I guess. Anna Muzychuk is now completely fine against Lagno, arguably maybe already playing for a win a little bit, because things have gone sharply downhill.
She didn't go knight c4. This is, I think, an overstatement, of course, but yeah, the game is pretty balanced at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh, bishop tactics.
Bishop c8, very, very cute, yeah. Bishop c8, and yeah, this is a massive improvement, of course, for black. The bishop is now on the.
But shouldn't white accept the Greek gift? Just take on c7, go back, and then try to play f3 and maintain. Because I mean, it's like still like exchange is an exchange, yeah. Why wouldn't I at least give it a try? Well, bishop g4 is unpleasant. Bishop g4 into bishop f3, yeah. Looks a bit ugly.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, of course. Overall, it's a bit too risky for white here. Letting this bishop appear so close to the king.
Yeah, I think at first she thought she can accept the sacrifice and play on, but it's dangerous. But then your knight b5 misadventure just costs you tempi. And
but it's very nice, yeah. Like rook e to d8 is a nice move, basically setting up a trap. Yeah, with bishop h3. I mean, I think it's easy to think, okay, your opponent in the worst position blundered something, and that's why you play bishop h3, and then you play knight b5, and then you find out that basically you just lost a couple of tempi.
Yeah. Divya is now completely fine in her Maratse.
Every time I'm criticizing the Maratse, she proves me wrong again.
Yeah.
No problems anymore.
In fact, I think you should start being kind of careful with white.
Why exchange queens? I know I want to exchange queens.
Because the knight on b4 was pinned. Was very unpleasant and had to retreat immediately.
Maybe don't allow it to get pinned. Was there a threat? She didn't like b5 or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, like rook d4 into rook d1 was the suggestion from the computer, but it's not so obvious. It should be as good as computer promises. So, as for now, yeah, probably should be a balanced game, I don't think.
Well, if you allow knight c5 and do nothing, I'm
and then I play rook b1 and you know, try not to fall asleep after king f2.
I don't know.
I can also play a5 before. I mean, with my knight on e3, I mean, I can play even a5 now.
a5, I think the suggestion is knight e5, knight c6, and then.
Okay, I will have to watch out, but I don't think you can attack a5 3 times realistically.
No, but maybe black.
Of course, you'll have a5. Of course, I mean, of course, you can try to build on, but.
No, but this is a dream for black, considering where we were.
Yeah, of course.
This is an absolute dream for black.
What if I take the pawn?
Knight c5.
Marat's structure, you know, strikes back.
Maybe we can take a draw, but just by taking twice on d8, playing before knight a4, king f2. Maybe this is actually just maybe the simplest. Yeah. How bad can this be?
It's a bit sad.
It is. Yeah, it's
no longer
not fun. But maybe you just do this because other options. Divya is also decently in control on the clock, so maybe you just bail here with white. Honestly, the way it's going.
All right. Oh, and Zhongyi is also no longer better.
So what happened since we...
Well, she didn't find knight c6.
She didn't find knight c6 into bishop e5, which is... yeah, bishop g3 is very natural, but okay, knight c6 is just too strong.
Yeah.
Yeah. But after bishop g3, it's basically anyone's game already, yeah?
No, but now it's back in... Like, white is very much in control, although bishop h4 seems strange, because black was playing f6 in most positions anyway, so why are we forcing black to make the move that she probably will be making regardless? d3, d4 seemed logical on a previous move. Just put it on d4, give yourself the d3, c5.
We force it because we don't like to wait. We just want to see it straight away.
Yeah.
Yeah, d4 was...
d4, f6, knight d3.
Commendable.
Yeah.
But maybe black is also not so happy to play f6, yeah, because f6 into like something like bishop f8, and of course then bishop f7, but it's a little bit...
And here, I guess maybe we even play
to explain, yeah?
g5, e5 maybe or something, yeah?
Ooh.
I mean, if this works, I'm
It's so easy to move pawns in someone's game, Peter.
I'm aware.
I don't think like black is too thrilled about creating some more weaknesses. Okay, at the moment, of course, it's about like gaining some space, not about weaknesses. But you don't want to push pawns away from your king like for too far, I guess.
Oh no, I understand. Yeah. But even if we compare, let's say f6, knight c4, bishop f8 here. I'd much rather have my knight on d3, I think. Because black wants to play bishop f7, rook d5, rook c d8, and it looks nice on c4, but what is it doing? From d3 it was going to c5, and from c5 it maybe had some actually dangerous jumps.
But you know, like normally there is a cliché that f6 is considered to be a move you don't want to play, especially when you have a captured bishop on g7.
Shout out to Grandmaster Ben Feingold, yeah.
Yeah, and 12 Greenfield players presented here.
But
by the way, I stopped playing Greenfield.
Mostly to Ben Feingold.
But also, if you have a pawn on g6, you don't want to play e6, right? So you don't move any of those?
Yeah, you'd much rather not, yeah, but occasionally you are forced to.
We can start with bishop f8. If we wanna. All right, yeah, not tons tournament so far. Complex position here. Bibisara goes
f6 was played, so
bravely
a good choice. But meanwhile, like Javokhir is burning a lot of time.
But it is move 34. I was going to, draw our attention to that as well.
I don't think it really matters. Then there is move 34 because we win next few moves. I think black cannot really, hang around and I don't think black is too flexible with some maneuvering. It has to find some counterplay right now because otherwise, until the move 40, white pawn can advance quite a bit. And I guess that's the biggest problem for black right now. So the next several moves could be crucial.
Also, he can't calculate his way out, no? Some positions he just had to...
Yeah, this is more about like structures.
Which is much harder.
This is more about like structural understanding, like what do you want to achieve, what you don't want. So here is a different story.
Down to 17 minutes. Is this the biggest time trouble he's had in
I think in the first round he was a really low on time.
The first round I was.
And also in the first game against Praggnanandhaa, he was quite low on time. It was like
both of them had
time trouble.
Less than 5 at some point,
True.
Yeah, but
it can happen. Bishop e6.
Yeah, he ended up with the most natural move. But now what if I play a4? I mean, how do you proceed? I mean, that I cannot really improve with white, yeah?
I can't. Now even rook b7, I'm getting curious.
Wow, rook b7 looks very natural, by the way.
Yeah.
On rook b7, you have to play rook b3 as an only move, which would never be played.
Yeah, okay.
Because now, if not g4, h5, it would be like dead loss for black, but now it's... No, that's why you never push your rook to e3, by the way. By the way, you never play this because of this maneuver. You don't play rook b3 into rook e3. That means, that leaves a question, what do you pick as black after a4? Because going active is not really going active, yeah?
Yeah.
It's going into trouble. And I think a4 would be...
helping.
I mean, king d2 is also very annoying, but I don't know, like this king d2, comp suggests rook d6 into rook d7, which is...
I noticed that.
I mean, which makes sense because we have like with all this counterplay on the king side. But do you really look in the direction? That's the first question. The second question, well, again, what after e4? Yeah, this question is still hanging still hanging in the air, I guess. So I think maybe rook b2, king d1.
Yeah, and Javokhir, not to read too much into his facial expressions, but I don't think we've seen him as visibly...
No, I think he's visibly nervous right now.
As visibly nervous as we're seeing him right now, at least not for a while. Probably maybe not since that game against Prague.
This also just chess-wise super dangerous now, maybe. He understands he should hold, but with the a-pawn coming and no clear way to activate, I think he might just lose this many times at least.
Yeah, this is now very, very tricky. So ends up being a decent opening choice by Fabi.
Yeah, absolutely. And also bishop e6 a little bit like giving up on the active counter, on the active counterplay, because bishop on e5 was perfectly placed. But I think Javokhir is a type of a player who prefers to see some concrete lines, a part of some ideas and maneuvers. And he calculated for quite a bit. I think he fought for like 10 or maybe even more minutes, maybe even 15.
Yeah, he took some time there.
Yeah, and as long as he didn't find anything concrete, then he ended up on just basically giving the turn back to white.
Yeah, and
This is, interesting, yeah, because it could be, all of a sudden, could be some intrigue in the tournament back again. In case not too much of an intrigue, but still, yeah.
We would need Anish to win. Is he making progress?
He's making
some progress. He's making a lot of progress, I guess, because I think Andrey made a big mistake, allowing not G5, but that he allows to open like the second, creating, let's say, second weakness for himself. Because now the problem for white was that he can never infiltrate with any of the rooks. It's only C file open. And I think if you want to stay still, you just play G6, H6, and you just hang on there for a little bit, which is counterintuitive. But I think whenever you allow H4 and white can keep the tension, it becomes way more unpleasant than it was before. Because all sort of tactics starts to work, like some capturing on E6, some checks from H file, and so on and so on. So I guess, G5 is practically, maybe not a bad move, but practically is a bit, also wrong decision.
Speaking about chess culture, there's not even a trade being currently threatened on the board, and the machine goes rook b1.
I think he protects from knight e5, just to
probably
make sure the knight can retreat. Or maybe not.
Or maybe there is something direct there. Maybe in some way white can let.
Maybe to play knight b4 after knight d2 e5 or something, or after knight c2 e5. I'm not sure. But rook h1 looks very natural to me right now. Like rook h1, and then I'm actually treating something like takes rook h7, and like king on e7 is suddenly not as safe as it was before, and all sort of e4 e5 starts to make a lot of sense. So Anish is probably feeling there is a chance to
there's at least something
pose more problems than he expected, at least. So Matthias meanwhile played queen b4.
Okay, let's
go to and Matthias. B3 also was played.
Yeah, b3
played.
B3 is a good touch by Pragg.
Move. And still suffering.
Yeah, a lot of suffering awaits. And speaking of the computer suggestion, rook to f8.
Well, you need squares for the bishop. Yeah, the bishop needs to be in the game somehow. So you just like make a solid move and free up the c8 square for.
So that's the idea. It's not just overprotecting f7 square. It's just bringing the bishop back into.
I think we're giving squares to the bishop more than anything else. Yeah.
It is a nice maneuver.
Interestingly.
Yeah.
Wow, it's interesting that Fabiano played king d2 meanwhile, and rook d6 is on the board. And now is the question if black actually plays rook d7 or he just goes back to b6. It's like very intriguing at this point.
I'm feeling he will do rook d7. He wants to do something. This changes the status quo.
But rook d7, is like one-way ticket. If it's as good as it's promising, as it promises, seeing the evaluation, it's fine. But also it could be just a move which instantly loses the game.
Yeah. We shall see.
I would probably maybe king e1 is there, or king e3, just to make sure that rook d7 is not as promising, because my king would be ready to protect king side from his vis-a-vis. Well, interesting. So now, it's Fabiano's turn to think, because when he played rook e7 check, which was very natural, I think he caused his opponent to think for quite a bit, because there's two ways, going forth or going back. So now it's his turn to make a similar decision.
It's a bit odd, this king d2, and now thinking. Not sure I like it. Okay, he does have 50 minutes. He can afford to think a little on move 36. Where would you go, Peter? C1, E3, E1, C2?
I don't know. If you convince yourself rook d7 is coming, I think I'm going back and reconsidering my options. And assuming it's the previous position, I'm going back.
But here I can still go rook d7, no?
But if we know this is coming, I think.
What if we trade now?
I don't know.
So I trade. I play a4, king h5, a5. Looks so ugly for black.
I think the argument here is that king h4 we distract the king, and if the king goes towards the h2 pawn, then we just put the bishop, let's say, on c8. And you can't join the knight with the pawn on a5 because the c-pawn is still very much on the board, right? And we just chill now. And we claim you have no progress because once c4, c3 happens on the board, we're completely fine. So maybe even with the king on the king side, it's nothing.
Yeah, so maybe, okay, maybe then we just keep the rooks. But once again, if Javokhir plays rook d7, it's of course a big achievement because his king would be finally free from guarding g7 pawn.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we go a4 here.
It also depends on how unpleasant does he find the current position because rook d7 is changing your setup, defensive setup, and do you really want to do this or you just okay? King c2 is played.
Wow.
No, he's going in, yeah.
So rook d7. Also now, by the way, I can try to capture. I mean, after I trade on d7, I can maybe be in time to play knight e4 and knight f2. And maybe to guard some squares from the black's king. But maybe then you go to f4, yeah? Maybe then you go to f4, and after e3 you have bishop c6, yeah. Always. I don't think it works. But here, let's say after king g5 we play king takes e4, you always have bishop e6 check, yeah? So I cannot just win a pawn and bishop e6 check, yeah. I can't really win a pawn for nothing. Well, it's still very interesting. Like, so probably will win the next few moves. I mean, if he plays rook d7, I think he would likely make a draw. If he won't, I think he'll find a way to lose it. This or that, or
and
that way.
Bishop f5 check, we just go king c1, right? We're not.
Right now. Yeah, like if we're all bishop h3 and bishop g2, yeah, you don't want to.
Yeah, we pretty much never want to allow this, I think, yeah.
You don't want to escalate things that quickly, I guess.
Yeah. But king c1 after rook d7 will just take on c4 and, okay, new game begins.
Actually, for computer, it's all the same. He doesn't really care about c4 pawn.
Yeah,
he just needs some counterplay, which is fair enough.
I had a feeling.
Bishop f5 about to be played. No, rook d7.
No, rook d7 about.
Rook d7 is a good one.
He's good.
Yeah, that's why I think king g2 was not so precise. Yeah, that's an interesting moment.
But if rook c6 now, we still have some pressure, no? Like a4, a5, a6. Check, king c1. Takes. I don't know, some counterplay. Caruana didn't see this coming, it looks like.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you really expect to someone trade rooks when it's like a pawn is running forward that quickly. So what do we do now? So if we consider rook d7 is not winning anymore, which is probably not winning anymore. So what do we do instead? So probably rook c6, yeah, we can do without like losing too much of the EV, yeah?
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
What if rook c6, by the way?
I guess they give a check, right?
After king c1.
They just...
Yeah, take on h5.
So I take on c4 and here. Okay, rook d4 seemingly doesn't work. So you just play this endgame pawn down, but you sort of blockading it. Okay, it's still super unpleasant. I'm not sure, like we're seeing this evaluation, which is
yeah, machines is
strangely enough so low, but if I would be white, I would think it, I mean, surely should be convertible.
Well, I don't know about convertible, but you have decent hopes.
Well, I don't see like, I mean, what's behind my logic is that black doesn't have direct counterplay. So I cut your king by like 4 francs, so you're not going anywhere. So some f5, g5, g4 takes a lot of time and we weaken e5 square. And you are not going to prevent me from playing a4 and king to a3 and then I make any further progress. So I'm just curious, what do you do as black? So let's say in this line. Because if it goes down to some precise move per move-ish things, no, it's not like about the setup is drawing right now by you know, positionally. It's about some, I think, unusual counterplay, yeah? Like which you have to foresee if you're going here.
And if rook d4 you take, or what?
I have a3.
I think a3, yeah? I mean, bishop e6.
But then maybe king h4.
I want to sneak in here. But,
yeah. But once
But
again,
if we go a3,
you have to assess it, right? You like,
no, if you sneak in, I can now take maybe on d4 and play knight b5.
Exactly. I was wondering how I mean, I'm assuming this is a draw, but like how obvious is it that this is a draw? Yeah, I guess g5 f5.
Not so clear.
G5 f5, g4 will come so quickly that maybe it is, yeah. Yeah, but still, I don't think anyone will be certain that this is a draw. Like in that final position, just for a
Caruana
second.
doesn't look certain about rook takes d7 either.
No, but he has time to burn. I think it's very understandable if you spend some trying to work it out.
Rook takes d7, by the way, is, I wouldn't say easily, maybe the wrong word, but it's like a very straight calculation. So like either you promote a7 and win c4 and you're in time to go back with the king, and I think it's pretty much move per move-ish. So like it's much like a pawn endgame, yeah.
We can also go bishop c8 in this position.
Yeah, I should stop the guy.
Maybe.
Yeah,
but Fabi
no
says
one trades rooks, of course. That's probably the correct decision from Fabiano. And yet another question for Javokhir. But maybe he's not going to give away c4 pawn that easily. Because as for me, like, I don't see that bishop f5 is so smart.
No, it looks like
he's going for bishop
going
f7.
backwards,
yeah.
Bishop f7-ish.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also makes perfect sense to me. But what do you do now after e4
Yeah,
and
but now we
a5
push, yeah.
Now we
Okay.
run.
Now we push.
So you have to go rook e7.
Rook a7
or
maybe?
you pretty much resign. And
Time
here,
for king b2 activities, or
but king b2 I always have rook b7 check, I guess, yeah? Giving you away immediately.
Will bother you?
Yeah, bishop e8, rook c5, and then king c3, yeah.
So easy?
No, nothing is easy anymore, I don't think.
I think Fabiano is blaming himself a lot for the move g4 right now. Because he could do all the same, but the king...
I don't think he could do
would
exactly
be,
the same. Maybe
I think that was the perfect way to convert it, though. But maybe you're right and he couldn't. Anyway, so after e7, after rook e7, do we have any realistic plans except rook takes rook c5? Because also rook c5, there is a trick. After king h5, I have f4 suddenly, yeah? All of a sudden, I'm winning another pawn.
Does it help?
I think it helps quite a bit, because bishop e8, I always have a5 to protect my pawn. And also, I can finally fully activate my rook using the fifth rank.
Try to run here.
Yeah, king g4, I take, you take. Okay, I take.
One pawn.
So king h3. But this is not so obvious if it's good enough. So I play rook g5, let's say.
Yeah, I want to include this and then maybe start pushing, yeah?
So take on h2. It looks very scary for black. Maybe it's objectively a draw, but it looks like nearly lost position to me. Because I'm now playing knight e4, I blockade g7 pawn easily. So you cannot really give away a bishop for one pawn, because I have another one left.
Not sure in which position you are, but...
I'm actually at the same position as you.
Okay. That's 2 pawns versus 2, isn't that progress for black?
Yeah, I go like a5 here, let's say, yeah, like king takes h2 and something like... I'm not sure, like knight e4 maybe? Okay, knight e4 runs into bishop e6.
Six maybe.
That's a very strong one. Bishop e6 is a good touch. Okay, so I cannot play knight e4, it means.
Yeah, maybe
the king is cut down like to level.
Maybe even this holds. But yeah, you.
Looks ugly. Maybe holds objectively, and wouldn't be a big surprise. Yeah. But you shouldn't take it for granted, of course.
Yeah. In the meantime, Andrey has played himself into a position where he might have to start sacrificing material. So yeah, Anish is doing all the right things.
Oh, he did the rook cd1 understanding move, keeping all the rooks.
Yeah, but Anish is like... I think he went for this line for a reason, because okay, this is exactly the flow of the game he was expecting.
So also the type of stuff he likes. He has a good understanding of this. He has zero risk. He doesn't have to calculate any attacks on his king. I mean, he'll be happy.
Even though his king is exposed and nearly in the middle right now.
Looks fairly safe still.
And the fact that the engine suggests best play is to play knight c6, take on e6 with the pawn, and white can win the pawn on b7 with checks.
That's unlikely to happen.
Yeah, and
how Andrey rolls.
Yeah, check king d6, rook b7, rook cb8, and it says this one probably black holds actually, even though like it's entirely unclear to me why that would be the case.
So it looks lost, sort of.
Yeah, takes b3, king g3, and yeah, he goes rook h8 instead.
Yeah, that's more normal.
Yeah, but now after king g3, f3, f4 is a massive threat.
Oh, the secret spot.
Yeah, no, this is now very, very unpleasant.
And you don't really have time for f6, bishop f7 maneuvers here.
Not anymore, I don't think, no.
So if you go f6, what do you do?
f6, f4.
f4, so you have to go knight c6.
Yeah.
And you simply keep on playing, yes? And
yeah,
now
just
you're
bishop f3 and...
Even like knight takes c6 into bishop f3 is super unpleasant.
All of those things.
Yeah, at this point it's probably a very, very one-sided endgame, which requires a bit of the fantasy for black to hold.
Esipenko doesn't look thrilled with how it's progressing either.
Yeah, move 28, he has 20-ish, 18 minutes for the last 12. The time is not really a massive factor, but position is deteriorating. Yeah.
He's what, -3 already, yes?
Yeah. Yeah, but the three he lost weren't like this.
No, the easy normally held. He lost two white games.
No, this game is finally could show the drawbacks of his like opening plan for this game, for this tournament. Because normally, I mean, if I would see there is an option to get the position like Anish got today, I mean, structure-wise, I would like be putting all my money like on this line, because it's basically two-result game, which is perfect whenever you want to play. You know, first of all, you're playing risk-free. I think you have some realistic chances for a win.
Yeah, no.
So it's not like a draw by default, yeah. So that's why, and Andrey would continuously invite players into this structure, and okay, finally, yeah. Finally, someone accepted the invitation.
Yeah. Makes more sense if he thinks he's really much weaker in like sharp or whatever random positions than the others.
But his wide games, yeah, I think his wide games indicated he's ready to play some sharp positions. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, with black, yeah, somehow he believes in this stuff. But okay, had he drawn easily, maybe we'll praise him.
Yeah. So now let's say there is a choice for white in between like rook h2 and king g3. I think rook h2 is also pretty much interesting. Yeah, basically. Forcing the black to give away h file, but yeah, king g3 and f4 is also really lucrative.
Choices.
Yep.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the game between Prague and Bluebaum, there's been some developments after the Bluebaum did find rook f8. Prague correctly is not taking on a7 just yet. He went rook c7. Queen b8 was playable here, and there's a very cute line here, by the way, which I wanted to show you. Queen e7, sorry, queen b8, queen e7 is probably the most testing move in practice, and there is a very interesting little line here, which goes queen b4, which is probably the best move. And now if white takes, if you liquidate into this endgame, you probably lose, because the king will come to f1, and then your pawns on the queen side are terribly weak. But you do make a draw by including rook e8 before you take on b3, on c3, because you want rook e1 check, and only then you want to take on c3. And knight d5, rook e1, king h2, bishop b7 will eventually hold. Instead, he played queen b6, knight a4, and in this position, I think he made the move that most people would make automatically, because you don't want to leave a lot of your pawns hanging. So he went queen b4. Sorry, he went queen b5. And in fact, queen b4 was much stronger for the reason that after queen b5, white could establish full control of the dark squares with queen e5, e3, trying to plant the knight on c5. But Prague didn't play that as well, so mistakes are kind of creeping in. But Prague is now better. This is not a clean equality that maybe was on the cards at some point, because g5 is still hanging, a7 is still hanging. We did not manage to get the a6 bishop into play yet. So this is definitely something that Prague could work with. Although queen e3, as I mentioned, instead of king h2 was even stronger.
Thank you, Peter. We will strongly recommend that you keep watching the show even after the break, because we're approaching the time trial, which should be very exciting. See you then.
And I'm joined here by Hikaru Nakamura, a draw with Wei Yi, a tough game. He came very prepared. Tell us about the opening and how you saw the result.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we blitzed out our moves, and then it was fairly obscure, but Wei Yi went one move, or I should say he played a move that I hadn't looked at, which was his bishop e4 move instead of bishop c2. And I mean, when someone's so well prepared, I mean, I was calculating this knight a5 line for probably 30 plus minutes, and then I wasn't convinced, so I played this rook c1, then rook d1 back. But then again, it's like I've spent 30 minutes. I'm still not happy even after he spends 20 minutes to play this knight d3 move. So I just wasn't sure. And then, you know, at the end, I wanted to play rook f1, but I was already down an hour. I was already getting a little bit low on time, and it just kind of felt like that would be a very stupid decision, all things considered. You know, I think if I had a chance to win the tournament, I would never make a repetition there, but just the circumstances weren't right for me to play on.
So, of course, many spectators will have seen that knight takes a5 was a possibility. Did you consider the move? What do you think about that line?
Yeah, of course I saw knight a5, but knight takes a5, knight d5. I mean, it doesn't. I don't think it matters which square I go to, d2 or e1. There's this knight takes e3, f e3, queen d5. And I mean, basically, I felt that even if I get the pawn on b7, knight b7, queen b7, and something like queen e2, black can just play rook b8, and with the two bishops, black can't be worse. And the other thing also is that, I mean, the problem with the calculation there is I'm obviously not playing against my opponent. I'm basically playing against Stockfish. And the problem is that if you make like one wrong move there, it might not be a situation where you're okay. You could also just end up being slightly worse and suffering the whole game. So, like I spent a ton of time, I couldn't work it out. Then I just decided, I mean, what's the point?
And my final question, tomorrow, you're playing black against the leader, Sindarov. So what do you expect from this game?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to judge. I think based on what happens today, it'll be quite the situation will be quite clear. Either Sindarov will be in a very good situation where he basically needs a draw to win the tournament, or he'll end up losing this long end game against Fabi, and then, I mean, he'll probably have to press very hard with the white pieces. So, I mean, maybe he won't have to press because it doesn't look like Anish has anything special, although Anish's game is going to go on, you know, forever as well. But I would say that basically, actually, is it so simple?
For those of you looking, Hikaru's looking at the screen now.
Looking at Anish's game, actually, I'm just looking and I'm just wondering about knight takes b7. And suddenly I'm wondering what, like, I mean, either it's completely equal or Anish is in really good shape here. I'm not sure. Interesting. But yeah, I mean, I can kind of see a little bit of an evaluation bar on one of the computers here. But yeah, I mean, basically what I would say is, you know, the situation is simple. If Anish doesn't win, Sindarov's in great shape no matter what happens today. If Anish wins and, let's say, Sindarov loses, tomorrow will be exciting. So we just have to wait and see. But based on the position that I saw in the game between Fabi and Sindarov, I thought Sindarov was, or Javokhir was doing quite well and should draw pretty easily. So I have a feeling tomorrow's going to be fairly boring.
Okay. Thank you, Hikaru.
What if you could play the Sicilian, like Anish Giri? The King's Indian, like Nakamura? And the Roy Lopez, like Fabiano Caruana? On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
Welcome back to round number 11. Star-studded lineup today. Vichy, Anna, the 5-time world champion, is back. Vichy, just in time to see Vaishali win another game.
Yes, exactly. I mean, suddenly I came here, and then we were just sort of rattling away, and then possibility of bishop c6 opened up, and next thing you know, she plays it.
Yeah, and
we were just wondering, is it difficult to see or not? And then boom, it happens.
Yeah, and this is the position. Clearly, some things have gone wrong for Goryachkina. Specifically, there is this really strange-looking rook on e5, which is going to get picked up very soon. And white still holds by a3, a4, and also I think bishop b5 maybe isn't losing here yet. But she played bishop c4, which I think is the most natural move in the position. We're about to trade bishops, and then the rook will be safe because there are just not enough pieces to attack it. No. And this, I think, is very missable, and I'm very impressed with the speed with which Vaishali played this, because I think your brain at first kind of refuses to contemplate this. It costs you a very important pawn. But the rook is still caught, either on this square, or I guess you take on c6, but it's completely lost.
Yeah.
So Vaishali is on the verge of winning a third game. Oh, not a third game, she's won a bunch, but she will be on +3 and potentially a full point ahead of the field with 3 rounds to go. This is a very big turnaround here.
Rook takes c6, rook takes c6 on the board already. This looks hopeless, right?
Yeah,
well,
no, this is just hopeless.
I guess, I mean, you can maybe play on if you somehow consolidate, like king f1 maybe, and try to not resign immediately.
Or b3, a4 if you're going to do
yeah,
like
or actually, I'm worried about allowing knight e4. Yes, yeah, you start with b3 because of that. But then rook d6, I don't like the rook getting.
But on the other hand, the king f1, knight e4, rook c4, knight c3, though it stabilizes, you feel the knight can't hold up in the long run.
The knight generally does not hold those types of positions alone. Yeah, even though it will take time and you still have to maybe pay some attention with black. But you
already maybe b5 works just to clean up.
Yeah, and
either with b4 or
she's done something.
Bishop b5.
No, that collapses.
That collapses because rook c.
I guess
maybe even rook c1 check.
Yeah, not a bad idea to put it on h2 actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that collapses. Rook c2 check, knight c4, knight d5.
Maybe knight d5 first, yeah?
Oh yeah, knight c4, knight c7 is.
Yes, and so on. Yeah,
it's pretty strong.
It's
no, this doesn't hold anymore.
I think this is. In fact, we should keep paying attention pay attention for the handshake.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on this, but let's switch back to the open section. Sindarov did play bishop f7, a4, rook a7.
What's your take? Is he hanging in there?
I mean, I was actually considering the line where that rook goes to a3, white goes rook b6, and then forces king b2, rook b3, check takes. And then I was wondering what happens in the race, where white is trying to push the a pawn, but black is coming forward with the king, and something like that. But then this seems like a decent version for Sindarov, given where he was, but given that the black king is able to move forward. But I don't think he's safe yet.
Yeah, Fabi just goes king b2, a3 before, very direct plan. I guess just completely giving up on the pawn on h2 and trying to win the race, as Vichy was intimating. We know the engine holds. We don't know if a human holds, though. It's a much less clear proposition.
This move 39, so no particular time trouble. What do? You take h5?
I don't see another plan. Yeah, king h5.
b7, knight b5.
Yeah, bishop e8, rook c5. I mean, you can't really solve that one because I follow up with king c3, right?
So let's say takes. As we go.
Yeah.
Still a bit scary.
At some point, I want to maybe throw in bishop e8, but maybe not just yet. Maybe here.
Maybe it's already too late. No.
Could be. Yeah. What's the threat exactly, though? King a5, rook b7, or
king a5.
So maybe it can be smarter, even rook e6.
No, I don't think we have. If there's an idea, it must be either instantly some tactical thing, but I don't see what. E4 doesn't look plausible.
Just wondering if actually
Bishop E8 doesn't slow it down much. Rook B7 is maybe the direction because there might be some. And then G4 already, yeah.
Okay, I've made a lot of moves, but I mean, at least there's some counterplay.
Yeah.
But to go for this voluntarily also.
Yeah, but the other problem is FG, FG, King B8, and I'm winning with. No, you play King B6, G3, or King A6, let's say, and that's not to be on the G1 square. If you go back and play King A6.
Where was that? Okay. Yes, sorry.
G3, Rook B8. Now Rook B8, A B8, G2, Queen E8, Queen H8 is there. It doesn't matter actually.
We're
no, I mean if Rook A7 and G2, then Rook E8 matters.
Yeah.
And if
no, but G1 check.
It is
again, because the king which was on B6 now is on. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Okay.
So each time we get a different version of that check. Okay. But I don't know how realistic this line was.
Okay, I made 800 moves.
Yeah, I think we just stay here. There were some developments in Giri versus.
What about E4 here?
That's black to move.
Yes, E4. I'm sorry if that was difficult.
F takes?
Rook B7 check. I could do it in the other order. Let's say Rook B7 check, Knight B5 forced, I think, and then I play E4.
Yeah, we assume Knight B5 is the idea. Yeah, and E4 you're playing to take on H5 and
with
E2.
the bishop and bishop E2. That's progress, right?
That
I don't know if E5 slows everything down or something.
Seems to be progress, yeah. Although
I don't know, bishop E2 or maybe King G5.
Are you even willing to let it get to E6? Yeah, which is, I mean, maybe it's fine. Yeah, maybe it's.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I've solved the problem with one set of pawns and created a new monster. Rook C7 might be winning. Yeah, sorry. No, I think this one went down. You have to take on E2.
Yeah, we take
if EF6, GF6, and then. Or maybe, yeah, no, this and then, well, I don't think you're going to fall for C3 check, so. But I have bishop D1. Yeah. No, this is
no,
decent.
But also it's just two against two now. King G5. Yeah. I mean, we probably don't lose anymore.
Yes, and but I don't think I get all this. Okay. Also, I keep on wondering what happens after E6 instead of E takes F6, because then you have Rook C7 and E7 and all that stuff.
Oh, I thought C3 was working. We're very far away. Let's stop discussing blindfold positions 10 moves away.
Yes.
That's not very good for the broadcast.
Need a minute or two. I might find the position.
Yeah, Javokhir is down to 9.5 minutes for 2 moves, but it's only 2 moves, and
not that dramatic.
No, not really. But seems to have been a very decent idea by Fabi. We originally were kind of skeptical he'll get anywhere, but he is actually making Javokhir work. What do you think of G3, G4, by the way? The other Jan, while he was still here, was kind of critical about creating any weaknesses on the king side. Because we could have just played King E1, D1, C1 instead of G4 in all of these positions, keeping it on G3.
That's a reasonable point, but given that black can't really exploit it and is still tied down to the G7 square, I thought G4 didn't spoil anything.
Yeah.
I mean, it took black so long.
I guess if you want to save on G4, you do it on the previous move, because we were mentioning on air that if you include Rook E7, Rook B6, black probably wants F5, King F6 now, because it gains time. So maybe we do it instead of Rook E7 even, yeah?
Yeah.
Just immediately.
Or where you want King E1?
Yeah, the question is, if we don't touch anything at all on the king side, how is black supposed to deal with this position?
I thought I'm going to play bishop F5 and Rook B2 anyway. Rook B2, King D1, bishop F5, let's say.
Yeah, and then after Rook C7, that was...
And you think I'm just stuck and nothing, yeah?
We couldn't figure out what your next move is. I remember we had it on air, and then Fabi played G4, and it became obsolete.
Yeah.
But yes, now that you're here, I wanted to get your opinion on this, because yeah, we were not sure how you're supposed to deal with this with black. I mean, Rook B4, King C1, all your previous plays completely pointless.
Yeah.
Rook C2, Rook C4 doesn't seem to work. like you have to play rook b2 here, and okay,
Yeah.
like we've achieved something. We're
No,
now
no,
one
not
up.
really,
We
yeah.
can think about things.
Yeah, maybe this was even more testing. Fabi going for a walk. Did he make move 40 or what? Oh no, he's just pretending he made move 40, so Sindarov.
Well, he's got 22 minutes, so.
Yeah, it's not that big a gamble. Meanwhile, Anish Giri, did he make progress? He did this
No,
king g3, but then something strange. Yeah? Like,
He made regress. Yeah, I really don't like knight takes e6 there.
that's
I think we're trading the wrong piece.
Are you think just F4 and keep it going?
Yeah, I really think we've traded the wrong piece. It's still unpleasant for black. It's like we are by no means guaranteed to hold, but I would much rather allow the knight takes d4 trade.
so he took on e6, f takes e, and now went f4.
And yeah,
What should black do here? Should
well, you can play rook
G4 happen
g8.
and
You
then
can play rook g8, but you can also just ignore it. I think, like rook a f8, for instance, because f takes like taking twice on g5 is not a threat. I'm pretty sure. With the knight coming to e5, I think we're kind of okay with it. The question is, are we worried about allowing f takes and h5? And I think the answer is no.
Probably mostly because we can't stop it anyway.
Yeah. No, I mean, if we're really panicked about this, we can go gf4, e4. But I think that's the option I like the least.
Yeah.
I'd much rather just try to blockade this one, I think with reasonable chances of success, frankly.
Feels much more stable for black somehow, especially now that you mentioned this 95.
Yeah. Now, white has endless improvements, I guess. I guess maybe his plan is to play eventually rook h2, rook h1, and try to get somewhere. But okay, I play king d6 here, for instance. You double on the h file, I go rook h g8, and I invite you to put your rook on h7, and I say this is not very much. I don't think it's all, I think it's a fair assessment.
But after you said that, what move do you play?
Did he go rook h8? Yeah.
Yeah, he went rook h8, but now after rook h2 he'll have to reconsider, I suppose, right? Because you can't maintain this posture unless you want g4, e4.
Well, gh4 and knight to f7. What do you think of that?
Actually,
but then why do you need rook g8, right? Yeah, it still doesn't make sense. I think rook g8 was suboptimal.
Yeah. Actually, once again, looking at my screen, the screen goes rook h2, we can play king d6, wait for you to put the second rook on a horrible square, and then go gf, ef, e5, and says zeros, basically. So that maybe is the way you approach this. The plan with the doubling, I think this is how you approach it.
So rook dh1 is not the way, yeah?
No. No,
I would rather adamantly point out that even in this case, the rook h8 would have been
better. But I guess
better,
we can improve the bishop for now. Maybe the bishop is better placed on, I don't know, some square.
d3, b1
somewhere. Because black really doesn't want anything yet. I think with the rook on d1, we're never going takes. But we also have a bunch of semi-useful waiting moves, I suppose.
Knight e7?
No.
Or does that allow e4? Okay.
Yeah, we can shuffle. Yeah, 97 seems to be playable. I added a6, a5 to the position. It didn't change the evaluation very much, and then maybe I would like a5 and b6 just on general grounds. Move them to dark squares. Should never be a bad idea. I think the bigger question is just what's your progress for white? If we assume rook h1 is not a threat, then what is ever going to be a threat here?
Yeah.
But rook h1, you're just saying you always have takes and e5?
I think that is the stance that we are supposed to assume. We are prepared to do it, and we do it, yeah.
Now I switch back somewhere, and rook h1, rook d1.
I guess, hang on. Thought I saw something. Yeah, still kind of...
Well, I can actually go knight
Yeah,
d4
d4 appears not to be losing material, but I'm so shaky with that. Yeah,
I could also go rook d2 if that bothers me. Instead of rook d1, but why are you happy? I don't know if I have any brilliant moves like bishop h1. Check.
Okay, so knight c2 must be,
Where are we? Muzychuk, you want to say?
I mean, this is still sort of more critical, but I am slightly shaking my head at what happened there because black allowed some potential
Oh, hang on, I can
trouble.
take. Finally, I saw. Tactic.
Wait, knight f5 check?
King h3, rook takes g4. You want to what? No, that's not going to work.
But then rook e2 check. Yeah.
No, and Anish actually has already taken on g5, so I guess he believes that he's
very
better.
determined.
And h5,
take
yeah.
everything, or?
Yeah. No, he's playing h5.
You think so?
Otherwise, he would have been taking in a different order. I think.
Oh, what about
He wants to
hg?
Take g5.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. No, but now we go knight e5, and I think we're kind of fine, no? Rook h5, though. Maybe we actually... Do we want one pair of rooks off the board?
But then you have to move aside for...
yeah.
Can I take?
King h... Oh, the rook g2 happened, so I have to go king f2 or something. Oh, no, this is not...
I think this is fine.
That
yeah.
impressive?
I think this is fine.
So, Esipenko back in business.
Yeah, knight e5 just holds.
Yeah, played.
We even want knight f7 and just to kind of get that pawn off the board potentially, but mainly we're just fine strategically now. That was a kind of a unexpectedly...
Yeah,
What
knight
about-
takes e6 made it harder, huh?
Maybe here e4.
Just...
And then rook h5. I don't know. Yeah.
We can still do the same.
Yeah, and then I wanted to go king f4, and I thought that's my big extra bonus.
Yeah, but after knight f7,
Yeah, it's
he
not
doesn't
much.
believe in this. Yeah, there's too few left. The rook is now active. The knight will be on h6 and immovable. Yeah, too few things left.
So Esipenko hanging in there. Did they make the time trouble? Yeah, they made the time trouble in the Caruana game. King takes h5.
What about king g5 here, instead of king h4, which is taking me too long? Which is faster? King, yeah, g5, e3, f4, e3 is one option. h4, h3, g2, f2 is 4. So perhaps the faster route has some value.
Let's make some moves.
Or maybe I can even do in a rook ending style. Bishop e8, take on b5, and then go king g5, f4, e3.
I take.
Your rook will take on c4 and come to e4, yeah.
But if you just go here, who's better and why?
Oh la la. Well, black
Like
is
just
winning,
wins.
right?
I mean,
Yeah, black is
h5
just winning,
it
yeah.
doesn't work, is what I'm trying to say. Then we need to
I think
wait
I'll take
more
the
time.
queen ending anyway, but you may not get it.
But then, what's Fabi doing? This is smart. King to e3.
Yeah.
We need to lose another tempo.
Rook
So rook
c7? Yeah, rook c7 probably is the idea. Because the bishop is currently very far away from squares where it needs to be. Maybe
No, I'll take king e3, a5, king e2, a6, bishop h5.
Oh,
I made it.
that is very missable.
Yeah.
That is
Though still, actually, king knight d5, bishop f3, king c4 is winning. Yeah, so
Oh, yeah,
doesn't
okay.
help.
No, but you had I think you had a better idea. No? Yeah, this is winning, I'm pretty sure. But you could have played... instead of king takes e2, you could have played king d2.
Oh, okay.
And you have your own passer there for us to worry about with white, right? Probably holds.
Wait, so knight b5, if I go king g5, you're going king a b4, right?
Aren't we maybe...
Because if rook c7, then I take and c3, and that's a bummer because I get the bishop to c4.
And you collect the whole chain, yeah, that's the problem.
Just the c3 pawn keeps your king actually tied down,
Yeah.
and yeah, so...
So how did we get here? Takes.
King
e3,
a5. Peter pointed out that king d2 might be the way to go, yeah.
Knight b5, I mean, we now have knight b5, which still needs to be calculated.
But then I go king takes... not yet.
Maybe not yet.
I have to do bishop d5 first.
Yeah, but I thought bishop d5 first, yeah. But if you play bishop d5 first, I have e4, so I've preserved
And then my bishop will run out of squares, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, he's gone king g5, so we are actually getting somewhere towards this.
King
yeah.
b4.
King G5, King B4, King F4 only move.
Because you cannot stop Rook C7 anyway, right?
Yeah. Rook C7 takes, King E3 only move, A5, King G2. King takes E2 still a draw somehow, because if A6... okay, nobody finds that. A6, King D2 back. A7, C3, A8, C2.
Oh, wow.
Okay, nobody ever does that, but this
I found it, but only in the sense to notice that it was legal, and I thought, oh, I've done something wrong. I better go to D2 first. I kind of didn't.
You never check. It doesn't matter.
I didn't realize that that's the point.
Yeah. But King D2 is simpler, yeah. King D2 is a draw. Yeah,
And what happens for Knight B5?
Knight B5 we take on A2. On A2, yeah.
And then if
everything else loses, by the way.
And after
A6,
Bishop E8.
Bishop H5 is now fine.
Because we're not on your board, Peter.
Yeah, of course. So King G2, A5, King G2, Knight B5 we take the pawn. A6 we play Bishop H5, and there's no longer King C4, Knight D5, and this appears to be holding.
No, here I wanted to play F4, but it doesn't matter. You don't have to take it first of all.
Yeah, King D3 is a draw, Bishop F3 is a draw.
Okay.
But now that he played King G5, this is findable, no, for Sindarov?
He'll have to, because everything else now appears to be losing.
He showed this wave, as she indicated. I think he'll be all right.
Yeah, there's a way to get the pawn to A7 with Rook C5 currently, apparently. But that also seems not to be winning, because the king becomes very active. Like Rook C5, King F4, A5, King E3, A6, Rook B6, A7, Rook A6 check. And yeah, it's too...
Well, now I'm at Rook sack territory, right, if need be.
Yeah.
So
first of all, then
King E2
also,
and then...
like Bishop D5 is maybe coming in.
Yeah. Yeah, Bishop D5. I'm happy to blunder the piece and remove another 2 pawns.
Wait. Actually, no, King takes E2 loses. Only move to make a draw.
Oh, because of Knight C3 and Rook A5, yeah?
Yeah, only move to make a draw after King B4 here is Bishop E8. Everything else loses. But it's findable.
Okay, maybe that's a better try.
Yeah, it's findable. And now we're ready, of course, Knight C7, we take on A7 happily, then take on E2, and we're not even worse.
No.
Big word with white.
Yeah, honestly, I would be starting to look for clear draws here.
All right, so currently it looks like Sindarov might hold and Esipenko might hold, which would preserve Sindarov's 2-point lead.
Tremendous news for the tournament, both of those things.
Well, he did win the poll. People are rooting for Sindarov. So maybe this is it.
Prague is back to being much, much better. There's a lot of stuff going on there, but yeah, he is now firmly in control and giving... there's a mating attack in progress, even though he kind of
was fine. Yes, he missed something.
Yeah, he was fine at some point. But
Queen takes A2 for some
reason. Queen takes A2 was a bit optimistic. Yeah.
5 forward.
Yeah, but I guess he thought, okay, I'm collecting the entirety of the queen side. How is that bad? But he's getting kind of mated on the king side, ever so slightly.
Ever so slightly.
And D4 doesn't solve a lot.
D4, queen takes D4.
Because
C5,
you still
queen
G4. And if queen D5?
Just Knight F7. I guess maybe this is...
and it's just going for the ending, okay.
Oh, D4 queen takes G5 actually is very strong, even stronger.
Okay.
Yeah, Prague finding a way to ask further questions on the king side.
And if Rook F8, then already some knight takes
Rook F8, Knight G6, game over. Because you somehow never stabilize again.
Oops.
Oh, because Queen E5, Rook A8, and then Queen E8 or something. Yeah.
I think FG Queen.
And then Queen E8.
Yeah, that's nice. The famous Alekhine.
Too many G pawns.
Yeah, way too many.
Will kill you. Just as sure as none at all.
Okay. Mild time travel. Let's move 33, so we could actually.
Oh, sort of bigger time trouble for Prague, but Prague is now in control, sort of. 2 down, though.
Anything can still
happen. Yeah, it feels like Black should be able to return enough and bail out. But
D4 maybe still is the best choice, but after Queen
what about Rook E8 here? Queen G5 or Queen F3?
Maybe Knight G6 again, or?
No, that's not made.
Oh, that's, sorry, okay. I want to.
In fact, it's not even a draw.
It's not even a draw, no.
But maybe queen f3, or no, queen f3, d4 is possible.
Knight f7.
Maybe queen takes g5 as before.
Queen c3, f4.
Yeah.
4, and now something will happen, I guess. Yeah, rook f8. No, not knight d7. Rook f8. This is still very difficult, actually.
Yeah. So rook e8.
I noticed in some positions, white is actually winning by h4, h5, h6. I don't know if that's one of them, but I did notice my screen was telling me you can just march the h-pawn down the board once you've taken on g5, and there's very little defense against that idea. But
Actually, maybe we dismiss the other one too quickly. Rook e8, queen f3, d4, knight f7, with the idea queen h5. Maybe that works.
Okay, you're not going to like...
Move is coming.
Bishop e2 or what?
Rook
No, then
takes
queen c6.
Rook takes f7 somehow wins. Rook takes
But rook's on
f5.
e8.
Queen a7. Oh dear.
Which position are you in?
Oh, rook f8 here, okay.
Yeah, rook e8, rook f7.
Rook e8, rook f7 directly.
Yeah. I don't know if this is findable, but it does win on the spot. Rook
Queen
e5, queen a7.
Oh,
yeah.
this he can find.
Yeah.
Can he?
Bluebaum can. So no rook e8. Maybe that's why he's pausing.
And rook g8 is absolutely fine. Or even...
Well, knight f7. Yeah, we are switching back to the Esipenko endgame for a second, and yeah, black is now just completely fine. Yeah. Knight f7, g6, knight d6 is fine. Rook g8 is also completely fine, as Andrey played.
Anish gave that away a bit too cheaply, no?
I think so. I think this was supposed to be a much longer and a much more torturous torture.
Yeah.
And so all the talk of emotion in the tournament, I mean, it required Anish to tango as well. Even if Sindarov doesn't save this.
Which he
really
probably will now. I think once he found king h5, king g5, it's just calculable now.
Yeah, if the gap stays 2 points, then even if he loses the game to Anish, we're running out of games a bit. Huh?
Yeah, well, last round, so by that point maybe we will just know for sure that
No, they play around 13.
No, that's to avoid the triple black.
We keep having that discussion.
No?
One more person to talk about the swap. Yeah, it's very good. Very good.
But I still think they play around 13.
You think so?
No.
Okay.
Today's round 11.
Yeah.
This should be the one thing that is easily verifiable here.
I don't have
There are pairings. There's a tab with pairings open on your machine, Vish.
Your machine, you can check.
Yeah. There's a tab that says
but I also
schedule
forget
pairings.
stuff quickly.
Yes, indeed.
But I'm 98% sure.
Yes, Jan is right. Maybe because he edited this one. Anyway.
Yeah.
Some move was made.
No, but that's
but
no, this is not
nothing too crazy. Nah, black's just fine. Yeah. Moving on. Yeah. Is this Hikaru's last classical tournament?
Before the next one?
Before the next one? I don't know. Wesley just asked him on Twitter to play the Olympiad, so Wesley wants some reinforcements.
Yeah.
But he's hinted at he might not play much more classical.
Yeah, I have a different...
But he's been saying that for a while, right? I mean, Norwich just a year ago was supposed to be his last classical, and then here we are.
Bluebaum did choose rook e8.
Okay, so now rook f7 or not?
Rook f7 ends the game on the spot.
That will be spotted.
Yeah. Oh, the problem is queen takes g5 also wins, so he has choices. Queen
queen f3 played.
He insta-played queen f3, and this is now with zeros. After d4, knight f7, rook f8. Oh dear. Oh dear. Just not his tournament somehow. This is going to be a second white in a row where he basically has a forced win. A number of forced wins even against Wei Yi.
Vishy and I are both biased rooting for Bluebaum because Vishy had all this time in Bad Zoden, but still it feels bad for Prague, no?
Our audience is missing absolutely priceless facial expressions over there.
what to do. But queen f3 played. How do you survive now?
d4, knight f7, rook f8. What was that?
And what happens for knight h6 check, g h6, queen e4?
Bishop d3, queen b8 check. Maybe this is what he missed.
Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, that's very missable.
Probably this is what he missed, yeah.
Hopefully he stops here, but...
It's still a draw.
Yeah, I wasn't even sure that queen g, rook f7,
No,
queen
basically
g6,
it's always bishop
f8.
d3.
Yeah,
It's pretty much always bishop d3 and queen b8 check in every single
played.
position.
No, this will be spotted out of need.
Yeah.
Also, Bluebaum is good with these cheapos with little time.
Yeah.
Still, that peak Pragg should find knight f7, queen a7, I think.
Yeah.
So you're saying at the age of 20?
I meant at the age of 19. Age of 20, I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's washed and must retire, yeah.
Oh boy. Knight f7 and now this queen b8 he has to see.
Move. Even bishop c4 now actually equalizes shockingly, which is...
Oh, come on.
Yeah, that feels completely unfair. Like,
still queen b8.
Yeah, we always have queen b8 in every single position, yeah.
So how does white draw this?
Another good question.
Okay, after bishop c4, only move knight d6, queen b8, only move queen takes c6 probably.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, but it's very easy. No, but yeah, to find yourself suddenly in that spot. Bluebaum on 3 minutes for 6 moves, but
rook f8, okay, instantly, fine.
Okay.
Now there are a lot of draws, or?
Knight h6 is a draw, queen f5 is a draw, all of these things are a draw. But I have a feeling he thinks he's winning. I think he thinks queen f5 is just winning here. Because you can't take, you get mated, and you're threatened.
But again, bishop d3 is a problem.
Yeah, but bishop d3 queen b8 everywhere, yeah.
And after bishop d3, what's the value?
Let's show this.
Queen check, queen e4, let's say.
Also bishop d3. Yeah. Queen takes d4 here holds, is the point.
This is draw.
Yeah.
Oh, rook f7.
Queen b8 check and then...
Okay, I think it's possible to blunder queen b8, get here, and then compose yourself and find queen d4. So he has a parachute.
No, he always has a parachute.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be too much for him to lose this. But,
yeah, that would be like truly bad.
Not
and if
sure
queen
how.
f5 first, queen f5, bishop d3. No, previously. Yeah.
When what?
Previous move.
Queen
Queen f5, bishop d3 once again only move.
No, this is bad.
Yeah, this is not great. Actually, not only move. Queen takes f7 makes a draw, but bishop d3 is simpler. Yeah. Queen takes f7 apparently makes a draw here. But bishop d3, and now you play knight h6 check, gh6.
Same.
Queen e5, queen b8, rook g7, rook c7, I guess.
No, but then that's the mate at the end.
That's mate. Okay, so how do we... Hang on. Queen e5? Is it?
Rook f7, rook f8?
Ah, yeah, of course, yeah. Sorry. Clown event still possible.
So where we at? 3 minutes for Pragg, 4 for Bluebaum, approximately.
Yeah. I don't know, Vishy, if you have a take and/or if you want to share the take, but do you have any idea what's happening? He was winning every single tournament he played in the first half of 2025.
I don't know why. I mean, it's normal that after such a streak you get stuck for a while, but then it kind of simply became non-stop. It became a streak of its own.
Yeah, because the way he played from, let's say, January to June 2025, it looked like it was just sort of upwards.
But there also, I've had this myself, that I've had periods where oh boy.
Knight h6 played.
No, I think he's seen it by now.
Gh. No, he still moves like he's winning. Queen e4 and bishop d3 played. And this will be unpleasant.
Yeah, queen e5 is a draw. Queen d4 is also a draw, but I would prefer queen e5 because queen d4 you have to play this queen ending with an a pawn, which seriously by this point already I feel like maybe we don't allow that. Yeah,
I think he's just now realizing he's not winning, which must be.
So 1.5 minutes. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Let's move 38.
Yeah.
Queen e5.
But he has two cast iron bailouts, so.
Yeah. Queen e5 played. Okay.
And rook
He's not gonna
f7.
give the rook. Yeah, and
Rook f6 is also a draw to really kind of annoy all of us.
Too crazy.
Yeah, nobody does that, but yeah.
Maybe it's a winning attempt.
Well, not much of a winning attempt, frankly. Queen e8 exists, yeah. Is it? Yeah.
7 played. No. This is how it ends, yeah?
It is how it ends, yeah. Guess we can wait for the handshake, but yeah, we know where
King
this is going.
h7, do I get mated actually?
Yeah, probably. h8, g8, g4 check, queen g3 mate. No, the other way. I think the other way is...
G8, g8, g4, and here. Yeah, that's not good.
I wanted to suggest queen takes g5, but h7 is controlled by two pieces.
Showing off.
Yeah. Showing off not allowed.
And Fabi is still thinking?
They played, avoiding the mate in 5. And okay, now Prague will think a bit after rook a7, rook f7. And it's going to be a draw.
About what? Yeah, but anyway.
Life.
Mostly life, I think, yeah.
Okay, Vaishali is crushing the women's tournament. He's got a lucrative second year ahead of him.
Yeah, Vaishali is now...
I thought she would push a pawn till the mating net start. She's just doing it with the king.
Yeah, she has enough, yeah.
Enough.
Does not need more. Yeah, we'll wait. I guess we'll wait for the hand.
See, but I think they made the time control, so there might be a break.
Yep.
In the action now. Praggnanandhaa doesn't look thrilled with the way this went.
Yeah. Very understandable. I'm not sure if he already knows where he was winning, but I'm sure he knows he was winning somewhere.
Sure.
Okay, let's check back in with Caruana Sindarov. Nothing happened.
No
okay.
moves.
Fabi calculating, probably not happy.
Yeah. So we could maybe do a brief tour of the women's tournament, because the Maratsi is about to strike again, which you will, of course, enjoy greatly.
Every time I give a speech about how strategically bad these positions are, she just wins with black again.
Yeah.
Just
so eventually there was a lot of dancing back and forth, and then eventually black finally played f7, f5, which really needs to be done at some point. And a very kind of a feature of the women's tournament is that nobody is playing for a draw. White is no longer really better, so going back to d1 and then back to e1 really is not a mistake here. But instead she played knight c2, a move I don't quite understand, got met with d6, d5, and once again no bailouts. Just goes c takes d5, allowing all of the discovered checks. And now, I mean, she's not lost actually. At some point the engine was suggesting this is very bad, but she is losing the g3 pawn because you can't protect
knight d4 and
yeah, you play knight d4, rook takes g3, knight takes e6, king takes f6, and the engine suggests you somehow hold. But it's very iffy now. Like the suggestion is you have to go here, and this is for some reason not that bad. But you absolutely lose at least some of these positions in practice, right? You're pawn down. The f-pawn, once it starts running, is going to be very fast. Yeah, in the meantime, Esipenko and Giri drew their game, so...
Yeah, that's a bit disappointed with Anish. Wasn't on purpose, but it's such a dream. Grind forever position for this to end so quickly is a pity.
Yeah. Elsewhere in the women's, Zhongyi is back to being better against Bibisara. Not a great deal better. I kind of missed a lot of developments here. Somewhere here, black, almost by force, a5 is hanging, had to give up the bishop pair. And then white somehow got to the f6 pawn, rook c6. And in this position, queen takes b3 seems to have been better than rook takes d3, which Bibisara chose. Knight f6, queen a7.
Okay, so queen e5, she's going for queen d4.
Yeah, she has rook d1 check, even though you can actually allow it. Yeah, queen d4 either here, it doesn't really matter which way you do it, because rook d1 check gives you nothing. You can give an additional check, but it really doesn't give you anything at all. So you have to eventually play queen d4. And because the b3 pawn is weak, you probably end up holding this. White can try preserving the queens on the board for now, because you have some rook c7 ideas. I think in practice maybe this is more threatening, because you're preserving some life in the position. The engine holds after queen e7, but I think you take white every single time here because your king is just so much safer. But objectively, the damage done to the black position is not enough for it to become too costly just yet.
Yeah.
And yeah, we were talking about Vaishali. We haven't maybe shown the position, or maybe we have. Yeah, this is just completely lost now. The king will come to g3 eventually, and this will be mate. And in Muzychuk, in Lagno Muzychuk, at some point it looked like this kind of an endgame with bishop against knight could become dangerous, but seemingly this is now a very stable, fortress.
But my chess book said Fischer-Taimanov, the bishop wins.
Probably not exactly this structure, though, right? It's similar, but not exactly this structure. Yeah, you have to wonder why. I guess you just give, like, this is actually perpetual, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So it's very difficult to shift this position. Although, you have to wonder why you had to take on e5 here at all when you can play, like, g5 and then king f8, king e7. Like, as long as you don't remove the d5, d4 pawns, the bishop on f3 never becomes active, and you never have a single problem. Queen e5, I thought, was playing with danger a little bit. And already here, interestingly, after f4, knight d3, a3, for some reason, knight e1 check was played. And of course, here, like, if you actually do this, you probably will lose. But of course, that was never the idea. She was always going to play knight c2. Feels like maybe she gave Kateryna slightly more of a chance that was, strictly speaking, necessary, but she should still hold.
Absolutely. So it's a bit anticlimactic once again in the open section, at least, while Praggnanandhaa Bluebaum ends in a draw. Good save for Bluebaum from a rough position. Now he's at 10 draws, 1 loss, which, yeah, is still a very decent tournament.
Yeah. And so far, I mean, not so far. There's only 1 game left in the open section. All 4 are still being played in the women's. And yeah, Fabi is deep in thought after king g5, but
it's just not better. And now the lines are very within Sindarov calculation horizon, I think. Meaning, Fabi doesn't win this. Sindarov keeps his 2-point lead.
Now with 3 runs to go.
Bit of a miracle.
Yeah, white against Hikaru tomorrow as well. And honestly, the way it's going, I mean, draw is perfectly fine for him, but why not play?
If Vaishali wins the women's tournament on a scale of 1 to 10, how much credit do you deserve and how much can you take?
No idea, but it'll be great, that's for sure.
Not over yet, of course, but currently she is very much in prime position winning this game, moving to plus
the people behind her were Anna and Zhu, right? And they are not
Zhu
winning.
is losing, or at least worse.
Yeah, and they are not winning, yeah.
Likewise. Well, probably more draws.
Okay, Zhu is not losing anymore because rook g8 for some reason was not even played, so white is now completely fine. But
all right, we'll go on a brief break. Thank you, Vishy, so much for joining.
Sure.
Hope you'll still join when Sindarov keeps this lead. Gotta keep soldiering on. We'll be back.
Even better. There's nothing much to say. We can just chill.
Yeah.
But
not working as hard as we are usually. See you guys soon.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
In a land bathed in light, 2 unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back to the FIDE candidates, round number 11. 3 games over in the open section, with all of them ending in draws. Caruana still playing against Sindarov, but it also looks like his best winning chances might be in the past. And Peter Svidler, they allowed you to sit down again, I thought?
Eventually. If you work in assault mines for long enough, they promote you back to sitting down position.
In assault mine?
Yeah, over there, where there's a chair, but you never sit in it because there's always something going on.
Absolutely. Welcome back. We also have Vaishali winning her game in the meantime in the women's section, moving to +3. So lead she was already, but it might increase now. So this is exciting for Indian chess fans.
Absolutely. And the games of her closest competitors are all seemingly ending in draws. Lagno Muzychuk already ended in a draw, actually, just before our eyes. And Zhu Jiner against Divya is now, I think, pretty safe. It's now, I think, although you still have to play precisely, but king c3 looks like a very, very natural move here. And then, yeah, you're just...
They've already been there, no? Like king c3, a2, king b2
feels like,
night before.
Feels like maybe this is also wrapping up. And then we're left with the game between Zhongyi and Bibisara, in which the Chinese player will be a little bit better, but the queens are now coming off. And if the queens are coming off, you feel like you probably don't lose this. Although 3 against 2, knight against bishop, which seems very probable.
That sounds like there's our evening entertainment for the next 3 hours.
Absolutely, yeah. And you do lose some of them, actually, I think, because the knight is a tricky piece, as we all know. Yeah, I don't know.
Do we get this?
Takes, we go knight e4 at some point, I guess. Yeah, bishop b3, we go. Rook c7 check. This is kind of awkward already a little bit, right? Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure we still hold, yeah, but this is not the 3 against 2 I was planning to get. Yeah. I was somehow hoping I will pick up the pawn on b4 and then play something risk-free. Yeah, you still have to organize it. There is a way in the current position to keep all 4 rooks for now. Maybe we take on d4 straight away, and then go like rook c5, bishop b3, rook b6, and try to do it this way. Honestly, it's a little bit scary to begin with, because with all 4 rooks on the board, if an attack actually does materialize, you will not enjoy it.
Looks very bad with the pawns on the light squares.
Yeah,
a lot of jumpability.
Yeah, I'm spoiled by knowing it's nothing special, but yeah, looking at this with purely human eyes, like bishop f7, rook c7, we keep on preventing rook d6 because knight e8 check always exists. I think you're very worried. If you actually get this with black, I think you're very worried.
Some knight move was played.
Yeah, she's
G4.
gone. Yeah, this allows. Yeah, this allows a pair of rooks to come off.
Everything to come off.
Yeah, bishop takes b3. Okay, she will go.
Sure, she wins this back. But don't I have rook d5 even? Ah, knight c6 doesn't matter.
Yeah, even knight c6. I mean, she will get the one I was actually talking about, which is useful for us because this is the example I wanted. Rook takes b4.
Do you play g5 here?
Probably. Yeah, I think I do the moment it appears, because I really don't like allowing h4 and I don't know, fixing them on h7, g6 is maybe the ideal scenario for white.
Agreed.
But I think this is an easier solution now for black compared to the line we were just showing. Yeah, Tan and Divya made a draw as well, and that means that the game we're watching is irrelevant to the standings up top. Vaishali is on +3, Anna Muzychuk and Zhu Jiner on +1, and that's it. Bibisara, even if she wins, if she wins, she will get to +1 as well, right? But she's not winning.
She was back on 50%.
Yeah, but she is a pawn down in the end game, so she is not winning.
No. Okay, still all to play for, but so far impressive showing by Vaishali after a slow start.
Absolutely.
Now +3.
Absolutely, and a bit of a gift, honestly, a bit of a gift today from Aleksandra, because she, for the longest time in this game, she was completely fine. And
where did this all fall apart?
I think the beginning of problems was move 25. Yeah, like I understand your rook on e5 looks nice, but as we know,
wasn't that nice?
Yeah,
just
take on e8. You're never worse. In fact, I would argue that if anyone is ever so slightly better here, it is white, because your bishop is kind of more active. The bishop on c6 really is very, very iffy. But yeah, she began by doing this, and now the rook
around
has,
it.
Yeah, no, you just never do this. Even if you don't see you lose, like why introduce
here?
Why introduce this into the game?
It's gone.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess maybe Aleksandra was also trying to keep the game as complicated as possible. But yeah, backfired quite badly from a position she would normally never ever lose. Sends her back to -1, effectively ending her tournament, I guess.
Yeah, at least her pursuit of first place should be over. Meanwhile, Caruana is still desperately looking for a way.
How much time does he have? Because
to do something.
The clocks have run out actually on our screen.
Checked here at 21 minutes.
So he's still safe. Yeah,
14.
14.
So
Yeah.
not that much.
Yeah.
The 0-0 just means they made the time control and he hasn't made a move yet. Once he makes one, we'll show the actual time. But yeah, he's running a bit low. And also giving Sindarov time to calculate everything.
Yeah,
if he hadn't already.
Over and over and over again, yeah.
Yeah, all these lines we were making, we were playing, they didn't seem that appealing for white. This loses.
Yeah.
So you have to start with this, let's say. Takes.
King e3, and sadly for white, there's even a choice.
This was a draw.
Although nobody does that, yeah. But
This
king d2 is kind of safe.
Human draw.
Knight b5, king takes e2, a6. King d3 is a draw, and bishop h5 is also a draw, yeah.
This is even winning, I guess.
Yeah, you probably don't
How do I
allow
make
that.
a draw?
Not entirely sure, to be honest. But somehow. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm really confused now.
Oh, this is losing.
This is losing as well, yeah. And he goes rook c5, a move which we we considered this as well. Rook c5, black has to play king f4. I mean, has to is maybe strong, but the way to make a draw precisely is to go king f4, king e3, a6, rook b6, and then after king b4 in that final position, black has to play bishop b8, but black also will play bishop b8.
Yeah.
Because everything else loses quite straightforwardly.
This was bad. And the d5 square is covered. Sindarov has had time. I don't think rook c5 caught him off guard either.
Yeah, he should probably know exactly what he's planning to do here, yeah.
And also once it's no longer he has to decide between passive defense, waiting, and doing something active. But now it's clear he's going for activity and he can calculate it. I think it should be stylistically much easier for him as well.
Yep. Yeah, and many of his decisions will be just strictly only moves, which of course helps a great deal when you're as clean a calculator as he is. Yeah, a bit of a miss elsewhere in the open. I mean, with Sindarov not losing, all of this is maybe somewhat immaterial, but a bit of a miss by Anish. I really expected Andrey Esipenko to suffer in that game a lot more than he had to suffer. And I think it began here by trading the bishop on a6.
It's also not too surprising, no? Like, it gets rid of the bad bishop, strengthens black structure, like...
Yeah.
Of course, he had something specific in mind, but it's and then also here, not to keep the tension, but just go for FG and HG. I think Andrey was happy to see.
Yeah, I think
keep
just
playing here.
Continue
What
shuffling.
happens?
Yeah, ask a question.
F3, whatever.
Yeah, and that's also like he was doing very well in this particular genre. I think even in this tournament. So it was a bit surprising to see how quickly he went from a. Like the first 30 moves, I thought he was increasing his advantage really, really well, keeping everything very much in play and in tension. And then sort of 10 minutes later, everything traded, black equalizing very comfortably. It was a bit surprising.
Yeah. And with Sindarov drawing, because also, who knows, but if Giri wins the game, or at least keeps playing and has some pressure, it also might add some nerves for Sindarov. Well, now with Giri's draw, I mean, he can more or less cruise, he knows. Even a loss probably would not ruin anything. Yeah, king f4 played.
King f4, but I mean, previous play kind of really indicated that king f4 will be played.
Sure.
That was one.
Yeah. No, we will get here.
And of course, a very, very big miss in the game between. By the way, one thing we haven't actually shown at least is a6, rook b6, knight c7.
We can show at least.
Yeah, because seems relevant, right?
It does seem relevant.
We want the full. I guess king d4, maybe c3, c2. Yeah. Oh, king d4, a7 though. What are we missing? You can throw in rook b3 check. I guess maybe just rook b3, rook b1, and you can't play a7, and you're not really making much progress, and the rook is about to get to good squares. And here, I guess I go c3, c2. Yeah. You do have queen e4 check, but the king will be very safe on f2.
Will be quite happy to see this.
Yeah. No, black is just winning here, I'm pretty sure.
Also, I have bishop b3 check, which might help.
But even c1, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes
no
it
need
simpler.
to overthink.
Yeah, king b4, bishop d5, discover check, and then we will figure it out somehow. Yeah, that does simplify things, for sure.
But yeah, this does look like a relevant try. Sindarov reaching for king to e3.
Well, yeah, he needs every move to be, improving something. He can no longer waste any time, so his play becomes extremely streamlined. Yeah, it's just as direct a move as he can find.
Yeah. Jan Nepomniachtchi was proven right. All these holes created by g4.
Yeah.
Is Fabi gonna burn time again between a6 and knight c7?
I think knight c7 is not really, yeah, but knight c7 really doesn't seem like a good try because of rook b3, rook b1. I think it's just very simple for black. Yeah. On the other hand, this one, like...
This one felt a bit risky.
Yeah, exactly. Like, how are we making sure we're not losing here? Maybe a rook c7? But then we don't have no threats, yeah? I mean, we're slightly overselling it. Rook a7, knight e8, king e2. We're not losing this position either, but yeah. Really, neither is black. Yeah. Structure extremely solid. The king is very active on f3.
Something like this.
Yeah.
Should still hold.
Of course, no. Of course it holds, but yeah, you still have to play this position out, I guess. Yeah, rook a2 or whatever. Rook c7, though. Yeah, this is a comfortable draw. They're not going to even play it for too long, I suspect. If they get here, I think they will find a way to trade everything off.
Fair enough. We see an empty playing hall. Only Bibisara still has to suffer against Zhongyi in the women's section. Yeah, they did reach this 3 versus 2 endgame. But we can... Ah, she didn't get g5, huh? Dive into the subtleties of it later. Now the pawn is hanging.
Yeah, well, you can go h6, g5 maybe.
Do we go rook h7? Is that being a bit too smart? Or h4 maybe? Oh, you have rook d4, sorry. I'm hanging all the pieces. Yeah, what is it to say? Should be a draw, but with the knight you do play this forever.
Yeah, of course you play it out, yeah. Of course.
Back to Fabi, sir. Praggnanandhaa missed some winning chances against Bluebaum. Talked to Bluebaum during the break. He said, terrible game by both sides. Yeah, the big one, or maybe the final one, was this queen f3, which Pragg played very quickly when he still had a little time, at least.
He had 5 minutes, yeah. No, but the thing is, okay, rook f7, queen a7 is actually...
asked about d4 here. I told him, I didn't check, that rook g7 should be winning.
I'm not sure, I think it's queen g5, but maybe rook g7 is even faster, yeah.
Ah, yeah, this should also win.
But yeah, I thought king f8 is the only chance, right? This is, of course, winning, but I think we go to f8 and we try not to give up the rook because we have control over the f7 square.
But it is checkmate in 6.
Ah, okay. Fair enough. Why do we...
Shall we figure out how?
Knight d7, queen f6, queen g6.
1, 2, 3.
Knight f6.
Oh, quiet move.
Yes.
Those are always the tough ones.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, the unpleasant thing for Prague, I think, will be that, okay, rook f7, queen a7, as I mentioned, it's a kind of a strange geometry, and the moves, your queen is sort of in the center, looking at the king side. You always look at the moves which are aimed at the king side. Moves further away from it often kind of fall out of your range of vision, so to speak. But queen takes g5 is completely winning, is the annoying thing. Queen g5, queen c3, f4, as we were showing live on air.
Okay, but this is more long-term winning. Also, I don't know how completely, but this...
Yeah, I mean, sure, but you have 5 minutes. You can definitely consider options, I think, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, this is been and gone. Fabi has made a bunch of moves by this point, so we can switch back to something that is still actually happening. Yeah, rook c7 played in that final position.
7, bishop e8 blitzed out, I'm assuming. Rook c7.
This whole thing blitzed out, and now...
Tricks can we fall for? King e2?
King e2 is fine, bishop takes b5 is fine, so I guess it's difficult to make a really bad move. Just this rook a1, and start collecting king side. Yeah. Many runners, I assume. e4, I don't think we need this. I think it's probably this. Once again, slightly worried I might be worse, because normally the way for white to make a draw in these types of positions is to give checks from above, so to speak, and the f6 pawn is very well protected. So where our checks from above are going to come from, I'm not entirely sure. Okay, I think we're losing here, no?
Why?
We're going to have to give up a rook, right?
That explains why.
I mean, maybe you're fast enough with rook e1 and then king g5, e6, f7, but
count very difficult.
Yeah, I don't know. I am not. I mean, if your screen says zeros, then it is zeros, of course, and you're somehow in time with h. Ah, okay. It runs to h5, and then you go king f6, king f7 takes g7. I guess.
No.
Oh, but this is okay. Ah, and then king g7, f5, h4.
Yeah, you don't have time for both.
Yeah, but you can do one. Okay.
Okay, very random line, but just illustrating that.
Yeah. Once again, everything else loses, but the two moves that you will make, they don't. I mean, you're never playing anything that is not king takes e2 or bishop takes b5. It's just.
What about g5? Are we losing?
G5 loses. Knight c3, and now with the e2 pawn surviving. Yeah, with the e2 pawn surviving, we win quite comfortably. Yeah.
So yeah, I guess the straightforward way is to get rid of the horsey. Maybe he doesn't feel the need. White can play differently, by the way, I'm assuming, if he... Although even here there's some... Oh, hang on, I blundered the rook, I think.
No, I think we just take on e2 here, right? We rook c1 check is irrelevant.
Yeah, rook c1 check doesn't do anything, but...
And yeah, you can actually start the second one, but the e-pawn is faster, right? You can go rook g7, h4. And normally those types of A and H with one of them on the 7th will win, but the e-pawn starts running so quickly that...
What am I missing here? Because white is winning here.
King... King b3?
Got to be some bridge building.
Yeah, and then a check from c3. Okay, once you told me I'm winning. Oh, king b2. King b2 is much better, or?
No, I'm just trying to figure out.
Yeah. Okay. Rook c3, and then either c4 or c2, and then... No, I'm actually winning. I'm queening the pawn, yeah. Yep.
Okay, so there are some ways to blunder something. No idea how Oh, we did it. I took on c4 or something.
Yeah. So
you
and
can't
king
go
e2
king
loses
e2.
here.
Yeah.
Okay. So what doesn't lose then? This is so confusing.
Question.
Okay.
Try other moves like g5.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it says g5 draw, but like, why though? g5 or g6 draw in this position, everything else loses. So g5, we go, let's say, and then basically if I go king b3, you go rook a6 first.
You escape my
so that the bridge
building.
So, well, I mean, the bridge will still maybe collect the rook, but it doesn't queen the pawn, the difference. Like, now I can take on a7 after rook a2. And I guess this is a draw? Whoa.
It's also just a guess.
Yeah, no, but like in a game, you're absolutely guessing here. You have no idea if this is a draw or not.
Also, my screen says +7, so that indicates not a draw.
Okay, so if king b3, rook a6... rook c3 check, king f2, only move.
I have to hide from this.
You actually hide from the bridge, yeah.
Okay, it's easy even.
Yeah, you hide from the bridge. The bridge wins in every single position where it's allowed, but you can choose not to allow it. Which makes...
A big chess topic nowadays, how to destroy the bridges. Well, we should mention all of this is kind of unnecessary because you can just take the pawn, which maybe.
Yeah, king takes it
more common sense.
Might be slightly better in practical terms. Yeah. You don't even necessarily have any tries after king e2. Yeah, and he's just reaching for king e2.
Reaching for that was the pawn, right?
Yeah. Rook g7. And now bishop takes b5 loses. This is still a very confusing endgame. Why would bishop takes b5 lose now? King b5, rook a1.
Maybe more bridge building.
No. Like, this is absolutely insane. No, this is not this position. King e2, rook g7.
Rook g7. I was confused why
rook
b7 made no sense.
And bishop b5 loses, supposedly, although I'm still not, like, it's 2.7. King b5, rook a1. Only winning move, king b5, b4.
King b4. Whoa.
I'm going to start giggling again because I think, doing this without engines, we're just lying to our audience. But doing this with engines, I cannot explain a single move. So we're kind of stuck here. I guess the point is king f3, rook g3, a3, right? Actually, this one maybe I can explain.
Oh.
Having gotten here...
but would you have spotted?
No.
Fabi goes knight c3.
Yeah, which he has done.
So what does he want if king takes pawn?
He wants rook g7 and start to run the other one. With a knight on c3, the e-pawn doesn't queen, so I guess he wants rook g7 and then
push the h-pawn,
push the h-pawn and pretend, but...
Still wrapped up by the black bishop.
Yeah. No, I guess he just figured out the other thing is a draw, and he is trying anything that is not a forced draw. Which is not
fair. He is fighting for his last theoretical chance at tournament victory and a world championship match. So there's no risk too crazy to take here, and he's not losing it. So.
Yeah, he's still not really running any risk he cannot afford so far.
Sindarov go wrong, he should take the pawn, yeah?
Yeah, I think king f3 is fine, rook takes g7. And you can actually, like, the good moves will actually be good, like f5, e4. What you would expect to be the right play here, I think, is the right play.
Good moves, good.
Yeah. h4, e4.
Rook g8, take what?
I think, yeah, taking rook h7. If we want to bail, we have this as a very comfortable bail.
Safe.
Yeah. It's a very, very comfortable bail.
All right. Yeah, another test passed by Sindarov. Unpleasant endgame defense against Fabi. Check. So far.
So far, yeah. Yeah. Briefly visit the Tan Bibisara game, I think, for a I'm making all kinds of really weird sounds. Yeah, I don't like the pawns on the light squares. She should still be completely fine, I assume, quote-unquote objectively, but I don't like the pawns on the light squares. I can now start imagining how you lose this even if simply the rooks come off and the king gets to g5, for instance. I think you might end up not being able to protect your structure. Bishop d5, yeah, it seems like white is losing the pawn on f3, but you have rook c7 and knight b4, so you're not losing the pawn on f3. Yeah, this will last a while, and honestly, I think there are now genuine chances to win this. If you get the knight somewhere around like f4 squares, e4, f4, e5 squares, come with the king to f4. Yeah. Yeah, pretty sure still completely fine with perfect defense.
Of course, but I think you just lose this in practice to the horsey.
Yeah. Did you know there is now a merge specific to this tournament which has "Don't call me a horsey" as the tagline?
I was not aware.
You need one. I think the problem is that they were immediately all sold out. So if you want one, you can't get one. I definitely wanted one for myself, but I was told that they are problems. Okay.
Rook a4 was missed.
Big problems. Yeah. If we have to trade, then we're not winning. I guess. Yeah, but you can't even trade h4 for g6. Yeah, because I think after takes rook g7, we don't take the pawn on h4. We go rook a6, right?
Yeah, this is also a draw, as we know, but this is
Is it with the king on
draw.
d5, though? Might not be with the king on d5. King g3? I am not convinced.
Oh, no, you're right. We're too far away.
Yeah, way too far away. But we have rook... hang on a second. How clean is this? Knight d5? King g5? Rook g7?
Okay, rook a6.
Rook a6, rook e7.
Oh. Didn't have to cut me off.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would lose, but it should be drawish. Also, what do you want?
I'm not entirely sure. Like, I guess you plonk it on a4 and you wait, yeah?
I will wait somewhere.
King g3. No, I want rook g7, king f4. And then I win. But I'm probably not getting it. I guess you wait maybe with the rook on f6, actually. Yeah,
yeah, let's say closer to home.
Yeah, king g3, like king d6, rook somewhere like e4, and you wait, yeah? And I can't cross. But this is a bit uncomfortable, no?
Education question.
Yeah, I wasn't sure at all. Yeah, I was hoping you will not ask me about this. Okay, I had a feeling you probably don't want this, but I wasn't sure.
No, I'm assuming it's losing.
Yeah.
Don't know how.
Yeah. I do not have any education. Yeah, eventually, somehow, yeah.
F4 I can't do, so I run as far away as I can, and then I break, or what?
Probably.
G4 takes to
yeah, that seems like a draw, yeah.
Time.
How is this? Did we need to play f3? I would have preferred to wait with f3 to have this as a tempo.
But hang on, I can just go f4, no?
King d5?
King d3.
Why couldn't we do it earlier?
We could have, but I didn't think of it earlier.
King e6, f6, and we just go in, yeah, with king d5, king d6. No, hang on, king f6.
f5?
f5 just wins, yeah, of course. Yeah. f5 just wins. Yep. Yep.
Okay, so still potential for losing even this.
Yeah, the first win for
king d6. Ask the rook.
Yeah, we go to e4, I
show
guess.
His colors.
And go to e4, and we're trying to go like king g3.
No,
maybe rook a2. Yeah, rook a2 and keep me there.
Yeah, that's the setup. Don't want to have to worry about rook g7.
Yeah, rook e8.
No,
I guess king d7 and then rook a6, and then you actually get the cross, yeah. And then you get the cross. Fair enough. No, it's not a shocker that 3 against 2 ends up not being winning, but you can ask a question for sure.
Some precision is needed.
Yeah,
maybe Sarah thinking about it, but yeah, rook a6 she should play.
Yeah.
Back to Fabi.
Back to Fabi. We have the the position we were expecting. The clocks are 12 against 15, so there's possibly going to be another kind of a crucial time shortage. Time shortage, what the hell is that?
That's okay.
I don't speak whatever it is you speak.
In chess, we normally say time trouble, but we understand what you mean by time shortage.
Yeah.
Big time crisis.
Yes. Is time chaos a time ladder? You think?
So what's your question? You're asking if time chaos is a time ladder?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I get the reference, just don't understand the sentence. It's a reference to Hikaru Nakamura's second, Chris Littlefinger.
Indeed.
Who said chaos is a ladder. Do you agree? Has chaos been a ladder you've climbed to get where you are?
Only in the most figurative of senses. If you
Like chess chaos?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true. You're actually good in dynamic positions.
So, would be good if there was a. Actually, yeah. I could annoy you greatly by describing how I climbed the ladder playing something chaos related in Hearthstone, but I haven't. Like I'm a very, very mediocre Demon Hunter player.
Here, the YouTube server is collapsing. Too many viewers ever since you opened the Hearthstone topic. Tone it down a little.
It was 3 words. Stop chiding me.
I'm very childish.
Yeah. Javokhir, like, can we? Yeah, I was going to ask.
E4.
Can we not begin with this?
Best by test.
Yep. I guess what you need to calculate is check and then 95 check.
We give more check. You go back.
Yeah, but you go back. We're never worried about knight c7, and we're also not worried about rook a3 because we just, or even rook a3 and bishop c6. I think.
Ah, yeah.
Maybe we're playing for a win now.
Yep. So what else? Knight e2, rook a3. I still take. Doesn't do much.
No, no, it doesn't.
I don't know. This looks scary for white. Is there any race potential?
Well, it feels like we're losing, although I can see on your screen we're not somehow. But
yeah, but it doesn't
yeah.
look like it's going the way I would like it.
Yeah, it really feels like we're about to lose horribly. Yeah, I have no idea how this is still a draw. e3, king c3, I guess. Combining attack and defense.
We're not really helping Fabi's winning chances here.
No, no.
So what else? Rook g3 check is not it. Rook e7, you go bishop c6, or davas.
Probably, yeah. Or
I can't do any.
g6. I mean, you can, but I'm assuming all of those positions are just draws. Because h2 will never survive at the very least, and maybe we can even run, rook a7, rook 6. Ah, rook takes f6. Wait. We start with f5, right?
Ah, sorry, I hung pawn.
Yeah. I mean, even that is a draw, objectively speaking. But why give up the f pawn? Rook f6, king g2 is also a draw. None of this matters, strictly speaking. If they end up with rook and knight against rook, Fabi plays it out, right?
I guess, under these circumstances, but you don't think too much. I think you just make some moves.
Yeah, you see if you can at least push the king to the corner.
No one pushes king to the corner. Oh, Hans Niemann took the lead in his match against Awanda Liang.
Has he now?
Yeah.
What's the score?
I would guess it's 2.5, 1.5 for Hans after 4 games. Game 4 was a quick 15-move draw by repetition.
Okay, what's the time control?
You're asking too many questions. I think it's fast classical, 60 plus 30. That's classical chess nowadays?
It is apparently, yeah.
And
That's actually
2 games per day?
That's actually a long fast classical. I remember the one tournament in my life I played with fast classical. We were playing, I think, 45 plus 30.
Times are changing. So why did they choose that format for their 12-game match?
I have no idea. I have many questions for the entire arrangement.
Don't know much either.
Yeah.
What else is happening in the chess world?
My phone recommended Hans's tweet to me this morning, praising his Herculean defense in Game 2.
I thought you were only on Blue Sky.
Yes, but I haven't uninstalled Twitter because occasionally people send me links, and now that I cannot use third-party apps, I get things pushed at me every morning.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
And these days
I don't think there's any way to avoid that.
I really think there isn't, but yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
No.
Unless, I mean, outside of uninstalling the app.
Bibisara is losing, by the way.
Okay, yeah, that was...
She took on h4, which was not ideal.
That was completely unnecessary, yeah.
And king f4 is apparently smart.
How are we winning this? Rook h6? No. No, actually it is rook h6.
Should be.
Rook h6, king g7, king g5, rook g5, rook g1, rook g6, check. Otherwise g4. I guess.
Now what?
King takes h5. Now I have many a pawn, and you have nary a pawn.
Yeah, that was unnecessary. Like rook a6 wasn't pleasant, maybe, but this is worse.
Yeah. Is this the only way to win?
Rook h6?
Yeah, appears to be the only thing that wins. Yeah.
Enough.
Yeah, h4, rook g1. No, rook h2.
H4 is stupid. I should be able to cover the pawn somehow.
Maybe just king f6. Yeah. Maybe just king f6.
Now rook g1.
Okay, so Tan has about 8 and a bit minutes to solve this. Rook h6 creates the threat of g4, which is why it's so strong. And yeah, there's... Hang on a second. Rook h6, I wanted to try...
King g7. No, rook a6 played.
Hasn't played it, and now it's a draw. Because of any move. Now actually, like pretty much any sensible move. King g7 loses, by the way.
A lot of up and down.
Yeah. h4 is the simplest now.
Why not rook here?
Rook g1... No, rook g1 is also fine, yeah. h4, rook h2, or any move along the first rank, which makes any sense whatsoever. All draw. Everything else loses.
Yeah, it's not Tan's tournament.
No, really isn't.
But also, I understand rook a6 away from the action is good, but winning pawn also good.
Yeah, winning pawn very important in this position. Very, very important.
I guess she missed this back and forth thing with... She expertly indicated rook g6 back and takes.
Yeah.
It's a bit weird.
It is, yeah, it is a bit strange. And if you go rook h2 there instead of rook g1...
When, where, what?
Previous
Here?
move, yeah, rook h2. I'm guessing it's g3?
G4,
No, wait.
rook f2, we might not win.
Yeah, so let's work this out. g3, rook h3. Wait, how are we winning exactly?
Chess is too complicated.
Yeah, chess is a very difficult game. rook f2.
Yeah, this is not it.
What on earth?
This should be simple. There aren't that many pawns. Let's focus.
Ah, I've actually seen this motif before. g3 and then rook takes h5. If rook h3, rook h5 and king f4, and you actually remove the rooks. I've seen this before.
That is smart.
Yeah.
I've never seen this. And this we win because of taking the key squares.
No, this is honestly a bit difficult if you haven't seen this before, because
queen the pawn.
No, not this, but like finding the entire sequence starting with rook h6.
I agree. I wouldn't see it.
Not straightforward. Still a kind of a symptom of what kind of a tournament she's having, absolutely, but yeah, not straightforward.
Then again, not over yet. Rook g1, g3 keeps the pawn on h5. Things could still happen, but now we go king g7.
Yeah, she's played king g7 already in Witch Hill, yeah. Yeah, we should probably switch to the other one, but yeah.
All right.
A chance missed for Tan yet again. Yeah, rook e7 was tried by Fabi, and it seems like most moves are a draw now.
Challenge accepted.
Bishop h5 loses. Of the moves that occur to you, bishop h5 loses to king b5 somehow. But
Wow,
bishop
losing move.
bishop c6 is fine, f5 is fine,
Drawing move.
e3 is
Two
fine.
drawing moves. Four drawing moves. No,
King
three drawing moves.
King g2 is fine,
Four
which
drawing
is
moves.
kind of really annoying.
Bishop g6.
Bishop g6 might lose to king b5 again. Yep, king b5, knight a4. Do not allow.
All right.
f5 completely fine, and f5 I think is about to be played by
The bishop.
by Javokhir. Yeah, but he don't care.
Literally. f5 played. Now I guess Fabi has to take the bishop.
Yeah, you no longer have any improving ideas. You can throw in h2, h4, but it really doesn't do anything at all. King g4 is completely comfortable. Yeah.
Just take.
And you can actually pick up the central pawns, like you play rook f8 here, I think. And
Main problem is you don't have many pawns left yourself.
yeah, but the pawn on h2 gets picked up very quickly. Even the immediate rook h7, king e3, if you really want to kind of streamline getting there.
Nah, I want this. Live a little.
95.
Okay. Maybe I've lived enough.
Yeah, that's a sentiment many of us express with growing regularity these days.
I remember this dark conversation we had yesterday. It's all good. It's all good. Anyway, it's still a draw, I'm assuming. But yeah, maybe we shouldn't mess around with eliminating the h-pawn.
Yeah, something like this, or f4, 95, king g2, or the immediate king g2, I assume. Very many ways of getting rid of the pawn on h2. And
Rook and knight versus rook is a fairly trivial draw at this level. So once the pawn falls, there's not much to play for. And yeah, Sindarov agrees, says no messing around.
No mussing around. No muss.
I don't even know what your joke was. Is it like a Spanish joke? Because
There's
there's
a
no
bit
math?
of a,
Is it,
yeah.
No, do you even math, bro? Is it a gym joke?
No, it was,
math?
it was
Like,
definitely the
is it a church joke?
I
Not
mean,
going to mass?
for a very given value of joke, but it was a Spanish joke.
Ah. ¿Qué tal tu español?
No más.
So it says no más. Knight f6. Fabi attacks the rook. He's hoping for rook f7. Knight g4.
He is not going to be
Or rook h6, knight g4.
Yeah.
He
King
spotted
c3
it.
now. I think he will try to give
Hanging on
mate.
to the pawn.
He will try to give mate with the pawn on c4 still on the board.
Is this still a draw? Yes.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Barely a draw.
Barely. By the barest of margins.
So he wants to keep the rook
Yeah,
and the pawn.
Yeah, I think he goes king c3. No.
Rook c5. See, he spotted it's still a draw. And Sindarov looks happy. They looked at each other. It was almost a handshake. One side was close to resigning. But now he understood. He should just make moves.
Yeah, Sindarov now
Knight
checking
g4.
if
Was
Fabi
knight
finds
g4 the
knight
only
g4.
move?
I think so, yeah. Probably. And yeah, they were allowed to agree to a draw in this position. So
That's move 58. They can do whatever they like.
4 draws in the open section today, which is a massive win for Javokhir. Sindarov, obviously, maintaining his 2-point lead.
2 points ahead with 3 rounds to go. So, what's the tiebreaker? Does he own the tiebreaker, whatever the tiebreaker is?
You have to. No, but I don't think there is a tiebreaker. They play the
literally
tiebreaker.
tiebreaker.
Yeah. So yeah, probably best not to do that.
But now his odds went up from 94% before the game to must be 98, 99%
thereabouts
territory after this.
Thereabouts.
And Matthias Bluebaum might be officially out of contention now. The math, he's -1.
Yeah.
Sindarov is +6. No, can't do it.
Yep. That is very true and incredibly relevant.
Show is over.
Is this game over, though?
No, anything can still happen.
Bibisara down to 3 minutes, which should be plenty, but...
White can't make progress is the problem, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, you can't really generate threats. Rook g8 check. I think you just go king h6 and, or, yeah, maybe even king f6. Rook g5, rook h2 might also be okay, but yeah. Of course, we'll watch this to the end, but a little bit of gardening, I think, is already allowable. We know the standings in the men's tournament. Javokhir is 2 points ahead of Anish. They still have to play each other in round 13.
Still round 13.
Still round 13. Immediately after the rest day, we are now. The remaining rounds are split into 2 very short sprints. They play 2, rest day 2. So Anish will have plenty of time to fine-tune whatever it is he's intending to do in that all-important game, but it might be a bit too much to ask, frankly, from this moment onwards.
So tomorrow's a rest day?
Tomorrow is a rest day. I will be correct occasionally on this topic.
Not this time, though.
Maybe not this time.
Yes, it was a rest day. 2 rounds, then a rest day. How hard can
I actually gave the speech and then okay. Yeah. I will occasionally be right, but not this time, yeah. What do we okay. I'm not going to even try that in my current adult state. We're hearing that we are going to have a very interesting guest in the studio very soon, so let's pause what passes for banter in the studio and wait for that.
We'll just briefly set up and be right back.
As we're watching Tan trying to find some way to make progress, but there is no progress. And for the time being, we will show you Charlize's interview with Fabi.
I'm here with Fabiano Caruana after his 11th round draw to Sindarov in the FIDE candidates. Fabi, this was quite an important game. Tell us about your mindset and approach going into it.
Well, important for him, not very important for me. No, I didn't really prepare for the last 2 games. Just played the safest line. I thought it would end in a draw quickly. but I got some pressure. I mean, felt like I got serious winning chances at some point. I don't know if it was winning or not. It was basically by tempo if he holds. But when he played King G5, I spent like 40 minutes trying to find something. I couldn't find it. And so I assume already at that point it's a draw, so maybe I shouldn't have played King B2. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I thought that it was very dangerous when I went for this. Of course, yeah, maybe I can also win his e-pawn, but it felt like maybe that's also not winning. But yeah, I was kind of enjoying the game at some point because it was risk-free, and I thought at least I can make some impact in the tournament. Not for my tournament, but at least for the tournament as a whole, make it more exciting. But in the end, I think he defended quite well.
But you say you didn't prepare, but it seemed like you were the one who actually out-prepped him this time with his f3 that he spent a lot of time thinking about.
No, f3 wasn't prep or anything. I mean, I just knew the line exists with bishop e3. It's very safe. I think Nihal played it quite a few times and got like some serious advantage against Jan and Pamishi. And also we were following, I mean, I don't know exactly, but some game of Theodoru. At least it was very similar, I think, like slight difference. But okay, I think he more or less knew up to a6, which is just to stop rook b5. It seems very important to stop white's rook from coming there. And then I just was playing, I mean, it's very safe for white. It's a very safe position. So I was kind of playing moves with the expectation that it soon turns into a draw, but I kept having a bit of pressure. And I was at least like very happy once we got to the end game. I thought this is an absolutely risk-free and very pleasant position. My knight on c3 can never be touched. Unfortunately, it's very hard to make progress. I mean, he can't do much, but I also have to at some point push, and then I'll kind of break my perfect formation. So, but anyway, it was a pleasant position.
So without this preparation, these remaining rounds, are you just kind of playing to enjoy, taking it easy?
Yeah, well, I guess I'm still here for like a week. And I do want to at least play decently. I mean, it's not like I ever was really fighting for first in this tournament, but okay, at some point I started to play very poorly. So now I guess the goal is just to play some decent games.
And if you could go back in time to earlier in the tournament, what would you do differently?
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, not lose. I don't know. Okay, the tournament like clearly separated once I lost the individual game against Javokhir. I mean, looking at how strong he's been playing, it's not. I don't feel like anything I could have done would really give me a serious chance to fight for first. I don't think that I can compete with like +6 or some score like this. But okay, if I point to let's say the game that started where our paths diverged, then I guess it was our individual game. Of course, I would definitely approach the games against Hikaru and especially against Anish differently. But at that point, I'm already like very far behind. Even if I draw those two games, it's not like I'm really close to him. I mean, I would have to draw those games, beat him in the individual encounter, still be behind, and then still score a bit. I mean, I would be in the fight, of course. I would be happy for it, but I would still, a lot of things would have to go my way.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Fabi. We'll let you go, and good luck with the remaining games. Hope you enjoy them.
Thanks.
Welcome back to the studio where we are being joined by the most special guest you can have nowadays, the leader of the candidates tournament. Javokhir Sindarov is here to talk us through his game.
Hello. Yeah, today it was a really very hard game for me. Yeah, I expect he will play knight f3 c4, and I prepped to Catalan until a6. I know the line, and after that I think okay, his computer shows equal, but I mean white was always playing for 2 results here. And yeah, so I know here's the idea. I need to put bishop to c6, queen to d6, and yeah, it's like every move should be equal, but I mean it's a little bit unpleasant. So I mean I don't know if we need to start from the start.
No, it's okay.
And after a6 was my preparation was ended, and maybe probably he also don't know this line.
He just said f3. He was already out of book. He was just.
I mean f3, king f2 is just logical moves. Bishop d7, king f2, bishop c6. I played, and my idea was to d5, play bishop d7, and change these pawns. And I was thinking like if my bishop will be on e6 with queens, I will have 0 problem. So he played d5. Yeah. bishop d7, rook b7, queen d6. It should be just very equal, but yeah, and then I played probably wrong move, e5 here. I don't know.
Yeah, computer says rook c8 here.
Yeah, rook c8. Yeah, we need to calculate this move because I was also thinking about this move, rook c8, bishop c8, and queen b6. And I can play something like h6, and when he took my pawn, bishop, I can push c pawn. It's not clear, but it should be works. But during game, I was thinking about the two moves, h6 and e5. First, I want to play h6, and for me, it looks like most logical move. And let's say if you play queen c5 right now, I want to take knight c5, rook c8, and I think it should be equal. But here I don't like rook c5 move. First I want to play queen d1, but then I check this move, knight f6. G takes f6, rook h5, just resign. Yeah. Yeah. I have not anything to defend this. So yeah.
And king h8, rook h5 also.
Yeah, king h8, rook h5 also. So I need to go here, queen b7, and I give pawn, and it's very unpleasant with this bishop. So that's why I choose e5 line. But here I really, I miss his rook c5, rook c6 idea. So I'm thinking for rook c6, I just want to play rook e8 and try to survive this position somehow. But I completely miss rook c5, f6, rook c6, king f7, rook e6. Probably computer shows equal, but this position is very unpleasant for black.
Not equal anymore.
Equal, yeah, it should be like 0.4, 0.5. Yeah.
Even above, yeah, but yeah, it's not equal anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to defend like a computer because otherwise it's impossible. So I played rook b8, take b line, rook a7, king g6. Yeah, and rook e7, rook b6, g4 maybe he don't need to play g4, but because after g4 I got some chances, like some tactics from king side.
Yes.
Probably if he play like h4, king e3, king e1, king d2, it should be very bad for black. I don't know, it's impossible to survive in my opinion. But after he plays g4, I was very happy. And I think like my only chance to get this position, g5, g takes h5, king h6, and at some moment I was thinking to play on the king side with king g5, king f4, which I played during game. So king e1, bishop f5, and yeah, here he cannot play king d2, which is very, or king d1. I have rook d6, king c1, rook d7, yeah? So I have always contra in king side, so
you saw very early on that you can trade rooks in this position, yeah? Huh? So you realized very early on that you can...
Yeah, I can change the rooks, and I will go to this pawns, and I think it should be draw, because, let's say if king comes here, then he cannot take he cannot go to king, because my pawn will go, so... I saw earlier this position, but probably he also saw he played rook c7, and here I think like about rook b2 move, but I don't like, so I need to give just pawn and play, and I start finding some small tactics, king d2, rook d6, king c2, rook d7. From first look, maybe he thinks like after rook c6, bishop f7, a4, his pawn goes very fast, but I think when I played bishop e6, I think a lot, yeah, probably. Yeah, 12 minutes, and I saw like here to a4, I can play rook a7, and it's not easy to push this pawn. Like if he plays rook c5, I will play king h5, and then what? It's not easy. So he played king b2, which is very logical, king h5, king a3. Yeah, this is the most critical moment. I have 6 minutes, and it's not critical, but critical moment from like I need to choose between king g5 or king h4. Yeah, because I don't know. For me, it's very interesting. King h4 is winning or no. Losing or no. But I think anyway to knight b5, like I need to play rook b7. So that's why I played in 40 move rook b7. And after he played knight b5, I think 6 minutes. I'm also thinking on his time, and I was checking these lines: king g5, king f4, and this works in everywhere. Yeah, let's say I was thinking a lot during games. This king f4 and rook c7. Yeah, rook c7, knight c7, and king e3, a5, king d2, a6, c3.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You can also take on e2 instead of king d2.
No, bishop h5 loses.
Just knight d5, d5 lose. Yeah. Yeah, okay. C3, king C3, bishop H5 or what?
King D2, A7,
Just to show you,
C3.
King D2 is better, but you can let him queen.
Something like this, even if you go to queen, pawn on C2 is, I mean, he cannot defend this. So
queen D8, king 2.
Like this, but okay.
Oh, this is much better, of course.
Much better. I mean, it's maybe black even winning here. So.
No, it's still a draw, but yeah, you're completely fine.
But yeah, I'm completely fine. Yeah, only I can play for winning. But yeah, I mean, if you put king F4, A5 here, then I have rook B5. Yeah, so he's very unlucky. I have rook B5. Otherwise, if I play bishop E8, rook B6, it should be losing. Yeah, but when rook B5
wins. Yeah.
He wins just So yeah, and I solved this everything, and I played king F4. During game I also think about this line: A5, king E3, A6, rook B6, A7, rook A6, king B4, bishop E8. Yeah, and here I was thinking like maybe rook C6 is a very interesting move. I mean, take queen, rook E8, and try to play for this pawn. But I think like every move can draw. But I checked like I have C3 tactic, and I'm just. I mean, here only black can play for winning. Yeah, probably what he played is the best. And yeah, if I take this, I mean, maybe I'm just losing. Yeah, king B5, rook A1, king C4, king E2, and this move.
You saw this, and we didn't see. Yeah, this is winning for white. I was very surprised.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
King B3 just winning, and rook C2, rook A2, you cannot. Wow. I mean, you cannot put king to anywhere. Yeah, it's check.
No, the amazing thing is after king takes c4, if you play g5,
it's
you can hide on f2.
Yeah. But okay, I mean, then I can. Okay, wait. If you plays e4, king f3, king f4. Yeah. Wow. I mean, but okay, it's very hard to find. So I solved this, and I think after king e2, I saw somewhere I can just give bishop to a7 pawn, and I mean with these two pawns, you should take this pawn with king on b4. So yeah, and during game this happened f5, and yeah, I took this. I was thinking Fabiano will play this rook and knife against rook, but I was very happy when he played rook c5.
Yeah.
No, amazing defense, passing another test. There's still 3 games to go. Do you think about the result, how Anish's game ends? Do you focus on your game? What's the approach?
Yeah. I mean, like when my position was very bad, I was thinking like, oh my God, Anish is. I mean, his position is very good. He can even win. So I was really thinking a lot about the results. But then I think, okay, I mean, just play chess and try to defend this position, how my coach says. And yeah, I mean, probably I played one of the best defense game in my career. So
amazing job. Congratulations on the defense, and thank you so much for joining.
Thank you, Javokhir.
Okay, we'll let Javokhir Sindarov go. There are still some games, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Yeah. Whoa.
Anish Giri. The King's Indian, like Nakamura. And the Roy Lopez, like Fabiano, Caruana. On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
Back to the final game of this round 11 of the FIDE candidates, where Bibisara perhaps unnecessarily was forced basically to liquidate into an FNH rook ending. But this is the kind of the version of this endgame which I think she will hold very, very comfortably, because white can no longer preserve both pawns, so h4 will fall, and the resulting endgames I think are quite comfortably drawn for black, because black has a lot of checks from the side. for instance, in the current position, if you play something like rook g8, black can give a check on b3, play king e4, king takes h4, and then you start giving checks on the b file, and there's really not very much you can do about it. King e5, rook b5 check, and I continue checking until you actually are forced to, I don't know, depart with the king from the f pawn. I think Bibisara holds very, very comfortably now. She, strictly speaking, probably wasn't forced to even give up the h pawn, but she did find the precise moment to do it where it holds. So full credit to her for doing that. The curious question is whether white could have actually preserved both the pawns. Perhaps in the way that endgame appeared, maybe there was really no way to even do that. So actually very decent defense in the rook ending portion from Bibisara, if we don't count her taking on h4, which loses, but it loses to a bit of a study.
What are we talking about? So you're saying she couldn't avoid the F&H thingy?
Here she has to play h4, everything else loses. If you allow rook h6, you resign.
Don't want to.
No, you absolutely do not want to, no. And
so what's the version they have now?
It's completely drawn because you can't preserve the h-pawn. And then, yeah, the black rook is so active, you really have...
Yeah, we give checks.
No shot, yeah. No, this is... Yeah, she's played rook g8, and now, of course, yeah, the line I just showed will be played. Rook b3 check already blitzed out by Bibisara. She knows what she's doing now. King e4, king... Even giving all these checks without taking on h4 is actually completely fine, maybe even cleaner.
Very logical, no? Chase the king.
Yeah. Just get white to play something like king c7, then play whatever.
Rook f somewhere.
Rook f, yeah, just not f5. Important not to play rook f5 in that position. Any other move on the f file will do quite nicely. So yeah, Bibisara holding, which means that we will have only one decisive game out of 8 in our 2 tournaments.
Classical chess is dead.
Well, sorta, kinda, but not quite.
All these queen's gambits.
Vaishali increasing her lead in the women's. She will now be a full point ahead of the field, and by the field we mean Muzychuk and Zhu Jiner. The field sort of also kind of clarifying in the women's, I want to say, because it's becoming sort of clearer and clearer who will be fighting against Vaishali's lead.
King d5. Maybe now you don't give the check.
I mean, you can still absolutely do it.
You don't have rook f5.
Yeah, you go rook b4 here.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Yeah, I guess king c4 maybe is a more challenging try. Well, I mean they're all exactly the same. Seriously, like rook a5, not rook a5, rook a5.
Don't do that.
Okay, let's not play rook a5 here. Yeah, like this, and then white tries rook g5, king d4, but that's then the checks restart, and you actually hang on a second. I mean, I know it's a draw, but this is actually like if you autopilot for a bit too long, do you lose?
I would just resign here with either color.
Okay, she goes rook b1, which I think is a decent idea as well. Yeah.
Looks like generally good rook endgame culture, which I like.
Yeah.
Get these checks quickly. Rook b1.
Yeah, the only try here is rook g5 and then king d4. And then we give checks from b4, b5, b6, I guess, and then go rook b4. Yeah, it's just a very... No, hang on. b4, b5, b6, we go king f5.
What's bothering you?
Yeah, rook b5, rook b6 again. Yeah, nothing is bothering me. Yeah, king g6, king g7, rook b4. Draw agreed. Extremely straightforward, actually. Yeah, there's just nothing to even try. I thought there was maybe... A question to be asked somewhere, but no.
Okay. Good defense by Bibisara. Did you do like wrapping up things already, like the results of the open section, the standings?
No, we were talking about the rook ending. You weren't gone that long for me to be able to do that, but we can absolutely show you the open section, I'm sure, because this has been done for a bit.
Yeah. We can also tell you, if we don't have the results yet, 4 draws. That means Sindarov, 2 points ahead still of Anish Giri, 8.5. Well, Anish has 6.5. That is out of 11 games, which is... We should mention that once in a while. 8.5 out of 11 against a world-class field like that is insane. Like, Magnus, I recall, scored 8 out of 10 in Nanjing in his, coming out to dominance, and that was one of the best results in chess history, and that's what we're witnessing here. Of course, needing first wouldn't be too strange if it slows down a bit, but the way this 20-year kid started...
I also wanted to point out that 8.5 out of 14 has won this tournament a bunch of times. So,
very much so. +3 used to be the winning score.
In many of these, Gukesh scored 9, but I think maybe and actually Madrid, Jan also scored above
Jan
that.
Scored a lot, but I think Vichy even cruised to +3 in one of those and wasn't challenged.
I think Hunty +3 was just like he was running away with it on +3.
Yeah, and he has +6.
So really scary result here by Javokhir. And today was something, he did something, and he actually referenced it live on air when he was in our studio. We knew he was a very strong attacking player, but today he was forced to do something that perhaps isn't, even in his own eyes, maybe his strongest suit, and he knuckled down.
So he's just passing every test, unpleasant endgame against the world number 2, 3, whatever. Check. No, it's just incredibly impressive what he's doing.
Agreed. While we wait for Dan to, mainly I think, just kind of come to grips with this not being anything at all. There's not very much to calculate here. This is not a position.
Still hasn't won a game, right?
Yeah.
That is shocking. One of the top female players for more than a decade.
Yeah, we've been here already. I guess maybe King D5 was maybe like hoping for King takes H4, which maybe loses actually to F5, but Bibisara not going to make the second move of the variation. Now with the King on C6, I assume even Rook B4 is probably also an immediate draw, but why not just play Rook B1?
Giving one more chance to play Rook F5.
Yeah.
Which would be bad because of this. No, either way. Probably this.
Yeah, you are taught to capture towards the center, and
so your pawn isn't hanging then. No, but that's the only reason. Nothing materially changes after Rook B1 or Rook B4.
Yeah.
She'll figure this out. Just taking a moment here.
Yeah. Mainly she's just choosing. It's not even figuring it out. It's a question of... Choosing a move.
Doesn't look that excited anymore.
I'm pretty sure she has known for a while this is nothing.
And Rook back to B1. It's the Esipenko school of chess. I've proven I have one defensive setup that works. Why think about another one?
Yeah, exactly.
You can give a check, but
it's allowed, but
this pawn shall not queen.
No, we can even
chase it.
You can chase it. Yeah, absolutely.
So what's going on with you? Have we exhausted all the topics? What's your next chess event?
My next chess, where I actually have to play the chess?
Don't care. Any chess-related event qualifies.
Chess-related event. I slated to do some of the GCT events in the booth.
You've
this year
monopolized all the commentary.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the fair description of what I'm doing, but I am doing some commentary.
Nice.
Which I am thankful for.
Now, Sindarov is in the GCT.
Yeah, that's a very welcome bit of news. Honestly, I think very many people would have liked to watch Gukesh as well, because this is a topic that is of great interest to a great many people. But, of course. But yes, Sindarov as a replacement is about as good as you can get these days. Maybe just...
You're talking GCT, not world champion title, right?
Not yet, no.
Rook G5 check plate. For context, I guess people know this, but Gukesh, the world champion, has decided to drop out of the GCT, which is the Grand Chess Tour, a series of classical and rapid tournaments. He's skipping the classical tournaments in particular, saying he wants to stay closer to home, focus more on training, maybe also prepare, of course, for the World Championship match, where he's very likely to face Javokhir Sindarov. Sindarov, of course, accepted the invitation to replace him in the Grand Chess Tour, but now, if he's winning this event, which looks likely, then he also has a World Championship match to prepare for, which traditionally happens in whatever, October of this very year. And then how many classical tournaments do you want to play? It's always the question.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting kind of a quirk, but I have a feeling, you know, having accepted, he probably isn't going to withdraw. And
I don't know. We've seen many people after winning the candidates cancel some classical tournaments. Like, of course, depends on the arrangements and so on, but it has happened.
Yeah, absolutely not unheard of. In this position, if we want a topic to discuss, every move that is not a direct rook blunder makes a draw, including king h4, h3, which feels a bit unfair, but yeah, there we are.
I would keep giving checks.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not suggesting king h3. And in this position, it might, yeah, still, everything that is not a blunder of a rook makes a draw, which is a little bit stunning. Like, it feels like king h3 should lose, but it doesn't. Like, why would you not lose after making a horrible move like that?
Yeah, she didn't do that. She gave a check. King f6 will be tried. Rook b6 will also be played. Of course, you cannot trade the rooks, because then this pawn would become a queen. But just keep checking.
Yeah. I don't think...
5 back, I think we're done here.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, she will probably go to g6.
She'll try king g6 and then realize that there are no good squares after rook b6 check anyway, so... Yeah, honestly, king e4 would not be frowned upon right now.
I've done the math. No legal move loses here for white.
That is very true. That is very, very true.
All right, Tan. It's 9 p.m. Dinner time.
Oh, recap time, and then dinner time.
That is true. It's better to do the recap first.
Yeah.
Don't do recaps on a full stomach, they say.
That is what they say. You know, this apparently is an absolute old mother's tale, the thing about swimming. Turns out to be completely untrue. Like, no scientific basis for it at all. You can absolutely swim immediately after eating. Nothing bad will befall you unless you don't know how to swim.
Less agile to fight off these sharks?
Well, yeah, I mean, shark-related incidents, maybe you want as much insurance as you can get. You want to be slim. But for those of us who are already not slim, you might as well eat.
Right. What else are you going to tell me? Is breakfast not the most important meal of the day anymore?
I refuse to believe that. This has been floated to me, and yeah, I am very much in denial on this topic. Okay, only 2 moves draw now for black.
Rook b6
yeah,
is good.
But one of them is the move that you will make every single time.
I also read recently, because they used to say that you need to eat right after gym. Turns out, nah, you don't have to.
Yeah, you don't have to, but you can.
You can, but you can also eat 3 hours later, and it's exactly the same effect.
Yeah. So the whole protein window thing is completely.
It's a bigger window than we thought.
Extends to the next day or something.
No, I don't know. Don't quote me, but it seemed like you had time. Draw agreed. Good defense by Bibisara. Still a rough tournament for Tan Zhongyi. Let's have a look at the results and the standings, where the lowest rated player is in the lead. Germans were hoping that would be the case in the open section, but I meant
But
the women's
regrettably, Andrey Esipenko is not having as good of a tournament as the Germans were hoping.
section. They have the same rating. 4 draws.
And only one decisive result in the women's, where Aleksandra Goryachkina self-captures a rook in the center of the board, I think would be a fair description.
That did not help. So that means Vaishali with 7 points out of 11, which is +3, and an excellent score, goes to show once again that what insane stuff Sindarov is doing. Still, Zhu Jiner and Muzychuk only 1 point behind, so there's still very much all to play for.
Absolutely.
But 1 point with 3 rounds to go is serious.
Tomorrow, Vaishali is white against Zhu Jiner, and player of the day today is
Vaishali. It's time.
Unsurprisingly, the person who is leading her event and also the only victor of the day.
Congratulations. Sorry, Sindarov, but I think he will forgive us. He deserved it too for his defense, but no. Yeah. Vaishali.
So Vaishali has white against Zhu Jiner tomorrow.
Big game.
Yeah, then she is black against Tan Zhongyi after the rest day, and in the last round she is white against Kateryna Lagno, who's had a wild event. Like, I don't know how to describe it even. 6 decisive games out of 11, consistent sequences of win-loss, all over the place. Still a very, very dangerous player. So for Vaishali, she plays 2 out of her 3 games against what are, to some degree, direct competition. Very exciting finish too.
Yeah, and Tan was a pre-tournament favorite, hasn't impressed in this tournament so far, but remains a formidable opponent. So anything can still happen, but of course, a point is very serious. Big game tomorrow. Tomorrow's not a rest day. There's a rest day. The day after tomorrow, then the final 2 games. Thank you guys so much for watching. We, of course, would like to thank the partners that are making it possible, the hosts of the FIDE candidates, the Republic of Cyprus, the Caps and Georges Hotel and Resort, Cyprus Chess Federation, as well as long-standing partners of FIDE events, Freedom Holding Corporation, and the Scheinberg family for their dedication to promoting chess worldwide. Thank you, Peter.
Thank
Good
you,
luck
Jan.
with the recap. You guys should all watch Peter's recaps. I hear they're very, very instructive. And of course, subscribe to FIDE Chess, because
And
subscribers,
if you want recaps in the German language, they're also available.
Yanis on TV. It's great stuff.
See you tomorrow.
Welcome to the Round 11 press conference of the FIDE Candidates 2026. I'm joined by Vaishali, who just won her game over Aleksandra Goryachkina with the black pieces. Vaishali, this is such an important win for you, propulses you into first place, your fourth win in 6 games. Tell me, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm happy with the win. Yeah, it was a nice trick, like the rook got trapped in the center of the board. I was secretly hoping for that, and yeah, it suddenly got tricky. Already after rook f5, I saw this rook e5, g6, and I was threatening to play king f8, knight d7, and so she had to take this dc5, and slowly the game was moving into my direction, and then this trick came. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like it's the second time your opponent kind of blunders into your trick. And you have such a way of not reacting when that happens. Like this today, you absolutely gave no reaction to your opponent, played bishop c6 in a cold way, and your opponent's just lost. How do you manage to control your facial expression before making the winning move?
I think this blunder is different from the other one. Yeah, this was like, it looked like a slow position for a very long time. We played this queenless endgame, queenless middle game, and it was going a bit slow, but there were tricks here and there, and I don't know, it's just how I play chess. It doesn't matter whether I'm winning or losing.
And I know you try not to think of standings, but is it getting harder and harder as you're getting closer to the end of the tournament and you have to look at half points and so on to see what you need to clinch the first place? Does that go through your head or still no?
No, still no. I'm trying to play a good game. I think maybe 1 or 2 rounds, maybe it will matter so lot. But at this point, I think I'm just trying to focus on my game.
Excellent. Let's take a small look. The first moment I had a small curiosity about is this c3, which is quite rare but trendy. Nihal Sarin has been known to play this often in Blitz. What went through your mind here? Was this even a surprise?
Yeah, it came as a surprise. But in general, I'd prepared this for some other game. So I think I was just playing what I had checked.
And then it seems like you transpose into a London system structure pretty much. So here you found some comfort for black?
Yeah, it's just about equal, normal position for both sides. And I kind of knew this plan with rook c8, bishop e8. I was not sure if it was this position, but yeah, I was trying to understand, and I think it looked fine here also, so I just played.
Yeah, it's very nice. This bishop is like taking up everything that this knight is taking up. This is a Sveshnikov type of pattern, we could say. So a few moves later, was this game at any time scary from your perspective to play for black?
Yeah, this knight a5 moment, it was very interesting. Like I was not sure how to continue because I had few options. Like I can commit h6, bishop h4, and play queen d8 or queen c7. And yeah, there were few interesting options. Not yet.
Show me.
Yeah. I spent some time. Then okay, I decided to go for this. Yeah, this should also be about equal. It looks like a bit unpleasant for me with the pieces, like it's a bit tied down, but I think I'm still doing fine. A3 came, like there were few tricks. This is something I think I had to see before, because knight g4, threatening to play knight f6 and rook d5, bishop g5, and if dc5 I saw bishop d7.
Whoa.
And I take e3, c5. Also rook d5, cd4. ed4, d2 is hanging here, and knight b4.
Oh, A3, very nice.
Yeah, a3, bishop d8, I still thought the same line is kind of working. Only thing is, a3 looks like the b4 square is controlled, but not really. Because a1 is hanging. Yeah, a1 is still hanging. And
so knight c2 and
yeah, I get
d5.
some counterplay rook c2.
Rook c2, okay.
So I played bishop d8, rook f1. Yeah, it's all about equal. I think we were playing fine. Bishop g3. Yeah, the turning point was, I think, rook ff5. yeah, I'd seen this rook e5 g6. The rook is, I'm threatening to play king f8 and knight d7, trapping the rook. She had to, I think, do something with this pawn structure, dc5, bc5, and c4 came, king f8, bishop d5. Yeah, bishop c4 is one of probably the natural move in the position, and bishop c6, yeah.
And did you feel, because she didn't even give emotion either, I felt, in like visually, but did you feel an emotion change at the board when she saw your bishop c6, or maybe even after she played bishop c4?
Maybe, okay, I did not, I know I'm winning now, so I was just trying to focus on the game. CD5, bishop d5, some bishop f3, still it should be fine. The rook should be out. Somehow I think I was planning to play rook. Maybe bishop f3, I still have bishop e6. Yeah, it's still tricky with the rook on e5. But this, it was clear. I'm getting the exchange.
And now the rook is trapped in the middle of the board. It's very beautiful,
rook e5,
right?
knight d7.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
And from here, did you feel like much technique was needed, or it was pretty smooth?
I think it was kind of smooth because I also, knight and rook both are active. It's for one pawn, but lot of activity, and also got g2. So I can bring the king, and I'm just trying to mate.
That's just mate, yeah. Wow, amazing game. And we just had Hikaru, and he did a few interviews, and he said something very striking, is that the hotel is so nice, it is hard to keep a strong mentality and play a very serious tournament. Have you felt so yourself?
No, I'm just preparing and focusing in the game.
There you go. Okay, we're going to open up questions to the reporters on the floor. If you have a question, please raise your hand and a mic will be sent your way. Please name your media outlet and your name before your question.
Jafar with Prime Chess. Vaishali, in this tournament, you have the same amount of wins with the black pieces as you do with white. Is that credit to your preparation, or do you think you just enjoy playing more with the black pieces in this stage of your career?
I think I'm fine with both colors, and I think my playing style, maybe that's the reason why there are more decisive games or more wins from black. I'm not sure. I think I just play the same way in both colors. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Over here.
Hi, excuse me. So Caruana with Chess Trevor here. If both you and Prague won the candidates, would your family split into teams to watch the World Championships live, or are you already the favorite in the family?
I don't know what to say. I think usually the World Championship is happening in different venues, different dates. So I think, they will be watching both the events.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
What if you could play the Sicilian, like Anish Giri? The King's Indian, like Nakamura? And the Ruy Lopez, like Fabiano Caruana? On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.